Chapter 11 of The Young Stepmother by Charlotte Yonge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The summer had just begun when notice was given that a confirmation would take place in the autumn, and Lucy's name was one of the first sent in to Mr. Dusitoy. His plan was to collect his candidates in weekly classes of a few at a time, and likewise to see as much as he could of them in private. "Oh, mamma!" exclaimed Lucy, returning from her first class, "Mr. Dusitoy has given us each a paper where we are to set down our christening days and our godfathers and godmothers, and only think, I had not the least notion when I was christened. I could tell nothing but that Mr. Wenlock was my godfather. It made me feel quite foolish not to know my godmothers." "We were in no situation to have things done in order," said Mr. Kendall gravely. "If I recollect rightly, one of your godmothers was Captain Lee's pretty young wife, who died a few weeks after." "And the other?" said Lucy. "Your mother, I believe," he said. Lucy employed herself in filling up her paper, and exclaimed, "Now I do not know the date. Can you tell me that, papa?" "It was the Christmas day next after your birth," he said. "I remember that, for we took you to spend Christmas at the nearest station of troops, and the chaplain christened you." Lucy wrote down the particulars, and exclaimed, "What an old baby I must have been, 6 months old! And I wonder when Sophie was christened. I never knew who any of her godfathers and godmothers were. Did you, Sophie?" "No." She was looking up at her father. A sudden flush of color came over his face, and he left the room in haste. "Why, Sophie," exclaimed Lucy, "one would think you had not been christened at all." Even the light Lucy was alarmed at the sound of her own words. The same idea had thrilled across Albinia, but on turning her eyes on Sophie, she saw a countenance flushed, anxious, but full rather of trembling hope than of dismay. In a few seconds Mr. Kendall came back with a thick red pocket-book in his hand, and produced the certificate of the private baptism of Sophia, daughter of Edmund and Lucy Kendall, at Toulon, March 17th, 1838. Sophie's face had more disappointment in it than satisfaction. "I can explain the circumstances to you now," said her father. "At Toulon we were almost out of reach of any chaplains, and, as you know, were almost the only English. We always intended to take you to the nearest station, as had been done with Lucy, but your dear mother was never well enough to bear the journey, and when our next little one was born, it was so plain that he could not live, that I sent in haste to beg that the chaplain would come to us. It was then that you were both baptized, and before the week was over he buried little Henry. It was the first of our troubles. We never again had health or spirits for any festive occasion while we continued in India, and thus the ceremony was never completed. In fact, I take shame to myself for having entirely forgotten that you had never been received into the congregation." "Then I have told a falsehood whenever I said the catechism," burst out Sophie. Lucy would have laughed, and Albinia could almost have been amused at the turn her displeasure had taken. "It was not your fault," said Mr. Kendall quietly. He evidently wished the subject to be at an end, excepting that in silence he laid before Albinia's eyes the certificate of the baptism of the twin brothers, not long after the first arrival in India. He then put the book in his pocket, and began, as usual, to read aloud. "Oh, don't go, mamma," said Sophie, when she had been carried to her own room at bedtime, and made ready for the night. Albinia was only too glad to linger in the hope to be admitted into some of the recesses of that untransparent nature, and by way of assistance said, "I was not at all prepared for this discovery." Sophy drew a long sigh, and said, "If I had never been christened, I should have thought there was some hope for me." "That would have been too dreadful. How could you imagine your papa capable—" "I thought I had found out why I am so horrid," exclaimed Sophy. "Oh, if I could only make a fresh beginning! Mamma, do pray give me a prayer book." Albinia gave it to her, and she hastily turned the pages to the order for private baptism. "At least I have not made the promises and vows," she said, as if her stern conscientiousness obtained some relief. "Not formally made them," said Albinia, "but you cannot have a right to the baptismal blessings except on those conditions." "Mamma, then I never had the sign of the cross on my forehead. It does not feel blessed." And then hastily and low she muttered, "Oh, is that why I could never bear the cross in all my life?" "Nay, my poor Sophy, you must not think of it like a spell. Many bear the cross no better who have had it marked on their brows." "Can it be done now?" cried Sophy eagerly. "Certainly, I think it ought to be done. We will see what your father says." "Oh, mamma, beg him, pray him," exclaimed Sophy. "I know it will make me begin to be good. I can't bear not to be one of those marked and sealed. Oh, and mamma, you will be my godmother, can't you? If the gleams of goodness and brightness do find me out, they are always from you." "I think I might be, dear child," said Albinia, "but Mr. Dusatoy must tell us whether I may. But indeed I am afraid to see you reckon too much on this. The essential, the regenerating grace is yours already, and can save you from yourself, and confirmation adds the rest. But you must not think of any of these like a charm, which will save you all further trouble with yourself. They do not kill the faults, but they enable you to deal with them. Even baptism itself, you know, has destroyed the guilt of past sin, but does not hinder subsequent temptation." Albinia hardly knew how far Sophy attended to this caution, for all she said was to reiterate the entreaty that the omitted ceremony might be supplied. Mr. Kendall gave a ready consent as soon as he was told that Sophy so ardently wished for it, so willing indeed that Albinia was surprised, until he went on to say, "No one need be aware of the matter beyond ourselves. Your brother and sister would, I have no doubt, act as sponsors. Nay, if Ferrars would officiate, we need hardly mention it even to Dusatoy. It would take place in your sitting-room." "But Edmund," began Albinia aghast, "would that be the right thing? I hardly think Morris would consent." "You are not imagining anything so preposterous or inexpedient as to wish to bring Sophia forward in church," said Mr. Kendall. "Even if she were physically capable of it, I should not choose to expose her to anything so painful or undesirable." "I am afraid then," said Albinia, "that it will not be done at all. It is not receiving her into the congregation to have this service read before half a dozen people in my sitting-room." "Better not have it done at all, then," said Mr. Kendall. "It is not essential. I will not have her made a spectacle." "Will you only consult Mr. Dusatoy?" "I do not wish Mr. Dusatoy to interfere in my family regulations. I mean that I have great respect for him, but as a clergyman, and one wedded to form, he would not take into account the great evil of making a public display and attracting attention to a girl of her age, station, and disposition. And, in fact," added Mr. Kendall, with the same scrupulous candor as his daughter always showed, for the sake of my own position and the effect of example, I should not wish this unfortunate omission to be known. I suspect, said Albinia, that the example of repairing it would speak volumes of good. It is mere absurdity to speak of it, said Mr. Kendall. The poor child is not to leave her couch yet for weeks. Sophie was told in the morning that the question was under consideration, and Lucy was strictly forbidden to mention the subject. When next Mr. Kendall came to read with Sophie, she said imploringly, "Papa, have you thought?" "Yes," he said, "I have done so, but your mamma thinks, and on examination of the subject I perceive she is right, that the service has no meaning unless it take place in the church." "Yes," said Sophie, "but you know I am to be allowed to go about in July." "You will hardly be equal to any fatigue even then, I fear, my dear, and you would find this publicity extremely trying and unpleasant." "It would not last 10 minutes," said Sophie, "and I am sure I should not care. I should have something else to think about. Oh, papa, when my forehead aches with surliness, it does feel so unblessed, so uncrossed." And she put her hand over it, "and all the books and hymns seem not to belong to me. I think I shall be able to keep off the tempers when I have a right in the cross." "Ah, my child, I am afraid the tempers are a part of your physical constitution," he returned mournfully. "You mean that I am like you, papa," said Sophie. "I think I might at least learn to be really like you, and if I must feel miserable, not to be unkind and sulky, and then I should leave off even the being unhappy about nothing." Her eyes brightened, but her father shook his head sadly and said, "You would not be like me, my dear, if depression never made you selfish. But," he added, with an effort, "you will not suffer so much from low spirits when you are in better health and able to move about." "Oh, no," exclaimed Sophie. "I often feel so sick of lying here that I feel as if I never could be sulky if only I might walk about and go from one room to another when I please. But, papa, you will let me be admitted into the church when I am able, will you not? It shall be well weighed, Sophie." Sophie knew her father too well, and had too much reticence to say any more. He was certainly meditating deeply, and reading too. Indeed, he would almost have appeared to have a fit of the study, but for little Morris, a tyrannical little gentleman, who domineered over the entire household, and would have been grievously spoiled, if his mother had not taken all the crossing the stout little Will upon herself. He had a gallant pair of legs, and the disposition of a young centaur. He seemed to divide the world into things that could be ridden on and that could not, and when he bounced at the study door with "Papa, key, key," and lifted up his round rosy face and despotic blue eyes, Mr. Kendall's foot was at his service, and the study was brown no longer. The result of Mr. Kendall's meditations was an invitation to his wife to drive with him to Fairmead. That was a most enjoyable drive, the weather too hot and sunny perhaps for Albinia's preferences, but thoroughly penetrating, and giving energy to her East Indian husband, and making the whole country radiant with sunny beauty, the waving hayfields falling before the mower's scythe, the ranks of haymakers tossing the fragrant grass, the growing corn softly waving in the summer breeze, the river blue with reflected sky, the hedges glowing with stately foxgloves, or with blushing wreaths of eglantine. And how cool, fresh, and fair was the beech avenue at Fairmead! Yet Albinia came to it with the fond tenderness of old association. It was not with the regretful clinging of the first visit, when it seemed to her the natural home to which she still really belonged. Nor had she the least thought about producing an impression of her own happiness, and scarcely any whether Edmund would be amused and at ease, though knowing he had a stranger to encounter in the person of Winifred's sister, Mary Reed. That was not a long day. It was only too short, though Mr. and Mrs. Kendall stayed 3 hours longer than on the last occasion. Mr. Kendall faced Mary Reed without flinching, and she, having been previously informed that Albinia's husband was the most silent and shy man in existence, began to doubt her sister's veracity, and Albinia, instead of dealing out a shower of fireworks to hide what, if not gloom, was at least twilight, was now temperately bright, talking naturally of what most concerned her with the sprightliness of her happy temper, but without effort, and gratifying Winifred by a great deal more notice of the new niece and namesake than she had ever bestowed on either of her predecessors in their infant days. Moreover, Lucy's 2 long visits had made Mrs. Ferrars feel a strong interest in her, and with a sort of maternal affection she inquired after the cuttings of the myrtle which she had given her. "Ah," said Albinia, "I never honored gardening so much." "I know you would never respect it in me. As you know, I love a walk with an object, and never could abide breaking my back pottering over a pink with a stem that won't support it, and a calyx that won't hold it. And Lucy converted you when I could not. If you had known my longing for some wholesome occupation for her, such as could hurt neither herself nor any one else, and the pleasure of seeing her engrossed by anything innocent, making it so easy to gratify her, why, a new geranium is a constant fund of ecstasy, and I do not believe she was ever so grateful to her father in her life as when he gave her a forcing frame. Anything is a blessing that makes people contented at home, and takes them out of themselves. Lucy is a very nice, pleasant inmate. Her ready obligingness and facility of adapting herself make her very agreeable." "Yes," said Albinia, "she is the very woman, taking her complexion from things around, and so she will go smoothly through the world, and be always preferred to my poor, turbid, deep-souled Sophy. Are you going to be very angry with me? Ah, you do not know Sophy. Poor dear child, I do so long that she could have, if it were but one day, 1 hour of real, free, glowing happiness. I think it would sweeten and open her heart wonderfully just to have known it, if I could but see any chance of it. But I am afraid her health will always be against her, and oh, that dreadful sense of depression. Do you know, Winifred, I do think love would be the best chance. Now, don't laugh. I do assure you there is no reason Sophy should not be very handsome. Quite as handsome as the owl's children, my dear. Well, the owls are the only young birds fit to be seen, but I tell you Sophy's profile is as regular as her father's, and animation makes her eyes beautiful, and she has grown immensely since she has been lying down, so that she will come out without that disproportioned look, if her eyebrows were rather less marked, and her complexion, but that will clear. Yes, we will make her a beauty when we are about it. And after all, affection is the great charm, and if she were attached, it would be so intensely, and happiness would develop so much that is glorious, only hidden down so deep. I hope you may find her a male Albinia, said Winifred, a little wickedly, but take care, it might be kill or cure, and I fancy when sunshine is attracted by shadow, it is more often as it was in your case than vice versa. Take care, repeated Albinia, affronted. You don't fancy I am going beyond a vague wish, do you? And a rather premature one, How old is Sophie? Towards 14, but years older in thought and in suffering. Albinia did not hear the result of the conference with her brother till she had resumed her seat in the carriage, after having been surprised by Mr. Kendall handling in 3 tall theological tomes. They both had much to think over as they drove home in the lengthening shadows. Albinia was greatly concerned that Winifred's health had become affected, and that her ordinary home duties were beyond her strength. Albinia had formerly thought Fairmead Parsonage did not give her enough to do, but now she saw the gap that she had left, and she had fallen into a maze of musings over schemes for helping Winifred, before Mr. Kendall spoke, telling her that he had resolved that Sophia's admission into the church should take place as soon as she was equal to the exertion. Albinia asked if she should speak to Mr. Dusitoy, but the manliness of Mr. Kendall's character revolted from putting off a confession before his wife, so he went to church the next morning and saw the vicar afterwards. Mr. Dusitoy's first thought was gratitude for the effort that the resolution must have cost both Mr. Kendall and his daughter. His next, how to make the occasion as little trying to their feelings as was consistent with his duty and theirs. He saw Sophy and tried to draw her out, but though far from sullen, she did not reply freely. However, he was satisfied, and he wished her, likewise, to consider herself under preparation for confirmation in the autumn. She did all that he wished quietly and earnestly, but without much remark. Her confidence only came forth when her feelings were strongly stirred, and it was remarkable that throughout this time of preparation there was not the remotest shadow of ill temper. Mr. Kendall insisted that her London doctor should come to see her at the year's end. The improvement had not been all that had been hoped, but it was decided that though several hours of each day must still be spent on her back, she might move about, join the meals, and do whatever she could without over-fatigue. It seemed a great release, but it was a shock to find how very little she could do at first, now that she had lost the habit of exertion and of disregard of her discomforts. She had quite shot up to more than the ordinary woman's height, and was much taller than her sister, but this hardly gave the advantage Albinia had hoped, for she had a weak, overgrown look, and could not help stooping. A number of people in a room, or even the sitting upright during a morning call, seemed quite to overcome and exhaust her. But still the return to ordinary life was such great enjoyment that she endured all with good temper. But now the church-going was possible, a fit of exceeding dread came upon her. Albinia found her with the tears silently rolling down her cheeks, almost as if she were unconscious of them. "Oh, mamma, I can never do it. I know what I am. I can't let them say I will keep all the commandments always. It will not be true." "It will be true that you have the steadfast purpose, my dear." "How can it be steadfast when I know I can't?" It was the old story, and all had to be argued through again, how the obligation was already incurred at her baptism, and how it was needful that she should be sworn to her own side of the great covenant, how the power would be given and the grace supplied, but that the will and purpose to obey was required. And then Sophy recurred to that blessing of the cross for which she longed so earnestly, and which again Albinia feared she was regarding in the light of a talisman. Mr. Ferrars was to be her godfather. Mr. Kendall had wished Aunt Winifred, as Lucy called her, to be the godmother, but Sophy had begged earnestly for Mrs. Dusitoy, whose kindness had made a great impression. There was not much liking between Mrs. Ferrars and Sophy, Perhaps Sophy had been fretted and angered by her quick, decided ways, and rather disgusted by the enthusiasm of her brother and sister about Fairmead, and she was not gratified by hearing that Winifred was to accompany her husband in order to try the experiment of a short absence from cares and children. Albinia, on the contrary, was highly pleased to have Winifred to nurse, and desirous of showing off Sophy's reformation. Winifred arrived late in the day, with an invalid look and a great inclination to pine for her baby. She was so much tired that Albinia took her upstairs very soon and put her to bed, sitting with her almost all the evening, hoping that downstairs all was going on well. The next morning, too, went off very well. Mr. Ferrars sought a private talk with his old godchild, and though Sophy scarcely answered, she liked his kind, frank, affectionate manner, and showed such feeling as he wished, so that he fully credited all that his sister thought of her. Otherwise, Sophy was kept quiet, to give her strength and collect her thoughts. At 7 o'clock in the evening there was not a formidable congregation. Miss Meadows, who had been informed as late as could save offence, had treated it as a freak of Mrs. Kendall, resented the injunction of secrecy, and would neither be present herself nor let her mother come out. Genevieve, 3 old men, and a child or 2 were the whole number present. The daily service at Bayford was an offering made in faith by the vicar, for as yet there was very little attendance. But, said Mr. Dusitoy, it is the worship of God, not an entertainment to please man. It is all nonsense to talk of its answering or not answering. Mr. Kendall was in a state of far greater suffering from shame than his daughter, as indeed he deserved, but he endured it with a gallant, almost touching resignation. He was the only witness of her baptism, and it seemed like a confession when he had to reply to the questions, by whom and with what words this child had been baptized, when she stood beside him overtopping her little godmother. She stood with tightly locked hands, and ebbing colour, which came back in a flood when Mr. Dusitoy took her by the hand and said, "We receive this child into the congregation," and when he traced the cross on her brow, she stood tremblingly, her lips squeezed close together, and after she returned to her place no one saw her face. Albinia, with her brother and Lucy, were at home by the short cut before the carriage could return. She met Sophy at the hall door, kissed her, and said, "Now, my dear, you had better lie down and be quite quiet." Then followed Winifred into the drawing-room and took her shawl and bonnet from her, lingering for a happy twilight conversation. Lucy came down and went to water her flowers, and by tea was brought. The gentlemen came in from their walk, and Mr. Kendall asked whether Sophy was tired. Albinia went up to see. She found her on her couch in the morning-room, and told her that tea was ready. There was something not promising in the voice that replied, and she said, "No, don't move, my dear. I will bring it to you. You are tired." "No, I'll go down, thank you." It was the gruff voice. "Indeed, you had much better not, my dear. It is only an hour to bedtime, and you would only tire yourself for nothing." "I'll go." "You are tired, Sophy," said her father. "You had better lie down while you have your tea." "No, thank you," growled Sophy, as though hurt by being told to lie down before company. Her father put a sofa cushion behind her, but though she mumbled some acknowledgment, it was so surly that Mrs. Ferrars looked up in surprise, and she would not lean back till fatigue gained the ascendancy. Mr. Kendall, asking her, got little in reply but such a grunt that Mrs. Ferrars longed to shake her, but her father fetched a footstool and put it under her feet, and grew a little abstracted in his talk, as if watching her, and his eye had something of the old habitual melancholy. So it went on. The night's rest did not carry off the temper. Sophy was monosyllabic, displeased if not attended to, but receiving attention like an affront, wanting nothing, but offended if it were not offered. Albinia was exceedingly grieved. She had some suspicion that Sophy might have been hurt by her going to Mrs. Ferrars instead of to her on their return from church, and made an attempt at an apology, but this was snubbed like an additional affront, and she could only bide the time and be greatly disappointed at such an exhibition before the guests. Winifred looked on, forbearing to hurt Albinia's feelings by remarks, but in private compensating by little outbreaks with her husband, teasing him about his hopeful goddaughter, laughing at Albinia's infatuation, and railing at Mr. Kendall's endurance of the ill humour which she declared he promoted. Morris, as usual, was provoking. He had no notion of giving up his godchild, he said, and he had no doubt that Edmund Kendall could manage his own child his own way, because of his great success in that line. He is not what he was. He uses his sense and principle now, and when they are fairly brought to bear, I know no one whom I would more entirely trust. Well, it will be great good luck if I do not fall foul of Miss Sophy one of these days, if no one else will. Winifred was slightly irritable herself from weakness, and on the last morning of her stay she could bear the sight no longer. Sophy had twice been surly to Lucy's good offices, and had given Albinia a look like thunder, and answered her father with a sulky displeasure that made Mrs. Ferrars exclaim, as soon as he had left the room, "I should never allow a child of mine to speak to her father in that manner." Sophy swelled. She did not think Mrs. Ferrars had any right to interfere between her and her father. Her silence provoked Winifred to continue. "I wonder if you have any compunction for having spoiled all Mrs. Kendall's enjoyment of our visit." "I am not of consequence enough to spoil any one's pleasure." That was the last effort. Albinia came into the room with little Morris holding her hand and flourishing a whip. He trotted up to the sofa and began instantly to whip Sister Sophy. Serve her right, if I had but the whip, thought Mrs. Ferrars, as his mother hurried to snatch him off. Leaning over Sophy's averted face, she saw a tear under her eyelashes, but took no notice. 3 seconds after, Sophy reared herself up, and with a rigid face and slow step walked out of the room. "Have you said anything to her?" asked Albinia. "I could not help it," said Winifred, narrating what had passed. "Have I done wrong?" Edmund cannot bear to have anything harsh said to her in these moods, especially about her behaviour to himself. He thinks she cannot help it. But it may be well that she should know how it appears to other people, for I cannot bear to see his patient kindness spurned. Only, you know, she values it in her heart. I am afraid we shall have a terrible agony now." Albinia was right. It was the worst agony poor Sophy had ever undergone. She had been all this time ignorant that it was a cross fit, only imagining herself cruelly neglected and cast aside for the sake of Mrs. Ferrars. But the wakening time had either arrived or had been brought by that reproach, and she beheld her conduct in the most abhorrent light. After having desired to be pledged to her share of the covenant, and earnestly longed to bear the cross, to be sworn in as soldier and servant, to have put her neck under the yoke of her old master ere the cross had dried upon her brow, to have been meanly jealous, ungrateful, disrespectful, vindictive. Oh, misery, misery, hopeless misery! She would take no word of comfort when Albinia tried to persuade her that it had been partly the reaction of a mind wrought up to an occasion very simple in its externals, and of a body fatigued by exertion, and then in warm-hearted candor professed that she herself had been thoughtless in neglecting Sophy for Winifred. Still less comfort would she take in her father's free forgiveness, and his sad entreaties that she would not treat these fits of low spirit as a crime, for they were not her fault, but that of her constitution. Then one can't help being hateful and wicked. Nothing is of any use. I had rather you told me I was mad, said poor Sophy. She was so spent and exhausted with weeping that she could not come down. Indeed, between grief and nervousness, she would not eat, and Albinia found Mr. Kendall mournfully persuading her when a stern command would have done more good. Albinia spoke it. Sophy, you have put your father to a great deal of pain already. If you are really grieving over it, you will not hurt him more by making yourself ill. The strong will came into action on the right side, and Sophy sat up, took what was offered, but what was she that they should care for her when she had spoilt mamma's pleasure? Better go and be happy with Mrs. Ferrars. Sophy's next visitor came up with a manly tread, and she almost feared that she had made herself ill enough for the doctor, but it was Mr. Ferrars, with a kind face of pitying sympathy. "May I come to wish my godchild good-bye?" he said. Sophy did not speak, and he looked compassionately at the prone dejection of the whole figure, and the pale sallow face, so piteously mournful. He took her hand, and began to tell her of the godfather's present that he had brought her, a little book of devotions intended for the time when she should be confirmed. Sophy uttered a feeble thank you, but a hopeless one. "Ah, you are feeling as if nothing would do you any good," said Mr. Ferrars. "Papa says so," she answered. "Not quite," said Mr. Ferrars. "He knows that your low spirits are the effect of temperament and health, and that you are not able to prevent yourself from feeling unhappy and aggrieved, and perhaps you reckoned on too much sensible effect from church ordinances. Now, joy, help, all these blessings are seldom revealed to our consciousness, but are matters of faith, and you must be content to work on in faith in the dark before you feel comfort. I cannot but hope that if you will struggle, even when you are hurt and annoyed, to avoid the expression of vexation, the morbid temper will wear out, and you will both be tempted and suffer less as you grow older. And, Sophy, forgive me for asking, do you pray in this unhappy state?" "I cannot. It is not true." "Make it true. Take some verse of a psalm. Shall I mark you some? Repeat them, even if you seem to yourself not to feel them. There is a holy power that will work on you at last, and when you can truly pray, the dark hour will pass." "Mark them," said Sophy. There was some space while she gave him the book, and he showed her the verses. Then he rose to go. "I wish I had not spoilt the visit," she said wistfully at last. "We shall see you again, and we shall know each other better," he said kindly. "You are my godchild now, Sophy, and you know that I must remember you constantly in prayer." "Yes," she faintly said. "And will you promise me to try my remedy? I think it will soften your heart to the graces of the blessed Comforter. And even if all seems gloom within, look out, see others happy, try to rejoice with them, and peace will come in. Now good-bye, my dear godchild, and the God of peace bless you and give you rest." End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of The Young Stepmother by Charlotte Yonge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Mr. Dusitoy had given notice of the day of the confirmation when Mr. Kendall called his wife. "I wonder," he said, "my dear, whether Sophia can spare you to take a walk with me before church." Sophie, who was well aware that a walk with him was the greatest and rarest treat to his wife, gave gracious permission, and in a few minutes they were walking by the bright canal side, under the calm evening sunshine and deep blue sky of early autumn. Mr. Kendall said not a word, and Albinia, leaning on his arm, listened, as it were, to the stillness, or rather to the sounds that marked it, the gurgling of the little streams let off into the water-courses in the meadows, the occasional plunge of the rat from the banks, the sounds from the town, softened by distance, and the far-off cawings of the rooks, which she could just see wheeling about as little black specks over the plantations of Woodside, or watching the swallows assembling for departure, sitting in long ranks, like an ornament along the roof of a neighboring barn. Long, long it was before Mr. Kendall broke silence, but when at length he did speak, his words amazed her extremely. "Albinia, poor Sophia's admission into the church has not been the only neglect. I have never been confirmed. I intend to speak to Dusitoy this evening, but I thought you would wish to know it first." "Thank you. I suppose you went out to India too young." "Poor Maria says truly that no one thought of these things in our day, at least as far as we were concerned. I must explain to you, Albinia, how it is that I see things very differently now from the light in which I once viewed them. I was sent home from India at 6 years old to correspondents and relations to whom I was a burthen. I was placed at a private school where the treatment was of the harsh style so common in those days. The boys always had more tasks than they could accomplish, and were kept employed by being always in arrears with their lessons. This pressed less heavily upon me than on most, but though I seldom incurred punishment, there was a sort of hard distrust of me, I believe because the master could not easily overwhelm me with work, so as to have me in his power. I know I was often unjustly treated, and I never was popular. Yes, I can imagine you extremely miserable. You can understand my resolution that my boys should not be sent to England to be homeless, and how I judged all schools by my own experience. I stayed there too late, till I was beyond both tormentors and masters, and was left to an unlimited appetite for books, chiefly poetry. Our religious instruction was a nullity, and I am only surprised that the results were not worse. India was not likely to supply what education had omitted. Looking back on old journals and the like, I am astonished to see how unsettled my notions were, my sublimity, which was really ignorant childishness, and yet my perfect unconsciousness of my want of Christianity. I dare say you cannot believe it was yourself, any more than I can. What brought other thoughts? Practical obligations made me somewhat less dreamy, and my dear boy Edmund did much for me, but all so insensibly that I can remember no marked change. I do not know whether you will understand me when I say that I had attained to somewhat of what I should call personal religion, such as we often find apart from the church. But, Edmund, you always were a churchman. I was, but I viewed the church merely as an establishment, human, not divine. I had learnt faith from Holy Scripture, from my boy, from the infants who passed away so quickly, and I better understood how to direct the devotional tendencies that I had never been without. But the sacramental system had never dawned on my comprehension, nor the real meaning of Christian fellowship. Thence my isolation. You had never fairly seen the church? Never. It might have made a great difference to me if Dusitoy had been here at the time of my trouble. When he did come, I had sunk into a state whence I could not rouse myself to understand his principles. I can hardly describe how intolerable my life had become. I was almost resolved on returning to India. I believe I should have done so if you had not come to my rescue. What would you have done with the children? To say the truth, I had idolized their brother to such an exclusive degree that I could not turn to the others when he was taken from me. I deserved to lose him, and since I have seen this unfortunate strain of melancholy developed in poor Sophia, who so much resembles him, I have been the more reconciled to his having been removed. I never understood what the others might be until you drew them out." Albinia paused, afraid to press his reserve too far, and the next thing she said was, "I think I understand your distinction between personal religion and sacramental truth. It explains what has often puzzled me about good devout people who did not belong to the church. The visible church cannot save without this individual personal religion, but without having recourse to the church, there is—" she could not find the word. "There is a loss of external aid," he said, "nay, of much more. There is no certainty of receiving the benefits linked by divine power to her ordinances. Faith, in fact, while acknowledging the great object of faith, refuses or neglects to exercise herself upon the very subjects which he has set before her, and in effect would accept him on her terms, not on his own." "It was not refusal on your part," said Albinia. "No, it was rather indifference and imaginary superiority. But I have read and thought much of late, and see more clearly. If I thought of this rite of confirmation at all, it was only as a means of impressing young minds. I now see every evidence that it is the completion of baptismal grace, and without, like poor Sophia, expecting that effects would ever have been perceptible, I think that had I known how to seek after the spirit of counsel and ghostly strength, I might have given way less to the infirmities of my character, and have been less wilfully insensible to obvious duties." "Then you have made up your mind?" "Yes, I shall speak to Mr. Dusitoy at once." And she said, feeling for his sensitive shyness, "No one else need know it, at least." "I should not wish to conceal it from the children," he answered, with his scrupulous candour. He was supine when thought more ill of than he deserved, but he always defended himself from undeserved credit. "Whom do you think I have for a candidate?" said Mr. Dusitoy that evening. "Another now. I thought you were talking to Mr. Kendall about the onslaught on the Pringle pew. What do you think of my churchwarden himself?" "You don't mean that he has never been confirmed?" "So he tells me. He went out to India young, and was never in the way of such things. Well, it will be a great example. Take care what you do. He will never endure having it talked of. I think he has made up his mind, and is above all nonsense. I am sure it is well that I need not examine him. I should soon get beyond my depth." "And what good did his depth ever do to him?" indignantly cried Mrs. Dusitoy, "till that dear good wife of his took him in hand. Don't you remember what a log he was when first we came, how I used to say he gave you subscriptions to get rid of you. Well, well, Fanny, what's the use of recollecting all our foolish first impressions? I always told you he was the most able man in the parish." Fanny laughed merrily at this piece of sagacity, as she said, "Ay, the most able and the least practicable. And the best of it is that his wife has not the most distant idea that she has been the making of him. She nearly quarrelled with me for hinting it. She would have it that Edmund had it all in him, and had only recovered his health and spirits. And indeed it was no wonder she was happy. This step taken of free will by Mr. Kendall was an evidence not only of a powerful reasoning intellect bowed to an act of simple faith, but of a victory over the false shame that had always been a part of his nature. Nor did it apparently cost him as much as his consent to Sophie's admission into the church. The first effort had been the greatest, and he was now too much taken up with deep thoughts of devotion to be sensitive as to the eyes and remarks of the world. The very resolution to bend in faithful obedience to a right usually belonging to early youth, and not obviously enforced to human reason, not made an express condition of salvation, was as a pledge that he would strive to walk for the future in the path of self-denying obedience. Who that saw the manly, well-knit form kneeling among the slight youthful ones around, and the thoughtful, sorrow-marked brow bowed down beneath the apostolic hand, could doubt that such faith and such humble obedience would surely be endowed with a full measure of the spirit of ghostly might, to lead him on in his battle with himself? Those young ones needed the sevenfold veil between them and the fires of youth, but surely the freshening and renewing came most blessedly to the man weary already with sin and woe, and tired out alike with himself and the world, because he had lived to himself alone. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of The Young Stepmother by Charlotte Yonge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Old Mr. Pringle never stirred beyond his parlor, and was invisible to everyone except his housekeeper and doctor, but his tall, square, curtained pew was jealously locked up, and was a grievance to the vicar, who, having been foiled in several attempts, was meditating a fresh one, if, as he told his wife, he could bring his churchwarden up to the scratch, when one Sunday morning the congregation was electrified by the sound of a creak and a shake, and beheld a stout, hale, sunburnt gentleman fighting with a disused door, and finally gaining the victory by strength of hand, admitting himself and a boy among the dust and the cobwebs. Had Mr. Pringle, or rather his housekeeper, made a virtue of necessity? And if so, who could it be? Albinia hailed the event as a fertile source of conjecture, which might stave off dangerous subjects in this Sunday call. But there was no opportunity for any discussion, for Maria was popping about, settling and unsettling everything and everybody, in a state of greater confusion than ever, inextricably entangling her inquiries for Sophy with her explanations about the rheumatism which had kept grandmamma from church, and jumping up to pull down the Venetian blind, which descended awry and went up worse. The lines got into such a hopeless complication that Albinia came to help her, while Mr. Kendall stood dutifully by the fire, in the sentry-like manner in which he always passed that hour, bending now and then to listen and respond to some meek remark of old Mrs. Meadows, and now and then originating one. As to assisting Maria in any pother, he well knew that would be a vain act of chivalry, and he generally contrived to be insensible to her turmoils. Who could that have been in old Pringle's seat? He presently began, appropriating Albinia's cherished morsel of gossip. But he was not allowed to enjoy it, for Miss Meadows broke out, "Oh, Edmund, this blind, I beg your pardon, but if you would help—" He was obliged to move to the window, and nervously clutching his arm, she whispered, "You'll excuse it, I know, but don't mention it, not a word to mamma." Mr. Kendall looked at Albinia to gather what could be this dreadful subject, but the next words made it no longer doubtful. "Ah, you were away. There's no use in explaining, but not a word of Sam Pringle. It would only make her uneasy," she gasped in a floundering whisper, stopping suddenly short, for at that moment the stranger and his son were entering the garden, so near them that they might have seen the three pairs of eyes levelled on them through the wide open end of the unfortunate blind, which was now in the shape of a fan. Albinia's cheeks glowed with sympathy, and she longed for the power of helping her, marvelling how a being so nervously restless and devoid of self-command could pass through a scene likely to be so trying. The bell sounded, and the loud, hearty tones of a manly voice were heard. Albinia looked to see whether her help were needed, but Miss Meadows' whole face was brightened, and moving across the room with unusually even steps, she leant on the arm of her mother's chair, saying, "Mamma, it is Captain Pringle. You remember Samuel Pringle? He settled in the Mauritius, you know, and he was at church this morning with his little boy." There was something piteous in the searching look of inquiry that Mrs. Meadows cast at her daughter's face, but Maria had put it aside with an attempt at a smile as Captain Pringle was announced. He trode hard and spoke loud, and his curly grizzled hair was thrown back from a bronzed open face, full of broad heartiness, as he walked in with outstretched hand, exclaiming, "Well, and how do you do?" shaking with his might the hand that Maria held out. "And how are you, Mrs. Meadows? You see I could not help coming back to see old friends." "Old friends are always welcome, sir," said the old lady warmly. "My son, Mr. Kendall, Sir, Mrs. Kendall," she added, with a becoming old-fashioned movement of introduction. "Very glad to meet you," said the captain, extending to each such a hearty shake of the hand that Albinia suspected he was taking her on trust for Maria's sister. "Your little boy?" asked Mrs. Meadows. "Ay, Arthur, come and make the most of yourself, my man," said he, thumping the shy boy on the back to give him courage. "I've brought him home for his schooling. Quite time, you see, though what on earth I'm to do without him." The boy looked miserable at the words. "Ay, ay," continued his father, "you'll do well enough. I'm not afraid for you, master, but that you'll be happy as your father was before you, when once you have fellows to play with you. Here is Mr. Kendall will tell you so." It was an unfortunate appeal, but Mr. Kendall made the best of it, saying that his boy was very happy at his tutor's. "A private tutor, eh?" said the rough captain. "I'd not thought of that. Neither home nor school. I had rather do it thoroughly, and trust to numbers to choose friends from, and be licked into shape." Poor little Arthur looked as if the process would be severe, and by way of consolation Mrs. Meadows suggested a piece of cake. Maria moved to ring the bell. It was the first time she had stirred since the visitor came in, and he, getting up at the same time, that she might not trouble herself, their eyes met. "I'm very glad to see you again," he exclaimed, catching hold of her hand for another shake. "But, bless me, you are sadly altered. I'm sorry to see you looking so ill." "We all grow old, you know," said Maria, endeavoring to smile, but half strangled by a tear, and looking at that moment as she might have done long ago. "You find many changes." "I hope you find Mr. Pringle pretty well," said Albinia, thinking this might be a relief, and accordingly the kind-hearted captain began ruefully to describe the sad alterations that time had wrought. Then he explained that he had had little correspondence with home, and had only landed 3 days since, so that he was ignorant of all Bayford tidings, and began asking after a multitude of old friends and acquaintance. The Kendalls thought all would go on the better in their absence, and escaped from the record of deaths and marriages, each observing to the other as they left the house that there could be little doubt that nurse's story was true, but both amazed by the effect on Maria, who had never been seen before to sit so long quiet in her chair. Was his wife alive? Albinia thought not, but could not be certain. His presence was evidently happiness to Miss Meadows, but would this last? Would this renewal soothe her, or only make her more restless and unhappy? Albinia found that Sophy's imagination had been quicker than her own. Lucy had brought home the great news of the stranger, and she had leapt at once to the conclusion that it must be the hero of nurse's story, but she had had the resolution to keep the secret from her sister, who was found reproaching her with making mysteries. When Lucy heard that it was Captain Pringle, she was quite provoked. "Only Mr. Pringle's nephew," she said disdainfully. "What was the use of making a fuss? I thought it was someone interesting." Sophy was able to walk to church in the evening, but was made to go in to rest at the vicarage before returning home. While this was being discussed before the porch, Albinia felt a pressure on her arm, and looking round, saw Maria Meadows. "Can you spare me a few moments?" she said, and Albinia turned aside with her to the flagged terrace path between the churchyard and vicarage garden in the light of a half moon. "You were so kind this morning," began Maria, "that I thought, you see it is very awkward, not that I have any idea, but if you would speak to Edmund, I know he is not in the habit, morning visits and—" "Do you wish him to call?" He had been thinking of it. Maria would have been unbounded in her gratitude, but catching herself up, she disclaimed all personal interest. Only she said Edmund knew nothing of anything that had passed. If he did, he would see they would feel. "I think," said Albinia kindly, "that we do know that you had some troubles on that score. Old nurse said something to Sophy, but no other creature knows it." "Ah," exclaimed Maria, "that is what comes of trusting any one. I was so ill when I found out how it had been, that I could not keep it from nurse, but from mamma I did, my poor father being just gone and all. I could not have had her know how much I felt it, the discovery I mean, and it is what I wish her never to do. But oh, Mrs. Kendall, think what it was to find out that when I had been thinking he had only been trifling with me all those years, to find that he had been so unkindly treated. There was his own dear letter to me never unsealed, and there was another to my father, saying in a proud-spirited way that he did not know what he had done to be so served, and he wished I might find happiness, for I would never find one that loved me as well, I who had turned against him in my heart. It was cruel indeed, and you kept it from your mother, said Albinia, beginning to honour her. My poor father was just gone, you know, and I could not be grieving her with what was past and over, and letting her know that my father had broken my heart, as indeed I think he did, though he meant it all for the best. But oh, I thought it hard when Lucy had married the handsomest man in the country, and gone out to India without a word against it, that I might not please myself, because I was papa's favourite. It was very hard not to be made aware of his intentions. Yes, said Maria, for it gave me such a bitter, restless feeling against him, though I ought to have known him better than to think he would give me 1 minute's pain he could help. And then, when I knew the truth, the bitterness all went to poor papa's memory, and yet perhaps he never meant to be unkind either. Albinia said some kind words, and Maria went on. But what I wanted to say was this. Please don't let mamma suspect one bit about it. And next, if Edmund would not mind showing him a little attention, do you think he would, my dear? I do so wish that he should not think we were hurt by his marriage. And you see, 2 lone women can do nothing to make it agreeable. Besides that, it would not be proper. Is his wife living? My dear, I could not make up my tongue to ask, the poor dear boy there and all, but it is all the same. I hope she is, for I would not see him unhappy, and you don't imagine I have any folly in my head. Oh, no, for I know what a fright the fret and the wear of this have made me, and besides, I never could leave mamma. So I trust his wife is living to make him happy, and I shall be more at peace now I have seen him again, since he turned his horse at Bobble's Lay, and said I should soon hear from him again. Indeed, I think you will be happier. There is something very soothing in taking up old feelings and laying them to rest. I hope even now there is less pain than pleasure. I can't help it, said Maria. I do hope it is not wrong, but his very voice has got the old tone in it, as if it were the old lullaby that my poor heart has been beating for all these years. Who would have thought of Maria speaking poetically? But her words did indeed seem to be the truth. In spite of the embarrassment of her situation and the flutter of her feelings, she was in a state of composure unexampled. Albinia had just gratified her greatly by a few words on Captain Pringle's evident good nature, when a tread came behind them. "Ha, you here!" exclaimed the loud, honest voice. "We were taking a turn in the moonlight," said Albinia. "A beautiful night." "Beautiful. Arthur and I have been a bit up the way home with old Goldsmith. There's an evergreen, to be sure. And now, are you bound homewards, Maria?" Maria clung to Albinia's arm. Perhaps in the days of the last parting she had been less careful to be with a chaperone. "Ah, I forgot," said the captain. "Your way lies the other side of the hill. I had very nearly walked into Willow Lawn this morning, only luckily I bethought me of asking." "I hope you will yet walk into Willow Lawn," said Albinia. "Ah, thank you. I should like to see the old place. I dare say it may be transmogrified now, but I think I could find my way blindfold about the old garden. I say, Maria, do you remember that jolly tea party on the lawn, when the frog made one too many?" "That I do." Maria could not utter more, and Albinia said she was afraid he would miss a great deal. "I reckoned on that when I came home. Changes everywhere, but after the one great change," he added mournfully, "the others tell less. One has the less heart to care for an old tree or an old path." Albinia felt sure he could mean only one great change, but they were now at Mrs. Meadows's door, and Maria wished them good night, giving a most grateful squeeze of the hand to Mrs. Kendall. "Where are you bound now?" asked the captain. "Back to the vicarage, to take up my husband and the girls," said Albinia. "But good night. I am not afraid." The captain, however, chose to continue a squire of dames, and walked at her side, presently giving utterance to a sound of commiseration. "Ah, well, poor Maria, I never thought to see her so altered. Why, she had the prettiest bloom. I dare say you remember. But I beg your pardon, somehow I thought you were her elder sister." "Mr. Kendall's first wife was," said Albinia, pitying the poor man. But Captain Pringle was not a man for awkwardness, and the short whistle with which he received her answer set her off laughing. "I beg your pardon," he said, recovering himself, "but you see I am all astray, like a man buried and dug up again, so no wonder I make strange blunders, and my poor uncle is grown so childish that he does not know one person from another, and began by telling me Maria Meadows had married and gone out to India. I had not had a letter these 7 years, so I thought it was high time to bring my boy home and renew old times, though how I am ever to go back without him." "Is he your only one?" "Yes, I lost his mother when he was 6 years old, and we have been all the world to each other since, till I began to think I was spoiling him outright, and it was time he should see what old England was made of." Albinia had something like a discovery to impart now, but she hated the sense of speculating on the poor man's intentions. He talked so much that he saved her trouble in replying, and presently resumed the subject of Maria's looks. "She has had a harassed life, I fear," said Albinia. "Ay, old Meadows was a terrible old tyrant, I believe, but she was his pet. I thought he refused her nothing, but there's no trusting such a Turk. Oh, ah, I dare say," as if replying to something within. And then, having come to the vicarage wicket, Albinia took leave of him and ran indoors, answering the astonished queries as to how she had been employed, walking home with Aunt Maria and Captain Pringle. It was rather a relief at such a juncture that Lucy's curious eyes should be removed. Mr. Ferrars came to talk his wife's state over with his sister. Her children were too much for Winifred, and he wished to borrow Lucy for a few weeks, till a governess could be found for them. It struck Albinia that this would be an excellent thing for Genevieve Durand, and she at once contrived to ask her to tea, and privately propound the plan. Genevieve faltered much of thanks, and said that Madam was very good, but the next morning a note was brought in, which caused a sudden change of countenance. "My dear Madam, I was so overwhelmed with your kindness last night, and so unwilling to appear ungrateful, that perhaps I left you under a false impression. I entreat you not to enter on the subject with my grandmamma or my aunt. They would grieve to prevent what they would think for my advantage, and would, I am but too sure, make any sacrifice on my account. But they are no longer young, and though my aunt does not perceive it, I know that the real work of the school depends on me, and that she could not support the fatigue if I left unassisted. They need their little Genevieve, likewise, to amuse them in their evenings. And forgive me, Madam, I could not, without ingratitude, forsake them now. Thus, though with the utmost sense of your kindness, I must beg of you to pardon me, and not to think me ungrateful, if I decline the situation so kindly offered to me by Mr. Ferrars, thanking you 10,000 times for your too partial recommendation, and entreating you to pardon your most grateful and humble servant, Genevieve Celeste Durant." "There," said Albinia, tossing the note to her brother, who was the only person present excepting Gilbert. "Poor Albinia," he said, "it is hard to be disappointed in a bit of patronage." "I never meant it as patronage," said Albinia, slightly hurt. "I thought it would help you, and rescue her from that school. There will she spend the best years of her life in giving a second-rate education to third-rate girls, not one of whose parents can appreciate her, till she will grow as wizened and as wooden as Mademoiselle herself." "Happily," said Mr. Ferrars, "there are worse things than being spent in one's duty. She may be doing an important work in her sphere." "So does a horse in a mill," exclaimed Albinia. "But you would not put a hunter there." Yes, yes, I know. Education, and these girls wanting right teaching. But she, poor child, has been but half educated herself, and has not time to improve herself. If she does good, it is by force of sheer goodness, for they all look down upon her as much as vulgarity can upon refinement." "I told her so," exclaimed Gilbert. "I told her it was the only way to teach them what she was worth." "What did you know of the matter?" asked Albinia, and the colour mounted in the boy's face as he muttered, "She was overcome when she came down. She said you had been so kind, and we were obliged to walk up and down before she could compose herself, for she did not want the old ladies to know anything about it." "And she did not wish to go?" "No, though I did the best I could. I told her what a jolly place it was, and that the children would be a perfect holiday to her, and I showed her it would not be like going away, for she might come over here whenever she pleased, and when I have my horse I would come and bring her word of the old ladies once a week." "Inducements indeed," said Mr. Ferrars, "and she could not be incited by any of these?" "No," said Gilbert, "she would not hear of leaving the old women. She was only afraid it would vex Mrs. Kendall, and she could not bear not to take the advice of so kind a friend, she said. You are not going to be angry with her?" he added. "No," said Albinia, "one cannot but honour her motives, though I think she is mistaken, and I am sorry for her. But she knows better than to be afraid of me." With which assurance Gilbert quitted the room, and the next moment, hearing the front door, she exclaimed, "I do believe he is gone to tell her how I took the announcement." Morris gave a significant hem, to which his sister replied, "Nonsense." Very romantic consolations and confidences. "Not at all. They have been used to each other all their lives, and he used to be the only person who knew how to behave to her, so no wonder they are great friends. As to anything else, she is 19, and he is not 16. One great use of going to school is to save lads from that silly pastime. I advise you to look to these moonlight escortings. One would think you were an old dowager, Morris. I suppose Colonel Bury may not escort Miss Mary." "Ah, Albinia, you are a very naughty child still." "Of course, when you are here to keep me in order, I wish I never were so at other times when it is not so safe." Mr. Kendall was kind and civil to Captain Pringle, and though the boisterous manner seemed to affect him like a thunderstorm, Maria imagined they were delighted with one another. Maria was strangely serene and happy, her querulous, nervous manner smoothed away, as if rest had come to her at last, and even if the renewed intercourse were only to result in a friendship, there was hope that the troubled spirit had found repose, now that misunderstandings were over and the sore sense of ill usage appeased. Yet Albinia was startled one day when Mr. Kendall summoned her, saying, "It is all over. She has refused him." Impossible. She could only have left half her sentence unsaid. "Too certain. She will not leave her mother. Is that all? Of course it is. He told me the whole affair, and certainly Mr. Meadows was greatly to blame. He let Maria give this man every encouragement, believing his property larger and his expectations more secure than was the case, and when the proposal was made, having discovered his mistake, he sent a peremptory refusal, giving him reason to suppose her a party to the rejection. Captain Pringle sailed in anger, but it appears that his return has revived his former feelings, and that he has found out that poor Maria was a greater sufferer than himself. Why does he come to you? To consult me. He wishes me to persuade poor old Mrs. Meadows to go out to the Mauritius, which is clearly impossible, but Maria must not be sacrificed again. Would the Drurys make her comfortable, or could she not live alone with her maid? She might live here. Albinia, think a little. I can think of nothing else. Let her have the morning room, and Sophie's little room, and Lucy and I would do our best for her. No, that is out of the question. I would not impose such charge upon you on any consideration. Albinia's face became humble and remorseful. Yes, she said, perhaps I am too impatient and flighty. That was not what I meant, he said, but I do not think it right that a person with no claims of relationship should be made a burthen on you. No claims, Edmund, said she softly. In whose place have you put me? He was silent, then said, No, it must not be, my kind Albinia. She is a very good old lady, but Sophie and she would clash, and I cannot expose the child to such a trial. I dare say you are right, pensively said Albinia, perceiving that her plan had been inconsiderate, and that it would require the wisdom, tact, and gentleness of a model woman to deal with such discordant elements. What are you going to do? As he took up his hat, are you going to see Maria? May I come with you? If you please, but do not mention this notion. There is no necessity for such a tax on you, and such an arrangement should never be rashly made. He asked whether Miss Meadows could see him, and awaited her alone in the dining-room, somewhat to the surprise of his wife, but either he felt that there was a long arrear of kindness owing, or feared to trust Albinia's impulsive generosity. Meantime, Albinia found the poor old lady in much uneasiness and distress. Her daughter fancied it right to keep her in ignorance of the crisis, but Maria was not the woman to conceal her feelings, and her nervous misery had revealed all that she most wished to hide. Too timid to take her confidence by storm, her mother had only exchanged surmises and observations with Betty, and was in a troubled condition of affectionate curiosity and anxiety. Albinia was a welcome visitor, since it was a great relief to hear what had really taken place, and to know that Mr. Kendall was with Maria. Oh, that is kind, she said, but he must tell her not to think of me. I am an old woman, good for nothing but to be put out of the way, and she has gone through quite enough. You will not let her give it up. Tell her I have not many more years to live, and anything is good enough for me. That would hardly comfort her, said Albinia affectionately. But indeed, dear grandmamma, I hope we shall convince her that we can do something to supply her place. Ah, my dear, you are very kind, but nobody can be like a daughter. But don't tell Maria so. Poor dear love, she may never have another chance. Such a beautiful place out there, and Mr. Pringle's property must come to him at last. Bless me, what will Sarah Drury say? And such a good, attentive man. Besides, she would never hear of any one else. Her poor papa never knew. Oh, she must have him. It is all nonsense to think of me. I only wish I was dead out of the way." There was a strong mixture of unselfish love and fear of solitude, of the triumph of marrying a daughter and dread of separation, of affection and of implanted worldliness, touching Albinia at one moment and paining her at another. But she soothed and caressed the old lady, and was a willing listener to what was meant for a history of the former transaction. But as it started from old Mr. Pringle's grandfather, it had only proceeded as far as the wedding of the captain's father and mother, when it was broken off by Mr. Kendall's entrance. "Oh, my dear Mr. Kendall, and what does poor Maria say? It is so kind in you. I hope you have taken her in hand and told her it is quite another thing now, and her poor dear papa would think so. She must not let this opportunity pass, for she may never have another. Did you tell her so?" "I told her that, under the circumstances, she has no alternative but to accept Captain Pringle." "Oh, thank you. And does she?" "She has given me leave to send him to her." "I am so much obliged. I knew that nobody but you could settle it for her, poor dear girl. She is so young and inexperienced, and one is so much at a loss without a gentleman. But this is very kind. I did not expect it in you, Mr. Kendall. And will you see Mr. Pettylove, and do all that is proper about settlements, as her poor dear papa would have done. Poor Pettylove, he was once very much in love with Maria." In this mood of triumph and felicity, the old lady was left to herself and her daughter. Albinia, on the way home, begged to hear how Mr. Kendall had managed Maria, and found that he had simply told her, in an authoritative tone, that after all that had passed, she had no choice but to accept Captain Pringle, and that he had added a promise, equally vague and reassuring, of being a son to Mrs. Meadows. Such injunctions from such a quarter had infused new life into Maria, and in the course of the afternoon Albinia met the captain with the mother and daughter, one on each arm, Maria in recovered bloom and brilliancy, and Mrs. Meadows's rheumatism forgotten in the glory of exhibiting her daughter engaged. For form's sake, secrecy had been mentioned, but the world of Bayford had known of the engagement a fortnight before took place. Sophy had been questioned upon it by Mary Wolfe 2 hours ere she was officially informed, and was sore with the recollection of her own ungracious professions of ignorance. "So it is true," she said. "I don't mind, since Arthur is not a girl." Mr. Kendall laughed so heartily that Sophy looked to Albinia for explanation, but even on the repetition of her words she failed to perceive anything ridiculous in them. "Why, mamma," she said impressively, "if you had been like Aunt Maria, I should—" she paused and panted for sufficient strength of phrase, "I should have run away and begged. Papa laughs, but I am sure he remembers when grandmamma and Aunt Maria wanted to come and live here." He looked as if he remembered it only too well. "Well, papa," pursued Sophy, "we heard the maids saying that they knew it would not do, for all Mr. Kendall was so still and steady, for Miss Meadows would worret the life out of a lead pincushion." "Hem," said Mr. Kendall. "Albinia, do you think after all we are doing Captain Pringle any kindness?" "He is the best judge." "Nay, he may think himself bound in honour and compassion. He may be returning to an old ideal." "People like Captain Pringle are not apt to have ideals," said Albinia, "nor do I think Maria will be so trying. Do you remember that creeper of Lucy's, all tendrils and catching leaves, which used to lie sprawling about, entangling everything, till she gave it a prop, when it instantly found its proper development and offered no further molestation? All was not, however, smooth water as yet. the captain invaded Mr. Kendall the next morning in despair at Maria having recurred to the impossibility of leaving her mother, and wanting him to wait till he could reside in England. This could not be till his son was grown up, and 10 years were a serious delay. Mr. Kendall suspected her of a latent hope that the captain would end by remaining at home, but he was a man of sense and determination, who would have thought it unjustifiable weakness to sacrifice his son's interests and his own usefulness. He would promise that if all were alive and well, he would bring Maria back in 10 or 12 years' time, but he would not sooner relinquish his duties, and he was very reluctant to become engaged on such terms. No one less silly than poor Maria would have thought of such a proposal, was Mr. Kendall's comment afterwards to his wife. 12 years! No one would be able to live with her by that time. I cannot help respecting the unselfishness, said Albinia. One-sided unselfishness, quoth Mr. Kendall. I am sick of the whole business. I wish I had never interfered. I cannot get an hour to myself. He might be excused for the complaint on that day of negotiations and counter-negotiations, which gave no one any rest, especially after Mrs. Drury arrived with all the rights of a relation, set on making it evident that whoever was to be charged with Mrs. Meadows, it was not herself, and enforcing that nothing could be more comfortable than that Lucy Kendall should set up housekeeping with her dear grandmamma. Every one gave advice, and nobody took it. Mrs. Meadows cried. Maria grew hysterical. The captain took up his hat and walked out of the house, and Albinia thought it would be very good in him ever to venture into it again. The next morning Mr. Kendall ordered his horse early and hastened his breakfast, told Albinia not to wait dinner for him, and rode off by one gate without looking behind him, as the other opened to admit Captain Pringle. She marvelled whither he had fled, and thought herself fortunate in having only 2 fruitless discussions in his absence. Not till 8 o'clock did he make his appearance, and then it was in an unhearing, unseeing mood, so that nothing could be extracted, except that he did not want any dinner, and it was not till late in the evening that he abruptly announced, "Lucy is coming home on Wednesday. Colonel Bury will bring her to Woodside." "What, have you heard from Morris?" "No, I have been at Fairmead." "You, to-day? How was Winifred?" "Better, I believe." "How does she like the governess?" "I did not hear." Gradually something oozed out about Lucy having been happy and valuable, and after Sophy had gone to bed he inquired how the courtship was going on. "Worse than ever," Albinia said. "I suppose it must end in this." "In what?" "If there is no more satisfactory arrangement, I suppose we must receive Mrs. Meadows." If Albinia could but have heard what a scolding her brother was undergoing from his vivacious wife. As if poor Albinia had not enough on her hands, of all inmates in the world, when Mr. Kendall himself did not like it. Well, Morris would certainly have advised Sinbad to request the honour of taking the Old Man of the Sea for a promenade, a shovel. There was an end of Albinia. There would never be any room in her house, and she would never be able to come from home. And after having seen her worked to death, he to advise! "I did not advise, I only listened. What he came for was to silence his conscience and his wife by saying, 'Your brother thinks it out of the question.' Now to this my conscience would not consent." "More shame for it, then." "I could not say I thought these 2 people's happiness should be sacrificed, or the poor old woman left desolate. Albinia has spirits and energy for a worse infliction, and Edmund Kendall himself is the better for every shock to his secluded habits. If it is a step I would never dare advise, still less would I dare dissuade." "Well, I thought Mr. Kendall, at least, had more sense." "Nothing is so provoking as to see others more unselfish than ourselves. All I have to say," concluded Mrs. Ferrars, walking off, "is, I wish there was a law against people going and marrying two wives." Albinia was in no haste to profit by her husband's consent to her proposal. The more she revolved it, the more she foresaw the discomfort for all parties. She made every effort to devise the more satisfactory arrangement, but nothing would occur. The Drurys would not help, and the poor old lady could not be left alone. Her maid Betty, who had become necessary to her comfort, was not a trustworthy person, and could not be relied on either for honesty or for not leaving her mistress too long alone. And when the notion was broached of boarding Mrs. Meadows with some family in the place, the conviction arose that when she had grandchildren there was no reason for leaving her to strangers. Finally the proposal was made, and as instantly rejected by Maria. It was very kind, but her mother could never be happy at Willow Lawn, never, and the tone betrayed some injury at such a thing being thought possible. But just as the Kendalls had begun to rejoice at having cleared their conscience at so slight a cost, Captain Pringle and Miss Meadows made their appearance, and Maria presently requested that Mrs. Kendall would allow her to say a few words. "I am afraid you thought me very rude and ungrateful," she began, "but the truth was, I did not think dear mamma would ever bear to live here, my poor dear sister and all. But since that, I have been talking it over with the dear captain. Thinks that since you are so kind, and dear Edmund, more than I could ever have dared to expect, that I could not do better than just to sound mamma." There was still another vicissitude. Mrs. Meadows would not hear of being thrust on any one, and was certain that Maria had extorted an invitation. She would never be a burden upon any one. Young people liked company and amusement, and she was an old woman in every one's way. She wished she were in her coffin, with poor dear Mr. Meadows, who would have settled it all. Maria fell back into the depths of despair, and was all lugubrious, till Mr. Kendall, in the most tender and gentle manner, expressed his hopes that Mrs. Meadows would consider the matter, telling her that his wife and children would esteem it a great privilege to attend on her, and that he should be very grateful if she would allow them to try to supply Maria's place. And Albinia, in her coaxing tone, described the arrangement, how the old furniture should stand in the sitting-room, and how Lucy would attend to her carpet-work, and what nice walks the sunny garden would afford, and how pleasant it would be not to have the long hill between them, till grandmamma forgot all her scruples in the fascination of that sweet face and caressing manner, and she owned that poor old Willow Lawn always was like home, and finally promised to come. Before the evening was over, the wedding day was fixed. What Sophy briefly termed the fuss about Aunt Maria had been so tedious that it almost dispelled all poetical ideas of courtship. If Captain Pringle had been drowned at sea, and Aunt Maria pined herself into her grave, it would have been much more proper and affecting. Sophy heard of the arrangement without remark, and quietly listened to Albinia's explanation that she was not to be sent up to the attics, but was to inhabit the spare room, which was large enough to serve her for a sitting-room. But in the evening Mr. Kendall happened in her absence to take up the book which she had been reading, and did not perceive at once on her entrance that she wanted it. When he did so, he yielded it with a few kind words of apology, but this vexation had been sufficient to bring down the thundercloud which had been lowering since the morning. There were no signs of clearance the next day, but Albinia had too much upon her hands to watch the symptoms, and was busy making measurements for the furniture in the morning room when Mr. Kendall came in. "I have been thinking," he said, "that it is a pity to disturb this room. I dare say Mrs. Meadows would prefer that below stairs. It used to be her parlor, where she always sat when I first knew the house." "The dining room? How could we spare that?" "No, the study." Albinia remained transfixed. "We could put the books here and in the dining room," he continued, "until next spring, when, as your brother said, we can build a new wing on the drawing-room side." "And what is to become of you?" she continued. "Perhaps you will admit me here," he said, smiling, for he was pleased with himself. "Turn me out when I am in the way." "Oh, Edmund, how delightful! See, we shall put your high desk under the window, and your chair in your own corner. This will be the pleasantest place in the house, with you and your books. Dear Winifred, she did me one of her greatest services when she made me keep this room habitable, and I think Sophy will not object to give up her present little room for my dressing-room. Shall you, my dear?" said he, anxious to judge of her temper by her reply. "I don't care," she said. "I don't want any difference made to please me. I think that weak." "Sophy," began Albinia indignantly, but Mr. Kendall stopped her, and made her come down to consider of the proposal in the study. That study, once an oppressive rival to the bride, now not merely vanquished, but absolutely abandoned by its former captive. "Don't say anything to her," said Mr. Kendall, as they went downstairs. "Of course her spirits are one consideration, but were it otherwise, I could not see you give up your private room." "It is very kind in you, but indeed I can spare mine better than you can," said Albinia. "I am afraid you will never feel out of the whirl." "Yours would be a loss to us all," said Mr. Kendall. "The more inmates there are in a house, the more needful to have them well assorted." "Just so, and that makes me afraid." "Of me? No, Albinia, I will try not to be a check on your spirits." "You? Oh, I meant that we should disturb you." "You never disturb me, Albinia, and it is not what it was when the children's voices were untrained and unsubdued." "I can't say much for Master Morris's voice." He smiled. He had never yet found those joyous notes de trop, and he continued, "Your room is of value and use to us all. Mine has been of little benefit to me, and none to any one else. I wish I could as easily leave behind me all the habits I have fostered there." "Edmund, it is too good. When poor Sophy recovers her senses, she will feel it, for I believe that morning room would have been a great loss to her." "It was too much to ask in her present state. I should have come to the same conclusion without her showing how much this plan cost her, for nothing can be plainer than that while she continues subject to these attacks she must have some retreat." "Yet," ventured Albinia, "if you think solitude did you no good, do you think letting these fits have their swing is good for Sophy?" "I cannot drive her about. They must not be harshly treated," he answered quickly. "Resistance can only come from within. Compulsion is worse than useless. Poor child, it is piteous to watch that state of dull misery. On other grounds, I am convinced this is the best plan. The communication with the offices will prevent that maid from being always on the stairs. Mrs. Meadows will have her own visitors more easily, and will get out of doors sooner, and I think she will be better pleased. Yes, It will be a much better plan for everyone but Mr. Kendall himself," said Albinia, "and if he can be happy with us, we shall be all the happier. So this was the old sitting-room." "Yes, I knew them first here," he said. "It used to be cheerful then, and I dare say you can make it the same again. We must dismantle it before Mrs. Meadows or Maria come to see it, or it will remind them of nothing but the days when I was recovering, and anything but grateful for their attention. Yes," he added, "poor Mrs. Meadows bore most gently and tenderly with a long course of moroseness. I am glad to have it in my power to make any sort of amends, though it is chiefly through you." Albinia might well be very happy. It was her moment of triumph, and whatever might be her fears for the future and uneasiness at Sophy's discontent, nothing could take away the pleasure of finding herself deliberately preferred to the study. Sophy did not fail to make another protest, and when told that it was not solely on her account, the shame of having fancied herself so important rendered her ill humor still more painful and deplorable. It was vain to consult her about the arrangements. She would not care about anything, except that by some remarkable effect of her perverse condition, she had been seized with a penchant for maize color and blue for the bridesmaids, and was deeply offended when Albinia represented that they would look like a procession of macaws, and her aunt declared that Sophy herself would be the most sacrificed by such colors. She made herself so grim that Maria broke up the consultation by saying good-humoredly, "Yes, we will settle it when Lucy comes home." "Yes," muttered Sophy, "Lucy is ready for any sort of nonsense." Mr. and Mrs. Kendall went to Woodside to meet Lucy, hoping that solitude would be beneficial. Albinia grieved at the manifestations of these, her sullen fits, if only because they made Lucy feel herself superior. In truth, Lucy was superior in temper, amiability, and all the qualities that smooth the course of life, and it was very pleasant to greet her pretty bright face, so full of animation. "Dear grandmamma going to live with us! Oh, how nice! I can always take care of her when you are busy, mamma." That accommodating spirit was absolute refreshment, and long before Albinia reached home, the task of keeping the household contented seemed many degrees easier. A grand wedding was expected, so all the Bayford flies were bespoken 3 deep. A cake was ordered from Gunter, and so many invitations sent out that Albinia speculated how all were to come alive out of the little dining-room. And Mr. Kendall, the presiding gentleman. He had hardly seemed aware of his impending fate till the last evening, when, as the family were separating at night, he sighed disconsolately and said, "I am as bad as you are, Sophy." It woke her first comfortable smile. Experience had, however, shown him that such occasions might be survived, and he was less to be pitied than his daughter, who felt as if she and her great brown face would be the mark of all beholders. Poor Sophy! All scenes were to her like daguerreotypes in a bad light. She saw nothing but herself distorted. And yet she was glad that the period of anticipation had consumed itself and its own horrors, and found herself not insensible to the excitement of the occasion. Lucy was joyous beyond description, looking very pretty, and solicitously decorating her sister, while both bestowed the utmost rapture on their stepmother's appearance. Having learnt at last what Bayford esteemed a compliment, she had commissioned her London aunts to send her what she called an unexceptionable garment, and so well did they fulfil their orders that not only did her little son scream, "Mamma, pretty, pretty!" and Gilbert stand transfixed with admiration, but it called forth Mr. Kendall's first personal remark, "Albinia, you look remarkably well," and Mrs. Meadows reckoned among the honours done to her Maria that Mrs. Kendall wore a beautiful silk dress and a lace bonnet, sent down on purpose from London. Maria Meadows made a very nice bride, leaning on her brother-in-law, and not more agitated than became her well. The haggard, restless look had long been gone. Repose had taken away the lean sharpness of countenance. The really pretty features had fair play, and she was astonishingly like her niece Lucy, and did not look much older. Her bridegroom was so beaming and benignant that it might fairly be hoped that even if force of habit should bring back fretfulness, he had a stock of happiness sufficient for both. The chairs were jammed so tight round the table that it was by a desperate struggle that people took their seats, and Mr. Dusitoy's conversation was a series of apologies for being unable to keep his elbows out of his neighbour's way while carving, and poor Sophy, whose back was not 2 feet from the fire, was soon obliged to retreat. She had gained the door before any one perceived her, and then her brother and sister both followed. Albinia was obliged to leave her to their care, being in the innermost recesses, where moving was impossible. There was not much the matter, she only wanted rest, and Gilbert undertook to see her safely home. "I shall be heartily glad to get away," he said. "There is no breathing in there, and they'll begin talking the most intolerable nonsense presently. Besides, I want to be at home to take baby down to the gate, to halloo at the 4 white horses from the King's Head. Come along, Sophy." "Mind you don't make her walk too fast," said the careful Lucy, "and take care how you take off your muslin, Sophy. You had better go to the nursery for help." Gilbert did not seem inclined to hurry his sister as they came near Madame Belmarch's. He lingered, and presently said, "Should you be too tired to come in here for a moment?" It was an intolerable shame that none of them were asked. Mamma did beg for Genevieve, but there was so little room, and the Drurys did not like it. Mrs. Drury said it would only be giving her a taste for things above her station. Then Mrs. Drury should never come out of the scullery. I am sure she looks as if her station was to black the kettles, cried Gilbert, with some domestic confusion in his indignation. Didn't she look like a housekeeper with her mistress's things on by mistake? She did not look like mamma, certainly, said Sophy. Mamma looked no more aware that she had on those pretty things than if she had been in her old grey. Mamma, yes. Mrs. Drury might try 70 years to look like mamma, or Genevieve either. Put Genevieve into satin or into brown holland, you couldn't help her looking 10 times more the lady than Mrs. Drury ever will. But come in, I have got a bit of the cake for them here, and they will like to see you all figged out, as they have missed all the rest of the show. Aunt Maria might have cared for her old mistress. Sophy wished to be amiable, and refrained from objecting. It was a holiday in honour of cette chère élève of 25 years since, and the present pupils were from their several homes watching for the first apparition of the 4 greys from the King's Head, with the 8 white satin rosettes at their 8 ears. Madame Belmarch and her daughter were discovered in the parlour, cooking with a stew-pan over the fire a concoction which Sophy guessed to be a conserve of the rose-leaves yearly begged of the pupils, which were chiefly useful as serving to be boiled up at any leisure moment to make a cosmetic for mademoiselle's complexion. She had diligently used it these 45 years, but the effect was not encouraging, as Brown, wrinkled, with her frizzled front awry, with not stainless white apron, and a long pewter spoon, She turned round to confront the visitors in their wedding finery. But what Frenchwoman ever was disconcerted? Away went the spoon, forward she sprang, both hands outstretched, with her little black eyes twinkling with pleasure. "Ah, but this is goodness itself," said she, in the English wherein she flattered herself no French idiom appeared. "You are come to let us participate in your rejoicing. Let me but summon Genevieve. The poor child is at every free moment trying to perfectionate her music in the schoolroom." Madame Belmarch had arisen to receive the guests with her dignified courtesy and heartfelt felicitations, which were not over when Genevieve tripped in, all freshness and grace, with her neat little collar and the dainty black apron that so prettily marked her slender waist. One moment, and she had arranged a resting place for Sophy, and as she understood Gilbert's errand, quickly introduced from a corner cupboard a plate, on which he handed it to the other two ladies, who meanwhile paid their compliments in the most perfect style. The history of the morning was discussed, and Madame Belmarch described her sister's wedding, and the curiosity which she had shared with the bride for the first sight of Le Futur, when the two sisters had been brought from their convent for the marriage. "But how could she get to like him?" cried Sophy. "My sister was too well brought up a young girl to acknowledge a preference," replied Madame Belmarch. "Ah, my dear, you are English. You do not understand these things." "No," said Sophy, "I can't understand how people can marry without loving. How miserable they must be." "On the contrary, my dear, especially if one continued to live with one's mother. It is far better to earn the friendship and esteem of a husband than to see his love grow cold." "And was your sister happy?" asked Sophy abruptly. "Ah, my dear, never were husband and wife more attached. My brother-in-law joined the army of the Prince de Conde, and never was seen after the day of Valmy, and my sister pined away and died of grief. My daughter and granddaughter go to the Catholic burying ground at Hadminster on her fête day, to dress her grave with immortelles." Now Sophy knew why the strip of garden grew so many of the grey-leaved, woolly-stemmed, little yellow and white everlasting flowers. Good madam began to regret having saddened her on this day of joy. "Oh no," said Sophy, "I like sad things best." "Mais non, my child, that is not the way to go through life," said the old lady, affectionately. "Look at me. How could I have lived had I not always turned to the bright side? Do not think of sorrow. It is always near enough." This conversation had made an impression on Sophy, who took the first opportunity of expressing her indignation at the system of mariages de convenance. "And mamma, she said if people began with love, it always grew cold. Now, has not papa loved you better and better every day?" Albinia could not be displeased, though it made her blush, and she could not answer such a home push. "We don't quite mean the same things," she said evasively. "Madam is thinking of passion independent of esteem or confidence. But, Sophy, this is enough even for a wedding day. Let us leave it off with our finery and resume daily life." "Only tell me one thing, mamma." "Well." She paused and brought it out with an effort. It had evidently occupied her for a long time. "Mamma, must not every one with feeling be in love once in their life?" "Well done, reserve," thought Albinia. But she is only a child after all. Not a blush, only those great eyes seeming ready to devour my answer. What ought it to be? Whatever it is, she will brood on it till her time comes. I must begin, or I shall grow nervous. Dear Sophy, these are not things good to think upon. There is quite enough to occupy a Christian woman's heart and soul without that. no need for her feelings to shrivel up for want of exercise. No, I don't believe in the passion once in the life being a fate, and pray don't you, my Sophy, or you may make yourself very silly or very unhappy, or both." Sophy drew up her head, and her brown skin glowed. Albinia feared that she had said the wrong thing, and affronted her, but it was all working in the dark. At any rate, the sullenness was dissipated, and there were no tokens of a recurrence. Sophy set herself to find ways of making amends for the past, and as soon as she had begun to do little services for grandmamma, she seemed to have forgotten her gloomy anticipations, even while some of them were partly realized. For, as it would be more than justice to human nature to say that Mrs. Meadows's residence at Willow Lawn was a perfect success, so it would be less than justice to call it a failure. To put the darker side first, grandmamma's interest in life was to know the proceedings of the whole household, and comment on each. Now Albinia could endure housewifely advice, some espionage on her servants, and even counsel about her child, but she could not away with the anxiety that would never leave Sophy alone, tried to force her sociability, and regretted all extra studies, unable to perceive the delicate treatment her disposition needed, and Sophy, in the intolerance of early girlhood, was wretched at hearing poor grandmamma's petty views and narrow ignorant prejudices. She might resolve to be filial and agreeable, but too often found herself just achieving a moody, disgusted silence, or else bursting out with some true but unbecoming reproof. On the whole, all did well. Mrs. Meadows was happy. She enjoyed the animation of the larger party, liked their cheerful faces, grew fond of Morris, and daily more dependent on Lucy and Mrs. Kendall. Probably she had never before had so much of her own way, and her gentle, placid nature was left to rest, instead of being constantly worried. Her son-in-law was kind and gracious, though few words passed between them, and he gave her a sense of protection. Indeed, his patience and good humour were exemplary. He never complained, even when he was driven from the dining-room by the tablecloth to find Morris rioting in the morning-room, and a music lesson in the drawing-room, or still worse, when he heard the Drurys everywhere. And he probably would have submitted quietly for the rest of his life, had not Albinia insisted on bringing forward the plan of building. When Captain and Mrs. Pringle returned to Bayford to take leave, they found grandmamma so thoroughly at home that Maria could find no words to express her gratitude. Maria herself could hardly have been recognized, she had grown so like her husband in look and manner. If her sentences did not always come to their legitimate development, they no longer seemed blown away by a frosty wind, but pushed aside by fresh kindly impulses, and her pride in the captain, and the rest in his support, had set her at peace with all the world and with herself. A comfortable, comely, happy matron was she, and even her few weeks beyond the precincts of Bayford had done something to enlarge her mind. It was as if her education had newly begun. The fixed aim, and the union with a practical man, had opened her faculties, not deficient in themselves, but contracted and nipped by the circumstances which she had not known how to turn to good account. Such a fresh stage in middle life comes to some few, like the midsummer shoot to repair the foliage that has suffered a spring blight. But it cannot be reckoned on, and Mrs. Pringle would have been a more effective and self-possessed woman, a better companion to her husband, and with more root in herself, had Maria Meadows learnt to tune her nerves and her temper in the overthrow of her early hopes. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of The Young Stepmother by Charlotte Yonge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Morris Ferrars was a born architect, with such a love of brick and mortar that it was meritorious in him not to have overbuilt Fairmead Parsonage. With the sense of giving him an agreeable holiday, his sister wrote to him in February that Gilbert's little attic was at his service if he would come and give his counsel as to the building project. Mr. Kendall disliked the trouble and disturbance as much as Morris loved it, but he quite approved and submitted, provided they asked him no questions. He gave them free leave to ruin him, and set out to take Sophie for a drive, leaving the brother and sister to their calculations. Of ruin there was not much danger. Mr. Kendall had a handsome income, and had always lived within it, and Albinia's fortune had not appeared to her a reason for increased expense, so there was a sufficient sum in hand to enable Mr. Ferrars to plan with freedom. A new drawing-room, looking northwards with bedrooms over it, was the matter of necessity, and Albinia wished for a bay window, and would like to indulge Lucy by a conservatory, filling up the angle to the east, with glass doors opening into the drawing-room and hall. Morris drew, and she admired, and thought all so delightful that she began to be taken with scruples as to luxury. "No," said Morris, "these are not mere luxuries. You have full means, and it is a duty to keep your household fairly comfortable and at ease. Crowded as you are with rather incongruous elements, you are bound to give them space enough not to clash." "They don't clash, except poor Sophie. Gilbert and Lucy are elements of union, with more plaster of Paris than stone in their nature." "Pray, has Kendall made up his mind what to do with Gilbert?" "I have heard nothing lately. I hope he is grown too old for India." "Gilbert is rather too well off for his good," said Mr. Ferrars. "The benefit of a profession is not evident enough. I know what I wish. If he could but be Mr. Dusitoy's curate, in 5 or 6 years' time, what glorious things we might do with the parish." "Eh, is that his wish?" "I have sometimes hoped that his mind is taking that turn. He is ready to help in anything for the poor people. Once he told me he never wished to look beyond Bayford for happiness or occupation, but I did not like to draw him out because of his father's plans." "Why, what have you drawn? The almshouses?" "I could do no other when I was improving Gilbert's house for him." "That would be the real improvement. How pretty! I will keep them for him." The second post came in, bringing a letter from Gilbert to his father, and Albinia was so much surprised that her brother asked whether Gilbert were one of the boys who only write to their father with a reason. "He can write more freely to me," said Albinia, "and it comes to the same thing. I am not in the least afraid of anything wrong, but perhaps he may be making some proposal for the future. I want to know how he is. Fancy his being so foolish as to go out bathing. I am afraid of his colds." Many times during the consultation did Mr. Ferrars detect Albinia's eye stealing wistfully towards that E. Kendall, Esquire, and when the proper owner came in, he was evidently as much struck, for he paused, as if in dread of opening the letter. Her eyes were on his countenance as he read, and did not gather much consolation. "I am afraid this is serious," at last he said. "His cold?" exclaimed Albinia. "Yes," said Mr. Kendall, reading aloud sentence by sentence, with gravity and consideration. "I do not wish to alarm Mrs. Kendall, and therefore address myself at once to you, for I do not think it right to keep you in ignorance that I have had some of the old symptoms. I do not wish to make anyone uneasy about me, and I may have made light of the cold I caught a month since, but I cannot conceal from myself that I have much painful cough, an inclination to shortness of breath, and pain in the back and shoulders, especially after long reading or writing. I thought it right to speak to Mr. Downton, but people in high health can understand nothing short of a raging fever. However, at last he called in the parish surgeon, a stupid ignorant fellow who understands my case no more than his horse, and treats me with hyoscyamus as if it were a mere throat cough. I thought it my duty to speak openly, since though I am quite aware that circumstances make little difference in constitutional cases, I know you and dear Mrs. Kendall will wish that all possible means should be used, and I think it. Mr. Kendall broke down and handed the letter to his wife, who proceeded, I think it best you should be prepared for the worst, as I wish and endeavor to be, and truly I see so much trial and disappointment in the course of life before me, that it would hardly be the worst to me, except— That sentence finished Albinia's voice, and stealing her hand into her husband's, she read on in silence. For the additional sorrow to you, and my grief at bringing pain to my more than mother, but she has long known of the presentiment that has always hung over me, and will be the better prepared for its realization. If it would be any satisfaction to you, I could easily take a ticket and go up to London to see any physician you would prefer. I could go with Price, who is going for his sister's birthday, and I could sleep at his father's house. But in that case I should want £3 journey money, and I should be very glad if you would be so kind as to let me have a sovereign in advance of my allowance, as Price knows of a capital second-hand bow and arrows. With my best love to all, your affectionate son, Gilbert Kendall. Albinia held the letter to her brother, to whom she looked for something cheering, but, behold, a smile was gaining uncontrollably on the muscles of his cheeks, though his lips strove hard to keep closely shut. She would not look at him, and turning to her husband, exclaimed, We will take him to London ourselves. I am afraid that would be inconvenient, observed Morris. That would not signify, continued Albinia. I must hear myself what is thought of him, and how I am to nurse him. Oh, taking it in time, dear Edmund, we need not be so much afraid. Morris will not mind making his visit another time. I only meant inconvenient to the birthday party, dryly said her brother. Morris, cried she, you don't know the boy. I have no doubt that he has a cold. And I know there is a great deal more the matter, cried Albinia. We have let him go away to be neglected and badly treated. My poor dear boy. Edmund, I will fetch him home to-morrow. You had better send me, said Morris mischievously, for he saw he was diminishing Mr. Kendall's alarm, and had a brotherly love of teasing Albinia, and seeing how pretty she looked, with her eyes flashing through wrathful tears, and her foot patting impetuously on the carpet. You, she cried, you don't believe in him. You fancy all boys are made of iron and steel. You would only laugh at him. You made us send him there. I wish— Gently, gently, my dear Albinia, said her husband, dismayed at her vehemence, just when it most amused her brother. You cannot expect Morris to feel exactly as we do, and I confess that I have much hope that this alarm may be more than adequate. He thinks it all a scheme, said Albinia, in a tone of great injury. No, indeed, Albinia, answered her brother seriously. I fully believe that Gilbert imagines all that he tells you, but you cannot suppose that either the tutor or doctor could fail to see if he were so very ill." "Certainly not," assented Mr. Kendall, "and low spirits are more apt to accompany a slight ailment than such an illness as you apprehend." "I believe you are right," said Mr. Kendall. "Where is the letter?" Albinia did not like it to come under discussion, but could not withhold it, and as she read it again, she felt that neither Morris nor her cousin Fred could have written the like, but she was only the more impelled to do battle, and when she came to the unlucky conclusion, she exclaimed, "I am sure that was an afterthought. I dare say Price asked him while he was writing." "What's this?" asked Mr. Kendall, coming to the presentiment. She hesitated, afraid both of him and of Morris, but there was no alternative. "Poor Gilbert," she said. "It was a cry or call from his brother just at last. It has left a very deep impression." "Indeed," said his father, much moved. "Yes, Edmund gave a cry such as was not to be forgotten, and the sigh told how it had haunted his own pillow. But I had not thought that Gilbert was in a condition to notice it. Did he mention it to you?" "Yes, not long after I came. He thinks it was a call, and I have never known exactly how to deal with it." "It is a case for very tender handling," said Morris. "I should have desired him never to think of it again," said Mr. Kendall, decidedly. "More nonsense to dwell on it. Their names were always in Edmund's mouth, and it was nothing but accident. You should have told him so, Albinia." And he walked out of the room. "And it will prey upon him now," said Albinia. "Yes, I thought he only spoke of driving it away because it was what he would like to be able to do. But things do not prey on people of his age as they do on younger ones." "I wonder if I did right," said Albinia. "I never liked to ask you, though I wished it. I could not bear to treat it as a fancy. How was I to know if it may not have been intended to do him good? And you see his father says it was very remarkable. Do you imagine that it dwells much upon his mind?" "Not when he is well, not when it would do him good," said Albinia. "It rather haunts him the instant he is unwell." "He makes it a superstition then, poor boy. You thought me hard on him, Albinia, but really I could not help being angry with him for so lamentably frightening his father and you." "Let us see how he is before you find fault with him," said Albinia. "You're as bad as if you were his mother, or worse," exclaimed Morris. "Oh, Morris, I can't help it. He had no one to care for him till I came, and he is such a very dear fellow. He wants me so much." Mr. Ferrars agreed to go with Mr. Kendall to Traversham. He thought his father would be encouraged by his presence, and he was not devoid of curiosity. Albinia would not hear of staying at home. In fact, Morris suspected her of being afraid to trust Gilbert to his mercy. With a trembling heart she left the train at the little Traversham station, making resolutions neither to be too angry with the negligent tutor, nor to show Gilbert how much importance she attached to his illness. As they walked into the village, they heard a merry clamour of tongue, and presently met 5 or 6 boys, and a few paces behind them Mr. Downton. "Ah," he exclaimed, "I am glad you are come. I would have written yesterday, but I found that your boy had done so. I shall be very glad to have him cheered up about himself. I will turn back with you. You go on, Price. They are setting out for one of the Hulas classes, so we shall have the house clear." "I hope there is not much amiss," said Mr. Kendall. "A tedious cold," said the tutor, "but the doctor assures me that there is nothing wrong with his chest, and I do believe he would not cough half so much if he were not always watching himself. Who has been attending him? Lee, the Union doctor, a very good man, with a large family. Albinia could have beaten him. Indeed, he continued, perceiving some dissatisfied looks, I think you will find that a little change is all that he wants. I hope you can give a good account of him in other respects, said Mr. Kendall. Oh yes, in every way. He is the most good-natured lad in the world, and quite the small boy's friend. Perhaps he has been a little more sentimental of late, but that may be only from being rather out of order. I'll call him. The last words were spoken as they entered the parsonage, where, opening a door, he said, Here, Kendall, here's a new prescription for you. Albinia had a momentary view of a tabby cat and kitten, a volume of poetry, a wiry-haired terrier, and Gilbert, all lying promiscuously on the hearth-rug, before the two last leaped up, the one to bark, and the other to come forward with outstretched hand and glad countenance. He looked flushed and languid, but the roaring fire and close room might account for that, and though when the subject was mentioned he gave a short uncomfortable cough, Albinia's mind was so far relieved that she was in doubt with whom to be angry, and prepared to stand on the defensive should her brother think him too well. The gentlemen went away together, and Gilbert, grasping her hand, gave way to one of his effusions of affection. So kind to come to him. He knew he had her to trust to, whatever happened, and he leant his cheek on his hand in a melancholy mood. Don't be so piteous, Gibbie, she said. You were quite right to tell us you were not well, only you need not have been so very doleful. I don't like papa to be frightened. I thought it was no use to go on in this way, said Gilbert, with a cough. It was the old thing over again, and nobody would believe I had anything the matter with me. And he commenced a formidable catalogue of symptoms which satisfied her that Morris would think him fully justified. Just at a point where it was not easy to know what next to say, the kitten began to play tricks with her mother's tail, and a happy diversion was made. Gilbert began to exhibit the various drolleries of the animals, to explain the friendship between dog and cat, and to leave off coughing as he related anecdotes of their sagacity. And finally, when the gentlemen returned, laughing was the first sound they heard, and Mrs. Kendall was found sitting on the floor at play with the livestock. They had come to fetch her to see the church and schools, and on going out she found that Mr. Ferrars had moved and carried that Gilbert should be taken home at once, and on the way be shown to a physician at the county town. From this she gathered that Morris was compassionate, and though of course he would make no such admission, she had reason afterwards to believe that he had shown Mr. Downton that the pupil's health ought to have met with a shade more attention. With Gilbert wrapped up to the tip of his nose, they set off, and found the doctor at home. Nothing could have been more satisfactory to Albinia, for it gave her a triumph over her brother, without too much anxiety for the future. The physician detected the injury to the lungs left by an attack that the boy had suffered from in his first English winter, and had scarcely outgrown when Albinia first knew him. The recent cold had so far renewed the evil, that though no disease actually existed, the cough must be watched, and exposure avoided. In fact, a license for petting to any extent was bestowed, and therewith every hope of recovery. Albinia and her son sat in their corners of the carriage in secret satisfaction, while Mr. Kendall related the doctor's opinion to Mr. Ferrars, but one of them, at least, was unprepared for the summing up. Under the circumstances, Gilbert is most fortunate. A few years in his native climate will quite set him up. Oh, but he is too old for Haileybury, burst out Albinia in her consternation. Nearly old enough for John Kendall's bank, eh, Gilbert? Oh, cried Albinia, pray don't let us talk of that while poor Gilbert is so ill. Said Mr. Kendall, with an interrogative surprise, almost displeasure, and no more was said. Albinia felt guilty, as she remembered that she had no more intended to betray her dislike to the scheme than to gratify Gilbert by calling him so ill. Aristocratic and military, she had no love for the moneyed interest, and had so sedulously impressed on her friends that Mr. Kendall had been in the civil service and quite unconnected with the bank, that Mr. Ferrars had told her she thought his respectability depended on it, and she was ashamed that her brother should hear her give way again so foolishly to the weakness. Gilbert became the most talkative as they drew near home, and was the first to spring out and open the hall door, displaying his two sisters harnessed tandem fashion with pack-thread, and driven at full speed by little Morris, armed with the veritable carriage whip. The next moment it was thrown down with a rapturous shout, and Morris was lost to everything but his brother. "Oh, girls, how could you let him serve you so?" began the horrified Albinia. "Sophy will be laid up for a week." "Never mind," said Sophy, dropping on a chair. "Poor little fellow, he wished it so much." "I tried to stop her, mamma," said Lucy, "but she will do as Morris pleases." "See, this is the way they will spoil my boy the instant my back is turned," said Albinia. "What's the use of all I can do with him, if every one else will go and be his bond-slave? I do believe Sophy would let him kill her if he asked her." "It is no real kindness," said Mr. Kendall. "Their good nature ought not to go beyond reason." The elder Morris could hardly help shrugging his shoulders. Well did he know that Mr. Kendall would have joined the team if such had been the will of that sovereign in scarlet merino, who stood with one hand in Gilbert's and the whip in the other. "Come here, Morris," quoth Albinia, "put down the whip," and she extracted it from his grasp with grave resolution, against which he made no struggle, gave it to Lucy to be put away, and seated him on her knee. "Now listen, Morris. Poor sister Sophy is tired, and you are never to make a horse of her. Do you hear?" "Yes," said Morris, fidgeting. "Mind, if ever you make a horse of Sophy, mamma will put you into the black cupboard. You understand?" "Sophy shan't be horse," said Morris. "Sophy naughty, lazy horse. Boy has Gibbie." "There's gratitude," said Mr. Ferrars, as Boy slid off his mamma's knee, stood on tiptoe to pull the door open, and ran after Gilbert to grandmamma's room. "Yes," said Albinia, "no one is grateful for services beyond all reason. So, Sophy, mind, into the cupboard he goes the very next time you are so silly as to be a horse." "To punish which of them?" asked her brother. "Sophy knows," said Albinia. Sophy was too miserable to smile. Sarah Ann Drury had been calling, and on hearing of Gilbert's indisposition had favoured them with mamma's remarks, and when Mrs. Kendall was blamed, Sophy had indignantly told Sarah Ann that she knew nothing about it and had no business to interfere. Then followed the accusation that Mrs. Kendall had set the whole family against their old friends, and Sophy had found all her own besetting sins charged upon her stepmother. "My dear," said Albinia, "don't you know that if a royal tiger were to eat up your cousin John in India, the Drurys would say Mrs. Kendall always let the tigers run about loose? Nor am I sure that your faults are not my fault. I helped you to be more exclusive and intolerant, and I am sure I tried your temper when I did not know what was the matter with you." "No, no," said the choked voice. It would have been an immense comfort to cry, or even to be able to return the kiss, but she was a great deal too wretched to be capable of any demonstration, physically exhausted by being driven about by Morris, mentally worn out by the attempts to be amiable which had degenerated into wrangling, full of remorse for having made light of her brother's illness, and for that reason persuaded that she was to be punished by seeing it become fatal. Not a word of all this did she say, but dejected and silent, she spent the evening in a lonely corner of the drawing-room, while her brother, in the full pleasure of returning home, and greatly enjoying his invalid privileges, was discussing the projected improvements. Talking at last brought back his cough with real violence, and he was sent to bed. Albinia went up with him to see that his fire burnt. He set Mr. Farrar's drawing of the almshouses over his mantel-shelf. "I shall nail it up to-morrow," he said. "I always wanted a picture here, and that's a jolly one to look to." "It would be a beautiful beginning," she said. "I think your life would go the better for it, Gibbie." "I suppose old nurse would be too grand for one," he said, "but I should like to have her so near. And you must mind and keep old Mrs. Baker out of the Union for it. And that famous old blind sailor, I shall put him up a bench to sit in the sun, and spin his yarns on, and tell him to think himself at Greenwich." Albinia went down, only afraid that his being so very good was a dangerous symptom. Sophie was far from well in the morning, and Albinia kept her upstairs, and sent her godfather to make her a visit. He always did her good. He knew how to probe deeply and help her to speak, and he gave her advice with more experience than his sister, and more encouragement than her father. Sophie said little, but her eyes had a softened look. "One good thing about Sophie," said he afterwards to his sister, "is that she will never talk her feelings to death. That reserve is my great pain. I don't get at the real being once in 6 months. So much the better for people living together. Well, I was thinking that you and I are a great deal more intimate and confidential when we meet now than we used to be when we were always together. People can't be often confidential from the innermost when they live together," said Morris. "Since I have been a Kendall, such has been my experience." "It was the same before, only we concealed it by an upper surface of chatter," said Morris. "As iron sharpeneth iron, so doth a man the countenance of his friend." But if the mutual sharpening went on without intermission, both irons would wear away, and no work would be done. "Aren't you coming with me? Edmund is going to drive me to Woodside to meet the pony carriage from home. I wish I could, but you see what happens when I go out pleasuring. Well, you can take one element of mischief with you, that imp Morris." "Yes, papa would like it if you do." "I should like you to come on worse terms." "Very well then, and Sophie is safe. I had already asked Genevieve to come and read to her this afternoon. If Gilbert can spare me, I will go." Gilbert did not want her, and begged Lucy not to think of staying indoors on his account. He was presently left in solitary possession of the drawing-room, whereupon he rose, settled his brown locks at the glass, arranged his tie, brushed his cuffs, leisurely walked upstairs, and tapped at the door of the morning-room, meekly asking, "May I come in?" with a cough at each end of the sentence. "Oh, Gilbert," cried his anxious sister, starting up, "are you come to see me?" And she would have wheeled round her father's armchair for him, but Genevieve was beforehand with her, and he sank into it, saying pathetically, "Ah, thank you, Miss Durrant. You are come to a perfect hospital. "Oh, this is too much," as she further gave him a footstool. "Oh, no, thank you, Sophy," for she would have handed Genevieve her own pillow for his further support. "This is delightful," reclining pathetically in his chair. "This is not like Traversham, where they would not believe he was ill," said Sophy. "I hope he does not look so very ill," said Genevieve cheerfully. But this rather hurt the feelings of both. The one said, "Oh, but he is terribly pale." The other coughed and said, "Looks are deceitful." "That is the very reason," said Genevieve. "You don't look deceitful enough to be so ill as Miss Sophy fears. Now you are at home and well cared for, you will soon be well." "Care would have prevented it all," said Sophy. "And not brought me home," said Gilbert. "Home is home on any terms. No one there had the least idea a fellow could ever be unwell or out of spirits." "Ah, you must have been ill," cried his sister, "you who never used to be miserable." Gilbert gave a sigh. "They were such mere boys," he said. "Monsieur votre preceptor?" asked Genevieve. "Ah, he was otherwise occupied." "There is some mystery beneath," said Genevieve, turning to Sophy, who exclaimed abruptly, "Oh, is he in love?" "Sophy goes to the point," said Gilbert, smiling, the picture of languid comfort. "But I own there are suspicious circumstances. He always has a photograph in his pocket, and Price has seen him looking at it." "Ah, depend upon it, Miss Sophy, it is all a romance of these young gentlemen," said Genevieve, turning to her with a droll provoking air of confidence. "C'est pas vrai, monsieur had the portrait of his sister." "Catch me carrying Sophy's face in my waistcoat pocket," cried Gilbert, forgetting his languor. "Speak for yourself, Mr. Gilbert," laughed Genevieve. "And he writes letters every day, and won't let any of us put them into the post for him. But we know the direction begins with Miss." "Oh, the curious boys!" cried Genevieve. "If I could only hint to this poor tutor to let them read Miss Downton on one." "I assure you," cried Gilbert, "Price has laid a bet that she's an heiress with 40,000 pounds and red hair." "Mr. Price is an impertinent. I hope you will inform me how he looks when he is the loser." "But he has seen her. He met Mr. Downton last Christmas in Regent Street in a swell carriage, with a lady with such carrots he thought her bonnet was on fire. And Mr. Downton never saw Price, though he bowed to him, and you know nobody would marry a woman with red hair unless she was an heiress." "Miss Sophy," whispered Genevieve, "prepare for a red-haired sister-in-law. I predict that every one of the pupils of the respectable Mr. Downton will marry ladies with lively chestnut locks." "What, you think me so mercenary, Genevieve?" said Gilbert. "I only hope to see this schoolboy logic well revenged," said Genevieve. "Mrs. Price shall have locks of orange red, and for Mrs. Gilbert Kendall, ah, we will content ourselves with her having a paler shade, sandy gold." "No," said Gilbert, speaking slowly, turning round his eyes, "I could tell you what Mrs. G. Kendall's hair will be." Genevieve let this drop, and said, "You do not want me. Good-bye, Miss Sophy." "Going? Why, you came to read to me, Genevieve," exclaimed Sophy. "Ah, I beg your pardon. I have been interrupting you all this time," cried Gilbert. "I never meant to disturb you. Pray let me listen." And Genevieve read, while Gilbert resumed his reclining attitude, with half-closed eyes, listening to the sweet intonations and pretty refined accent of the ancient regime. Sophy enjoyed this exceedingly. She made it her especial occupation to take care of Gilbert and enter into his fireside amusements. This indisposition had drawn the two nearer together, and essentially unlike as they were, their two characters seemed to be fitting well one into the other. His sentiment accorded with her strain of romance, and they read poetry and had discussions as they sat over the fire, growing constantly into greater intimacy and confidence. Sophy waited on him and watched him perpetually, and her assiduity was imparting a softness and warmth quite new to her, while the constant occupation kept affronts and vexations out of her sight and made her amiable. Gilbert's health improved, though with vicissitudes that enforced the necessity of prudence. Rash when well, and desponding at each renewal of illness, he was not easy to manage, but he was always so gentle, grateful, and obliging, that he endeared himself to the whole household. It was no novelty for him to be devoted to his stepmother and his little brother, but he was likewise very kind to Lucy, and spent much time in helping in her pursuits. He was becoming companionable to his father, and could play at chess sufficiently well to be a worthy antagonist in Mr. Kendall's scientific and interminable games. He would likewise play at backgammon with grandmamma, and could entertain her for hours together by listening to her long stories of the old Bayford world. He was a favorite in her little society, and would often take a hand at cards to make up a rubber. Nay, even when not absolutely required, he was very apt to bestow his countenance upon the little parties, where he had the pleasure of being treated as a great man, and which, at least, had the advantage of making a variation in his imprisonment during the east winds. Madame Belmarch and her daughter and grandchild were sometimes of the party, and on these occasions Sophy always claimed Genevieve, and usually succeeded in carrying her off when Gilbert would often join them. Their books and prints were a great treat to her. Gilbert had a beautiful illustrated copy of Longfellow's poems, and the engravings and Evangeline were their enjoyment. Gilbert regularly proffered the loan of the book, and she as regularly refusing it, and turning a deaf ear to gentle insinuations of the pleasure of knowing that a book of his was in her hands. Gilbert had never had much of the schoolboy manner, and he was adopting a gentle, pathetic tone, at which Albinia was apt to laugh, but in her absence was often verged upon tendresse, especially with Genevieve. She, however, by her perfect simplicity and lively banter, always nipped the bud of his sentiment. She had known him from a child, and never lost the sense of being his elder, treating him somewhat as a boy to be played with. Perfectly aware of her own position, her demeanour, frank and gracious as it was, had something in it which kept in check other Bayford youths, less gentlemanlike than Gilbert Kendall. If she never forgot that she was dancing master's daughter, she never let any one else forget that she was a lady. When the building began, Gilbert had a wholesome occupation, saving his father some trouble and not quite so much expense by overlooking the workmen. Mr. Kendall was glad to be spared giving orders and speaking to people, and would always rather be overcharged than be at the pains of bargaining or inquiring. It was Gilbert's own house, he said, and it was good for the boy to take an interest in it, and not to be too much interfered with. So the bay window and the conservatory were some degrees grander than Mr. Ferrars had proposed, but all was excused by the pleasure and experience they afforded Gilbert, and it was very droll to see Morris following him about after the workmen, watching them most knowingly, and deep in mischief at every opportunity. Once he had been up to his knees in a tempting blancmanger like lake of lime, Many times had he hammered or cut his fingers, and once his legs had gone through the new drawing-room ceiling, where he hung by the petticoats screaming, till rescued by his brother. The room was under these auspices finished, and was a very successful affair. The conservatory, in which the hall terminated, and into which a side door of the drawing-room opened, gave a bright, fragrant, flowery air to the whole house, and the low fireplace and comfortable fan-shaped fender made the room very cheerful. Fresh, delicately tinted furniture, chose con amour by the London aunts, had made the apartment very unlike old Willowlawn, and Albinia had so much enjoyed setting it off to the best advantage, that she sent word to Winifred that she was really becoming a furniture fancier. It was a very pretty paper, and some choice prints hung on it, but Albinia and Sophy had laid violent hands on all the best-looking books, and kept them for the equipment of one of the walls. The rest were disposed for Mr. Kendall's delectation in the old drawing-room, henceforth to be named the library. Lucy thought it sounded better, and he was quite as willing as Albinia was that the name of study should be extinct. Meantime, Mr. Downton had verified the boy's prediction by writing to announce that he was about to marry and give up pupils. Gilbert was past 17, and it was time to decide on his profession. Albinia had virtuously abstained from any hint adverse to the house of Kendall and Kendall, for she knew it hurt her husband's feelings to hear any disparagement of the country where he had spent some of his happiest years. He was fond of his cousins, and knew that they would give his son a safe and happy home, and he believed that the climate was exactly what his health needed. Sophy fired at the idea. Her constant study of the subject and her vivid imagination had taken the place of memory, which could supply nothing but the glow of coloring and the dazzling haze which enveloped all the forms that she would fain believe that she remembered. She and her father would discuss Indian scenery as if they had been only absent from it a year. She envied Gilbert his return thither, but owned that it was the next thing to going herself, and was already beginning to amass a hoard of English gifts for the old ayahs and bearers who still lived in her recollection, in preparation for the visit which on his first holiday her brother must pay to her birthplace and first home. Gilbert, however, took no part in this enthusiasm. He made no opposition, but showed no alacrity, and at last his father asked Albinia whether she knew of any objection on his part, or any design which he might be unwilling to put forward. With a beating heart she avowed her cherished scheme. "Is this his own proposal?" asked Mr. Kendall. "No, he has never spoken of it, but your plan has always seemed so decided that perhaps he thinks he has no choice." "That is not what I wish," said his father. "If his inclinations be otherwise, he has only to speak, and I will consider." "Shall I sound him?" suggested Albinia, dreading the timidity that always stood between the boy and his father. "Do not inspire him with the wish, and then imagine it his own," said Mr. Kendall, and then, thinking he had spoken sternly, added, "I know you would be the last to wish him to take holy orders inconsiderately, but you have such power over him that I question whether he would know his wishes from yours." Albinia began to disavow the desire of actuating him. "You would not intend it, but he would catch the desire from you, and I own I would rather he were not inspired with it. If he now should express it, I should fear it was the unconscious effort to escape from India. If it had been his brother Edmund, I would have made any sacrifice, but I do not think Gilbert has the energy or force of character I should wish to see in a clergyman, nor do I feel willing to risk him at the university." "Oh, Edmund, why will you distrust Oxford? Why will you not believe what I know through Morris and his friends? If my poor boy had either the disposition or the discipline of your brother, I should not feel the same doubt." "Morris had no discipline except at school, and when William licked him," cried Albinia. "You know he was but 11 years old when my father died, and my aunt spoilt us without mitigation." "I said the disposition," repeated Mr. Kendall. "I can see nothing in Gilbert marking him for a clergyman, and I think him susceptible to the temptations that you cannot deny to exist at any college. Nor would I desire to see him fixed here until he has seen something of life and of business, for which this bank affords the greatest facilities with the least amount of temptation. He would also be doing something for his own support, and with the life interests upon his property he must be dependent on his own exertions, unless I were to do more for him than would be right by the other children." "Then I am to say nothing to him?" "I will speak to him myself. He is quite old enough to understand his prospects and decide for himself." "But, Edmund," cried Albinia, with sudden vehemence, "you are not sacrificing Gilbert for Morris's sake?" She had more nearly displeased him than she had ever done before, though he looked up quietly, saying, "Certainly not. I am not sacrificing Gilbert, and I should do the same if Morris were not in existence." She was too much ashamed of her foolish fancy to say more, and she cooled into candour sufficient to perceive that he was wise in distrusting her tact where her preference was so strong. But she foresaw that Gilbert would shrink and falter before his father, and that the conference would lead to no discovery of his views, and she was not surprised when her husband told her that he could not understand the boy, and believed that the truth was that he would like to do nothing at all. It had ended by Mr. Kendall, in a sort of despair, undertaking to write to his cousin John for a statement of what would be required, after which the decision was to be made. Meantime, Mr. Kendall advised Gilbert to attend to arithmetic and bookkeeping, and offered to instruct him in his long-forgotten Hindostani. Sophy learnt all these with her heart, but Gilbert always had a pain in his chest if he sat still at any kind of study. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of The Young Stepmother by Charlotte Yonge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Colonel Bury was the most open-hearted old bachelor in the country. His imagination never could conceive the possibility of everybody not being glad to meet everybody. His house could never be too full. His dinner parties of a few friends overflowed the dining room, and his nobody meant always at least 6 bodies. Every season was fertile in occasions of gathering old and young together to be made happy, and little Mary Ferrars, at 5 years old, had told her mamma that the colonel's parties made her quite dissipated. One bright summer day his beaming face appeared at Willow Lawn with a peremptory invitation. His nephew and heir had newly married a friend of Albinia's girlhood, and was about to pay his wedding visit. Too happy to keep his guests to himself, the colonel had fixed the next Thursday for a fete, and wanted all the world to come to it. The Kendalls, every one of them, if they could only sleep there, but Albinia brought him to confession that he had promised to lodge 5 people more than the house would hold, and the aunts were at the parsonage, where nobody ventured to crowd their servants. But there was a moon, and though Mr. Kendall would not allow that she was the harvest moon, the hospitable colonel dilated on her as if she had been bed, board, and lodging, and he did not find much difficulty in his persuasions. Few invitations ever gave more delight. Albinia appreciated a holiday to the utmost, and the whole family was happy at Sophie's chance of at length seeing Fairmead and taking part in a little gaiety. And if Mr. Kendall's expectations of pleasure were less high, he submitted very well, smiled benignantly at the felicity around him, and was not once seen to shudder. Sarah Ann Drury had been invited to enliven grandmamma, and every one augured a beautiful day and perfect enjoyment. The morning was beautiful, but, alas, Sophie was hors de combat, far too unwell to think of making one of the party. She bore the disappointment magnanimously, and even the pity. Every one was sorry, and Gilbert wanted her to go and wait at Fairmead Parsonage for the chance of improving, promising to come and fetch her for any part of the entertainment. And her father told her that he had looked to her as his chief companion while the gay people were taking their pleasure. No one was uncomfortably generous enough to offer to stay at home with her, but Lucy suggested asking Genevieve to come and take care of her. "Nay," said Sophy, "it would be much better if she were to go in my stead." Gilbert and Lucy both uttered an exclamation, and Sophy added, "She would have so much more enjoyment than I could. Oh, it would quite make up for my missing it." "My dear," said grandmamma, "you don't know what you are talking of. It would be taking such a liberty." "There need be no scruples on that score," said Albinia. "The colonel would only thank me if I brought him half Bayford." "Then," cried Sophy, "you think we may ask her? Oh, I should like to run up myself." And a look of congratulation and gratitude passed between her and her brother. "No, indeed, you must not go. Let me go," said Lucy. "I'll just finish this cup of tea." My dear," interposed Mrs. Meadows, "pray consider. She is a very good little girl in her way, but it is only giving her a taste for things out of her station." "Oh, don't say that, dear grandmamma," interposed Albinia. "One good festival does carry one so much better through days of toil." "Ah, well, my dear, you will do as you think proper, but considering who the poor child is, I should call it no kindness to bring her forward in company." Something passed between the indignant Gilbert and Sophy about French counts and marquises, but Lucy managed much better. "Dear me, grandmamma, nobody wishes to bring her forward. She will only play with the children and see the fireworks, and no one will speak to her." Albinia averted further discussion till grandmamma had left the breakfast table, when all four appealed with one voice to Mr. Kendall, who saw no objection, whereupon Lucy ran off, while Albinia finished her arrangements for the well-being of grandmamma, Sophy, and Morris, who were as difficult to manage as the fox, goose, and cabbage. At every turn she encountered Gilbert, touching up his toilet at each glass, and seriously consulting her and Sophy upon the choice between lilac and lemon-coloured gloves, and upon the bows of his fringed necktie. "My dear Gilbert," said Albinia, on the fifth anxious alternative, "it is of no use. No living creature will be the wiser, and do what you will never look half so well as your father." Gilbert flung aside, muttering something about fit to be seen, but just then Lucy hurried in. "Oh, mamma, she won't go. She is very much obliged, but she can't go." "Can't? She must," cried Albinia and Gilbert together. "She says you are very kind, but that she cannot. I said everything I could. I told her she should wear Sophie's muslin mantle, or my second best polka." "No doubt you went and made a great favour of it," said Gilbert. "No, I assure you I did not. I persuaded her with all my might. I said mamma wished it, and we all wished it, and I am sure she would really have been very glad if she could have gone." "It can't be the school. It is holiday time," said Gilbert. "I'll go and see what is the matter." "No, I will go," said Albinia. "I will ask the old ladies to luncheon here, and that will make her happy, and make it easier for Sophy to get on with Sarah Ann Drury." Lucy had seen Genevieve alone. Albinia took her by storm before Madame Belmarch, whose little black eyes sparkled as she assured Mrs. Kendall that the child merited that and every other pleasure, and when Genevieve attempted to whisper objections, silenced her with an embrace, saying, "Ah, my love, where is your gratitude to Madam? Have no fears for us. Your pleasure will be ours for months to come." The liquid sweetness of Genevieve's eyes spoke of no want of gratitude, and with glee, which she no longer strove to repress, she tripped away to equip herself, and Albinia heard her clear young voice upstairs singing away the burthen of some queer old French ditty. Albinia found Gilbert and Sophy in disgrace with Lucy for having gathered the choicest flowers, which they were eagerly making up into bouquets. Genevieve's was ready before she arrived, in the prettiest tremor of gratitude and anticipation, and presented to her by Gilbert, while Sophy looked on and blushed crimson, face, neck, and all, as Genevieve smelt and admired the white roses that had so cruelly been reft from Lucy's beloved tree. With every advantage of pretty features, good complexion, and nice figure, the English Lucy, in her blue and white checked silk, worked muslin mantle, and white chip bonnet with blue ribbons, was eclipsed by the small swarthy French girl in that very old black silk dress and white trimmed coarse straw bonnet, just enlivened by little pink bows at the neck and wrists. It had been long acknowledged that Genevieve was unrivalled in the art of tying bows, and those pink ones were paragons, redolent of all her own fresh sprightly archness and refinement. Albinia herself was the best representative of English good looks, and never had she been more brilliant. Her rich chestnut hair waving so prettily on the rounded contour of her happy face, her fair cheek tinted with such a healthy, fresh bloom, her grey eyes laughing with merry softness, her whole person so alert and elastic with exuberant life and enjoyment, that grandmamma was as happy in watching her as if she had been her own daughter, and stroked down the broad flounces of her changeable silk, and admired her black lace as if she felt the whole family exalted by Mrs. Kendall's appearance. It was a merry journey through the meadows and cornfields, laughing in the summer sunshine, and in due time they saw the flag upon Fairmead steeple, and Albinia nodded to curtsying old friends at the cottage doors. The lodge gate swung open wide, and the well-known striped marquee was seen among the trees in the distance as they went up the carriage road. But at the little iron gate leading to the shrubbery there was a halt. Mr. Ferrars called to the carriage to stop, and opened the door. At the same moment Albinia gave a cry of wonder, and exclaimed, "Why, Fred, is William here?" "No, at Montreal, but very well," was the answer, with a hearty shake of the hand. "Edmund, it is Fred Ferrars," said Albinia. "Why, Morris, you never told us." "He took us by surprise yesterday." "Yes, I landed yesterday morning, went to the family office, found Belraven was nowhere, and the aunts at Fairmead, and so came on here," explained Fred, as he finished shaking hands with all the party, and walked on beside Albinia. He was tall, fresh-coloured, a good deal like her, with a long fair moustache and light handsome figure; and Lucy, though rather disconcerted at Genevieve being taken for one of themselves, began eagerly to whisper her conviction that he was Lord Belraven's brother, mamma's first cousin, captain in the 25th Lancers, and aide de camp to General Ferrars. It was the first meeting since an awkward parting. The only son of a foolish second marriage, and early left an orphan, Frederick Ferrars had grown up under the good aunt's charge, somewhat neglected by his half-brother, by many years his senior. He was little older than Albinia, and a merry bantering affection had always subsisted between them, till he had begun to give it the air of something more than friendship. Albinia was, however, of a nature to seek for something of depth and repose, on which to rely for support and anchorage. Fred's vivacious disposition had never for a moment won her serious attachment. She was very fond of him, but no more. Her heart was set on sharing her brother's life as a country pastor. She went to Fairmead. Fred was carried off by the General to Canada, and she presently heard of his hopeless attachment to a lovely Yankee, whom he met on board the steamer. All this was now cast behind the 7 most eventful years of Albinia's life, and in the dignity of her matronhood she looked more than ever on poor Fred as a boy, and was delighted to see him again, and to hear of her brother William. A few steps brought them to the shade of the large cedar tree, where was seated Winifred, and Mrs. Ainsley was with her. The greetings had hardly been exchanged before the Colonel came upon them in all his glory, with his pretty shy bride niece on his arm, looking very like the Alice Percy of the old times, when Fred used to tease the 2 girls. Genevieve was made heartily welcome, and Sophia's absence deplored, and then the Colonel carried off the younger ones to the archery, giving his arm to the much flattered Lucy, and followed by Gilbert and Genevieve, with Willie and Mary adhering to them closely, and their governess in sight. Mr. Ferrars and Mr. Kendall fell into one of their discussions, and paced up and down the shady walk, while Albinia sat in the complete contentment, between Alice and Winifred, with Fred Ferrars on the turf at their feet, living over again the bygone days, laughing over ancient jokes, resuscitating past scrapes, tracing the lot of old companions, or telling mischievous anecdotes of each other for the very purpose of being contradicted. They were much too light-hearted to note the lapse of time, till Morris came to take his wife home, thinking she had had fatigue enough. Mrs. Ainsley went with her, and Albinia, on looking for her husband, was told that he had fallen in with some old Indian acquaintances, and Charles Bury presently came to find his wife and conduct the party to luncheon. There was no formal meal, but a perpetual refection laid out in the dining-room for relays of guests. Fred took care of Albinia, and here they met Miss Ferrars, who had been with one of her old friends, to whom she was delighted to exhibit her nephew and niece in their prime of good looks. "But I must go," said Albinia, "having found the provisions. I must secure that Mr. Kendall and the children are not famished." Fred came with her, and she turned down the long alley leading to the archery ground. He felt old times so far renewed as to resume their habits of confidence, and began, "I suppose the General has not told you what has brought me home?" "He has not so much as told me you were coming." "Ay, ay, of course you know how he treats those things." "Oh," said Albinia, perfectly understanding. "But," continued Frederick eagerly, "even he confessed that she is the very sweetest. I mean," as Albinia smiled at this evident embellishment, Even he has not a word of objection to make, except the old story about married officers." "And who is she, Fred?" "Oh, mamma, there you are!" and Lucy joined them as they emerged on the bowling green, where stood the two bright targets, and the group of archers, whose shafts, for the most part, flew wide and far. "Where are the rest, my dear? Are they shooting?" "Yes, Gilbert has been teaching Genevieve. There, she is shooting now." The little light figure stood in advance. Gilbert held her arrows, and another gentleman appeared to be counseling her. There seemed to be general exultation when one of her arrows touched the white ring outside the target. "That has been her best shot," said Lucy. "I am sure I would not shoot in public unless I knew how." "Do you not like shooting?" asked Captain Ferrars, and Lucy smiled, and lost her discontented air. "It hurts my fingers," she said, "and I have always so much to do in the garden." Albinia asked if she had had anything to eat. "Oh yes, the Colonel asked Gilbert to carve in the tent there for the children and governesses," said Lucy. "He and Genevieve were very busy there, but I found I was not of much use, so I came away with the Miss Bartons to look at the flowers. But now they are shooting, and I could not think what had become of you." And Lucy bestowed her company on Albinia and the captain, reducing him to dashing, disconnected talk till they met Mr. Kendall, searching for them in the same fear that they were starving, and anxious to introduce his wife to his Indian friends. When at the end of the path Albinia looked round, the lancer had disappeared, and Lucy was walking by her father, trying to look serenely amused by a discussion on the annexation of the Punjab. The afternoon was spent in pleasant loitering, chiefly with Miss Ferrars, who asked much after Sophy, lamented greatly over Winifred's delicate health, and was very anxious to know what could have brought Fred home, being much afraid it was some fresh foolish attachment. Ominous notes were heard from the band, and the Colonel came to tell them that there was to be dancing till it was dark enough for the fireworks. His little Alice had promised him her first country dance. Fred Ferrars emerged again with a half laughing, half imploring, "For the sake of old times, Albinia, we've been partners before." "You'll take care of Lucy," said Albinia, turning to her aunt. But Mr. Winthrop had already taken pity on her, and Albinia was led off by her cousin to her place in the fast lengthening rank. How she enjoyed it! She had cared little for London balls after the first novelty, but these Fairmead dances on the turf had always had an Arcadian charm to her fancy, and were the more delightful after so long an interval, in the renewal of the old scene, and the recognition of so many familiar faces. With bounding step and laughing lips, she flew down the middle, more exhilarated every moment, exchanging merry scraps of talk with her partner, or bright fragments as she poisetted with pair after pair, and when the dance was over, with glowing complexion and eyes still dancing, she took Fred's arm, and heard the renewal of his broken story, the praise of his Emily, the fairest of Canadians, whom even the general could not dislike, though thorough soldier as he was, he would fain have had all military men as devoid of encumbrances as himself, and thought an officer's wife one of the most misplaced articles in the world. Poor Fred had been in love so often that he laboured under the great vexation of not being able to persuade any of his friends to regard his passion seriously. But Albinia was quite sisterly enough to believe him this time, and give full sympathy to his hopes and fears. Far less wealth had fallen to his lot than to that of his cousins, and his marriage must depend on what his brother would do for him, a point on which he tried to be sanguine, and Albinia encouraged him against probability, for Lord Belraven was never liberal toward his relations, and had lately married an expensive wife, with whom he lived chiefly abroad. This topic was not exhausted when Fred fell a prey to the Colonel, who insisted on his dancing again, and Albinia telling him to do his duty, he turned towards a group that had coalesced round Miss Ferrars, consisting of Lucy, Gilbert, Genevieve, and the children from the parsonage, and at once bore off the little Frenchwoman, leaving more than one countenance blank. Lucy and Willie did their best for mutual consolation, while Albinia undertook to preside over her niece and a still smaller partner in red velvet in a quadrille. It was amusing to watch the puzzled, downright motions of the sturdy little bluff King Hal, and the earnest precision of the prim little damsel, and Albinia hovering round, now handing one, now pointing to the other, keeping lightly out of every one's way, and far more playful than either of the small performers in this solemn undertaking. As it concluded, she found that Mr. Kendall had been watching her with much entertainment, and she was glad to take his arm, and assure herself that he had not been miserable, but had been down to the parsonage, where he had read the newspaper in peace, and had enjoyed a cup of tea in quiet with Winifred and Mrs. Ainsley. The dance had been transferred to the tent, which presented a very pretty scene from without, looking through the drooping festoons of evergreens at the lamps, and the figures flitting to and fro in their measured movements, while the shrubs and dark foliage of the trees fell into gloom around, and above the sky assumed the deep tranquil blue of night, the pale bright stars shining out one by one. The Kendalls were alone in the terrace, far enough from the gay tumult to be sensible of the contrast. "How beautiful!" said Albinia. "It is like a poem." "I was just thinking so," he answered. "This is the best part of all," she said, feeling, though hardly expressing to herself, the repose of his lofty, silent serenity, standing aloof from gaiety and noise. She could have compared him and her lively cousin to the evening stillness contrasted with the mirthful scene in the tent, and though her nature seemed to belong to the busy world, her best enjoyment lay with what calmed and raised her above herself, and she was perfectly happy, standing still with her arm upon that of her silent husband. "These things are well imagined," said he. "The freedom and absence of formality give space for being alone and quiet." "Yes," said Albinia saucily, "when that is what you go into society for." "You have me there," he said, smiling. "But I must own how much I enjoyed coming back from the parsonage by myself. I am glad we brought that little Genevieve. She seems to be so perfectly in her element. I saw her amusing a set of little children in the prettiest, most animated way, and afterwards, when the young people were playing at some game, her gestures were so sprightly and graceful that no one could look at the English girls beside her. Indeed, I think she was making quite a sensation. Your cousin seemed to admire her very much. If she were but in another station, she would shine anywhere." "How much have you seen, Edmund?" "I have been a spectator, you an actor," he said, smiling. Her quiescence did not long continue, for the poor people had begun to assemble on the gravel road before the front door to see the fireworks, and she hurried away to renew her acquaintance with her village friends, guessing at them in the dark, asking after old mothers and daughters at service, inquiring the names of new babies, and whether the old ones were at school, and excusing herself for having become quite a stranger. In the midst, whish, hiss, with steady swiftness, up shot in the dark purple air the first rocket, bursting and scattering a rain of stars. There was an audible gasp in the surrounding homely world, a few little cries, and a big boy clutched tight hold of her arm, saying, "I be afeard." She was explaining away his alarms when she heard her brother's voice, and found her arm drawn into his. "Here you are, then," he said. "I thought I heard your voice." "Oh, Morris, I have hardly seen you. Let us have a nice quiet turn in the park together." He resisted, saying, "I don't approve of parents and guardians losing themselves. What have you done with all your children?" "What have you done with yours?" retorted she. "I left Willie and Mary at the window with their governess. I came to see that these other children of mine were orderly." "Most proper, prudential, and exemplary, Morris," his sister laughed. "Now I have an equally hearty belief in my children being somewhere, sure to turn up when wanted. Come, I want to get out from the trees to look for Colonel Bury's harvest moon, for I believe she is an imposition." "No, I'm not coming. You don't understand your duties. Your young ladies ought always to know where to find you, and you where to find them." "Oh, Morris, what must you have suffered before you imported Winifred to chaperon me?" "You are in so mad a mood that I shall attempt only one moral maxim, and that is, that no one should set up for a chaperon till she has retired from business on her own account." "That's a stroke at my dancing with poor Fred, but it was his only chance of speaking to me." "Not particularly at the dancing. Well, then, you'll see by and by it was not your fault if those girls were not in all sorts of predicaments." "I believe you think life is made up of predicaments, and I want to hear whether William has written to you anything about poor Fred." "Only that he is more mad than ever, and that he let him go, thinking that there is no chance of Belraven helping him, but that it may wear itself out on the journey." A revolving circle shedding festoons of purple and crimson jets of fire made all their talk interjectional, and they had by this time reached the terrace, where all the company were assembled, the open windows at regular intervals casting bewildering lights on the heads and shoulders in front of them. Then out burst a grand wheat sheaf of yellow flame with crimson ears and beards, by whose light Albinia recognized Gilbert standing close to her in the shadow, and asked him where the rest were. "I can't tell. Lucy and my father were here just now." "Are you feeling the chill, Gilbert?" asked Albinia, struck by something in his tone. "You had better look from the window." He neither moved nor made answer, but a great illumination of Colonel Bury's coat of arms, with Roman candles and Chinese trees at the four corners, engrossed every eye, and flashing on every face, enabled Albinia to join Mr. Kendall, who was with Lucy and Miss Ferrars. No one knew where Genevieve was, but Albinia was confident that she could take good care of herself, and was not too uneasy to enjoy the grand representation of Windsor Castle, and the finale of interlaced ciphers amidst a multitude of little fretful sputtering tongues of flame. Then it was, amid good nights, donning of shawls, and announcing of carriages, that Captain Ferrars and Miss Durrant made their appearance together, having been looking everywhere for Mrs. Kendall, and it was not in the nature of a brother not to look a little arch, though Albinia returned him as resolute and satisfied a glance as could express, "Well, what of that?" In consideration of the night air, Mr. Kendall put Gilbert inside the carriage, and mounted the box, to revel in the pleasures of silence. The four within talked incessantly, and compared adventures. Lucy had been gratified by being patronized by Miss Ferrars, and likewise had much to say of the smaller fry, and went into raptures about many a dear little thing, none of whom would, however, stand a comparison with Morris. Gilbert was critical upon everyone's beauty, and Genevieve was more animated than all, telling anecdotes with great piquancy, and rehearsing the comical Yankee stories she had heard from Captain Ferrars. She had enjoyed with the zest and intensity of a peculiarly congenial temperament, and she seemed not to be able to cease from working off her excitement in repetitions of her thanks, and in discussing the endless delights the day had afforded. But the day had begun early, and the way was long, so remarks became scanty, and answers were brief, and went astray, and Albinia thought she was travelling forever to Montreal, when she was startled by a pettish exclamation from Lucy. "Is that all? It was not worth while to wake me only to see the moon." "I beg your pardon," said Genevieve, "but I thought Mrs. Kendall wished to see it rise." "Thank you, Genevieve," said Albinia, opening her sleepy eyes. "She is as little worth seeing as a moon can well be. A waning moon does well to keep untimely hours." "Why do you think she is so much more beautiful in the crescent, Mrs. Kendall?" said Genevieve, in the most wakeful manner. "I'm sure I don't know," said Albinia, subsiding into her corner. "Is it from the situation of the mountains in the moon?" continued the pertinacious damsel. "In Africa," said Albinia, well nigh asleep, but Genevieve's laugh roused her again, partly because she thought it less mannerly than accorded with the girl's usual politeness. No mere sleep was allowed her. An astronomical passion seemed to have possessed the young lady, and she dashed into the tides, and the causes of the harvest moon, and volcanoes, and thunderbolts, and Lord Rosse's telescope, forcing her tired friend to reply by direct appeals, till Albinia almost wished her in the moon herself, and was rejoiced when, in the dim greyness of the early summer dawn, the carriage drew up at Madame Belmarch's house. As the light from the wearied maid's candle flashed on Genevieve's face, it revealed such a glow of deep crimson on each brown cheek, that Albinia perceived that the excitement must have been almost fever, and went to bed speculating on the strange effects of a touch of gaiety on the hereditary French nature, startling her at once from her graceful propriety and humility of demeanour into such extraordinary obtrusive talkativeness. She heard more the next morning that vexed her. Lucy was seriously of opinion that Genevieve had not been sufficiently retiring. She herself had heedfully kept under the wing of Mary's governess, mamma, or Miss Ferrars, and nobody had paid her any particular attention. But Genevieve had been with Gilbert half the day, had had all the gentlemen round her at the archery and in the games, had no end of partners in the dances, and had walked about in the dark with Captain Ferrars. Lucy was sure she was taken for her sister, and whenever she had told people the truth, they had said how pretty she was. "You are jealous, Lucy," Sophy said. Lucy protested that it was quite the reverse. She was glad poor little Jenny should meet with any notice. There was no cause for jealousy of her, and she threw back her head in conscious beauty. Only she was sorry for Jenny, for they were quite turning her head and laughing at her all the time. Albinia's candour burst out as usual. "Say no more about it, my dear. It was a mistake from beginning to end. I was too much taken up with my own diversion to attend to you, and now you are punishing me for it. I left you to take care of yourselves, and exposed poor little Genevieve to unkind remarks." "I don't know what I said," began Lucy. "I don't mean to blame her. It was just as she always is with Gilbert, so very French." That word settled it. Lucy pronounced it with ineffable pity and contempt. She was far less able to forgive another for being attractive than for trying to attract. Sophy looked excessively hurt and grieved, and in private asked her stepmother what she thought of Genevieve's behavior. "My dear, I cannot tell. I think she was off her guard with excitement. But all was very new to her, and there was every excuse. I was too happy to be wise, so no wonder she was." "And do you think Captain Ferrars was laughing at her? I wish you would tell her, mamma. Gilbert says he is a fine flourishing officer in moustaches, who, he is sure, flirts with and breaks the heart of every girl he meets. If he is right, mamma, it would cure Genevieve to tell her so, and you would not mind it, though he is your cousin." "Poor Fred," said Albinia. "I am sorry Gilbert conceived such a notion, but Genevieve's heart is too sensible to break in that way, even if Fred wished it, and I can acquit him of such savage intentions. I never should have seen any harm in all that Genevieve did last night, if she had not talked us to death coming home. Still, I think she was off her balance, and I own I am disappointed, but we don't know what it is to be born French." End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of The Young Stepmother by Charlotte Yonge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Mrs. Kendall, dear madam, a great favor, could you spare me a few moments? A blushing face was raised with such an expression of contrite timidity that Albinia felt sure that the poor little Frenchwoman had recovered from her brief intoxication, and wanted to apologize and be comforted, so she said kindly, "I was wishing to see you, my dear. I was afraid the day had been too much for you. I was certain you were feverish. Ah, you were so good to make excuses for me. I am so ashamed when I think how tedious, how disagreeable I must have been. It is why I wished to speak to you." "Never mind apologies, my dear. I have felt and done the like many a time. It is the worst of enjoying oneself." "Oh, that was not all. I could not help it. Enjoyment, no," stammered Genevieve. "If you would be kind enough to come this way." She opened her grandmother's back gate, the entrance to a slip of garden smothered in laurels, and led the way to a small green arbor containing a round table, transformed by calico hangings into what the embroidered inscription called "Autel à l'amour filial et maternel," bearing a plaster vase full of fresh flowers. But ere Albinia had time to admire this achievement of French sentiment, Genevieve exclaimed, clasping her hands, "Oh, madam, pardon me, you who are so good. You will tell no one. You will bring on him no trouble, but you will tell him it is too foolish. You will give him back his billet, and forbid him ever to send another." Spite of the confidence about Emily, spite of all unreason, such was the family opinion of Fred's propensity to fall in love, that Albinia's first suspicion lighted upon him. But as her eye fell on the pink envelope, the handwriting concerned her even more nearly. "Gilbert," she cried, "my dear, what is this? Do you wish me to read it?" "Yes, for I cannot." Genevieve turned away as in his best hand, and bad as it was, Albinia read the commencement. "My hope, my joy, my Genevieve." In mute astonishment Albinia looked up and met Genevieve's eyes. "Oh, madam, you are displeased with me," she cried in despair, misinterpreting the look, "but indeed I could not help it." "My dear child," said Albinia, affectionately putting her arm round her waist, and drawing her down on the seat beside her, "indeed I am not displeased with you. You are doing the very best thing possible by us all." Think I am your sister, and tell me what is the meaning of all this, and then I will try to help you." "Oh, madam, you are too good," said Genevieve, weeping, and kindly holding the trembling hand, Albinia finished the letter herself. "Silly boy! Genevieve, dear girl, you must set my mind at rest. This is too childish. This is not the kind of thing that would touch your affections, I am sure." "Oh, po cela non," said Genevieve. "Oh, no, I am grateful to Mr. Gilbert Kendall, for even as a little boy he was always kind to me. But for the rest, he is so young, madam, even if I could forget—" "I see," said Albinia. "I am sure that you are much too good and sensible at your age to waste a moment's thought or pain on such a foolish boy as he certainly is, Genevieve, though not so foolish in liking you, whatever he may be in the way of expressing it." Though, of course, Albinia had floundered into a dreadful bewilderment between her sense of Genevieve's merits and of the incompatibility of their station, and she plunged out by asking, "And how long has this been going on?" Genevieve hesitated. "To speak the truth, madam, I have long seen that, like many other youths, he would be very attentive if one were not guarded, but I had known him so long that perhaps I did not soon enough begin to treat him as jeune homme." "And this is his first letter?" "Oh, yes, madam." "He complains that you will not hear him. Do you dislike to tell me if anything had passed previously?" "Thursday," was slightly whispered. "Thursday. Ah, now I begin to understand the cause of your being suddenly moonstruck." "Ah, madam, pardon me." "I see. It was the only way to avoid a tete-a-tete," said Albinia. "Well done, Genevieve. What had he been saying to you, my dear?" Poor Genevieve cast about for a word, and finally faltered out, "De sotis, madam." "That I can well believe," said Albinia. "Well, my dear." "I think," pursued Genevieve, "that he was vexed because I would not let him absorb me exclusively at Fairmead, and began to reproach me and protest." "And like a wise woman you waked the sleeping dragon," said Albinia. "Was this all?" "No, madam. So little had passed that I hoped it was only the excitement, and that he would forget. But on Saturday he met me in the flagged path, and oh, he said a great deal, though I did my best to convince him that he could only make himself be laughed at. I hoped even then that he was silenced, and that I need not mention it. But I see he has been watching me, and I dare not go out alone lest I should meet him. He called this morning, and not seeing me left this note. Do your grandmother and aunt know?" "Oh, no, I would far rather not tell them. Need I? Oh, madam, surely you can speak to him, and no one need ever hear of it," implored Genevieve. "You have promised me that no one should be told." "No one shall, my dear. I hope soon to tell you that he is heartily ashamed of having teased you. No one need be ashamed of thinking you very dear and good. You can't help being lovable, but Master Gibbie has no right to tell you so, and will put an end to it. He will soon be in India, out of your way. Good-bye." Albinia kissed the confused and blushing maiden, and walked away, provoked, yet diverted. She found Gilbert alone, and was not slow in coming to the point, endeavouring to model her treatment on that of her brother, the General, towards his aide-de-camp in the like predicaments. "Gilbert, I want to speak to you. I am afraid you have been making yourself troublesome to Miss Durand. You are old enough to know better than to write such a note as this." He was all one blush, made an inarticulate exclamation and burst out, "That abominable, treacherous old wooden doll of a mademoiselle! No, Miss Belmarch knows nothing of it. No one ever shall, if you will promise to drive this nonsense out of your head." "Nonsense! Mrs. Kendall," with a gesture of misery. "Gilbert, you are making yourself absurd." He turned about and would have marched out of the room, but she pursued him. "You must listen to me. It is not fit that you should carry on this silly importunity. It is exceedingly distressing to her, and might lead to very unpleasant and hurtful remarks." Seeing him look sullen, she took breath and considered. "She came to me in great trouble, and begged me to restore your letter, and tell you never to repeat the liberty." He struck his hand on his brow, crying vehemently, "Cruel girl! She little knows me. You little know me, if you think I am to be silenced thus. I tell you I will never cease. I am not bound by your pride, which has sneered down and crushed the loveliest." "Not mine," said Albinia, disconcerted at his unexpected violence. "Yes," he exclaimed, "I know you could patronize, but a step beyond, and it is all the same with you as with the rest. You despise the jewel without the setting." "No," said Albinia, "so far from depreciating her, I want to convince you that it is an insult to pursue her in this ridiculous underhand way." "You do me no justice," said Gilbert loftily. "You little understand what you are pleased to make game of." And with one of his sudden alternations, he dropped into a chair, calling himself the most miserable fellow in the world, unpitied where he would gladly offer his life, and his tenderest feelings derided, and he was so nearly ready to cry that Albinia pitied him, and said, "I'll laugh no more if I can help it, Gibbie, but indeed you are too young for all this misery to be real. I don't mean that you are pretending, but only that this is your own fancy." "Fancy," said the boy solemnly. "The happiness of my life is at stake. She shall be the sharer of all that is mine, the moment my property is in my own hands." "And do you think so high-minded a girl would listen to you, and take advantage of a fancy in a boy so much younger, and of a different class? It would be ecstasy to raise her, and lay all at her feet." "So it might, if it were worthy of her to accept it. Gilbert, if you knew what love is, you would never wish her to lower herself by encouraging you now. She would be called artful, designing." "If she loved me," he said disconsolately. "I wish I could bring you to see how unlikely it is that a sensible, superior woman could really attach herself to a mere lad. An unprincipled person might pretend it for the sake of your property. A silly one might like you because you are good-looking and well-mannered, but neither would be Genevieve." "There is no use in saying any more," he said, rising in offended dignity. "I cannot let you go till you have given me your word never to obtrude your folly on Miss Durrant again." "Have you anything else to ask me?" cried Gilbert, in a melodramatic tone. "Yes. How would you like your father to know of this? It is her secret, and I shall keep it, unless you are so selfish as to continue the pursuit, and if so, I must have recourse to his authority." "Oh, Mrs. Kendall," he said, actually weeping, "you have always pitied me hitherto." "A man should not ask for pity," said Albinia, "but I am sorry for you, for she is an admirable person, and I see you are very unhappy. But I will do all I can to help you, and you will get over it, if you are reasonable. Now understand me, I will and must protect Genevieve, and I shall appeal to your father, unless you promise me to desist from this persecution." The debate might have been endless if Mr. Kendall had not been heard coming in. "You promise," she said. "Yes," was the faint reply, in nervous terror of immediate reference to his father, and they hurried different ways, trying to look unconcerned. "Never mind," said Albinia to herself. "Was not Fred quite as bad about me? And look at him now. Yes, Gilbert must go to India. It will cure him, or if it should not, his affection will be respectable and worth consideration. If he were but older, and this were the genuine article, I would fight for him. But—" and she sat down to write a loving note to Genevieve. Her sanguine disposition made her trust that all would blow over, but her experience of the cheerful, buoyant Ferrars' temperament was no guide to the morbid Kendall disposition. Gilbert lay on the grass limp and doleful till the fall of the dew, when he betook himself to a sofa, and in the morning turned up his eyes reproachfully at her instead of eating his breakfast. About 11 o'clock the Fairmead pony carriage stopped at the door, containing Mr. Ferrars, the captain, Aunt Gertrude, and little Willie. Albinia, her husband, and Lucy were soon in the drawing-room welcoming them, and Lucy fetched her little brother, who had been vociferous for 3 days about Cousin Fred, the real soldier, but now, struck with awe at the mighty personage, stood by his mamma, profoundly silent and staring. He was ungracious to his aunt, and still more so to Willie, the latter of whom was dispatched under Lucy's charge to find Gilbert, but they came back unsuccessful, nor did Sophy make her appearance. She was reported to be reading to grandmamma. Mrs. Meadows preferred to Miss Ferrars. There was more in this than Albinia could make out, and she sat uneasily till she could exchange a few words with Lucy. "My dear, what is become of the other two?" "I am sure I don't know what is the matter with them," said Lucy. "Gilbert is gone out, nobody knows where, and when I told Sophy who was here, she said Captain Ferrars was an empty-headed coxcomb, and she did not want to see him." "Oh, the geese!" murmured Albinia to herself, till the comical suspicion crossed her mind that Gilbert was jealous, and that Sophy was afraid of falling a victim to the redoubtable lady-killer. Luncheon time produced Sophy, grave and silent, but no Gilbert, and Mr. Kendall, receiving no satisfactory account of his absence, said, "Very strange," and looked annoyed. Captain Ferrars seemed to have expected to see his bright little partner of Thursday, for he inquired for her, and Willie imparted the information that Fred had taken her for Sophy all the time. Fred laughed, and owned it, but asked if she were not really the governess. "A governess," said Albinia, "but not ours," and an explanation followed, during which Sophy blushed violently, and held up her head as if she had an iron bar in her neck. "A pity," said the lancer, when he had heard who she was, and under his moustache he murmured to Albinia, "She is rather in Emily's style." "Oh, Fred," thought Albinia, "after all, it may be lucky that you aren't going to stay here." When Albinia was alone with her brother, she could not help saying, "Morris, you were right to scold me. I reproached you with thinking life made up of predicaments. I think mine is made of blunders." "Ah, I saw you were harassed to-day," said her brother kindly. "Whenever one is happy one does something wrong." "I guess. You are generous not to say you warned me months ago. Mind, it is no fault of hers. She is behaving beautifully. But oh, the absurdity, and the worst of it is, I have promised not to tell Edmund." "Then don't tell me. You have a judgment quite good enough for use." "No, I have not. I have only sense, and that only serves me for what other people ought to do." "Then ask Albinia what Mrs. Kendall ought to do." Gilbert came in soon after their departure with an odd, dishevelled, abstracted look, and muttered something inaudible about not knowing the time. His depression absolutely courted notice, but as a slight cough would at any time reduce him to despair, he obtained no particular observation, except from Sophy, who made much of him, flushed at Genevieve's name, and looked reproachful, that it was evident that she was his confidant. Several times did Albinia try to lead her to enter on the subject, but she set up her screen of silence. It was disappointing, for Albinia had believed better things of her sense, and hardly made allowance for the different aspect of the love sorrows of 17, viewed from 15 or 26, vexatious too, to be treated with dry reserve, and probably viewed as a rock in the course of true love, and provoking to see perpetual tete-a-tetes that could hardly fail to fill Sophy's romantic head with folly. At the end of another week, Albinia received the following note: "Dear and most kind Madam, I would not trouble you again, but this is the third within 4 days. I returned the 2 former ones to himself, but he continues to write. May I ask your permission to speak to my relatives, for I feel that I ought to hide this no longer from them, and that we must take some measures for ending it. He does me the honor to wait near the house, and I never dare go out, since, for I will confess all to you, madam, he met me by the river on Monday. I am beginning to fear that his assiduities have been observed, and I would be much obliged if you would tell me how to act. Your kind perseverance in your goodness towards me is my greatest comfort, and I hope that you will still continue it, for indeed it is most unwillingly that I am a cause of perplexity and vexation to you, entreating your pardon, your most faithful and obliged servant, Genevieve Celeste Durand." What was to be done? That broken pledge overpowered Albinia with a personal sense of shame, and though it set her free to tell all to her husband, she shrank from provoking his stern displeasure towards his son, and feared he might involve Genevieve in his anger. She dashed off a note to her poor little friend, telling her to do as she thought fit by her aunt and grandmother, and then sought another interview with the reluctant Gilbert, to whom she returned the letter, saying, "Oh, Gilbert, at least I thought you would keep your word." "I think," he said angrily, trying for dignity, though betrayed by his restless eyes and hands, "I think it is too much to accuse me of, when I never said, what word did I ever give? You promised me never to persecute her again." "There may be 2 opinions as to what persecution means," said Gilbert. "I little thought of subterfuges. I trusted you." "Mrs. Kendall, hear me," he passionately cried. "You knew not the misery you imposed. To live so near, and not a word, not a look. I bore it as long as I could, but when Sophy would not so much as take one message, human nature could not endure. Well, if you cannot restrain yourself like a rational creature, some means must be taken to free Miss Durand from a pursuit so injurious and disagreeable to her." "Ay," he cried, "you have filled her with your own prejudices, and inspired her with such a dread of the hateful fences of society, that she does not dare to confess. For shame, Gilbert, you are accusing her of acting a part." "No," he exclaimed, "all I say is, that she has been so thrust down and forced back, that she cannot venture to avow her feelings even to herself." "Oh," said Albinia, you conceited person." "Well," cried the boy, so much nettled by her sarcasm that he did not know what he said, "I think, considering our situations, I might be worth her consideration." "Who put that in your head?" asked Albinia. "You are too much a gentleman for it to have come there of its own accord." He blushed excessively and retracted. "No, no, I did not mean that. No, I only mean I have no fair play. She will not even think. Oh, if I had but been born in the same station of life!" Gilbert making entrechats with a little fiddle. It had nearly overthrown her gravity, and she made no direct answer, only saying, "Well, Gilbert, these talks are useless. I only thought it right to give you notice that you have released me from my engagement, not to make your father aware of your folly." He went into an agony of entreaties and proffers of promises, but no more treaties of secrecy could he obtain. She would only say that she should not speak immediately, she should wait and see how things turned out, by which she meant how soon it might be hoped that he would be safe in the Calcutta Bank, where she heartily wished him. She sought a conference with Genevieve, and took her out walking in the meadows, for the poor child really needed change and exercise. The fear of Gilbert had made her imprison herself within the little garden, till she looked sallow and worn. She said that her grandmother and aunt had decided that she should go in a couple of days to the convent at Hedminster, to remain there till Mr. Gilbert went to India. The superior was an old friend of her aunt, and Genevieve had often been there and knew all the nuns. Albinia was startled by this project. "My dear, I had much rather send you to stay at my brother's, or anywhere. Are you sure you are not running into temptation?" "Not of that kind," said Genevieve. "The priest, Mr. O'Hara, is a good-natured old gentleman, not in the least disposed to trouble himself about my conversion." "And the sisters?" "Good old ladies. They have always been very kind to me, and petted me exceedingly when I was a little child. But for the rest," still seeing Albinia's anxious look, "oh, they would not think of it. I don't believe they could argue. They are not like the new-fashioned Roman Catholics of whom you are thinking, madam." "And are there no enthusiastic young novices?" "I should think no one would ever be a novice there," said Genevieve. "You seem to be bent on destroying all the romance of convents, Genevieve." "I never thought of anything romantic connected with the Reverend Mothers," rejoined Genevieve. "And yet, when I recollect how they came to Hedminster, I think you will be interested. You know the family at Hedminster Hall in the last century were Roman Catholics, and a daughter had professed at a convent in France. At the time of the Revolution, her brother, the esquire, wrote to offer her an asylum at his house. The day of her arrival was fixed. Behold, a stage-coach draws up to the door, black veils inside, black veils clustered on the roof, a black veil beside the coachman on the box, 18 nuns alight, and the poor old infirm abbess is lifted out. They had not even figured to themselves that the invitation could be to one without the whole sisterhood. And what did the esquire do with the good ladies? He took them as a gift from Providence. He raised a subscription among his friends, and they were lodged in the house at Hedminster, where something like a sisterhood had striven to exist ever since the days of James II. Are any of these sisters living still?" "Only poor old Mother Teresa, who was a little pensionaire when they came, and now is blind and never quits her bed. There are only 7 sisters at present, and none of them are less than 45. "And what shall you do there, Genevieve?" If they have any pupils from the town, perhaps I may help to teach them French, and I shall have plenty of time for my music. Oh, madam, would you lend me a little of your music to copy?" "With all my heart. Any books?" "Ah, that would be the greatest kindness of all, and if it were not presuming too much, if madam would let me take the pattern of that beautiful point lace that she sometimes wears in the evening, then I should make myself welcome. And put out your eyes, my dear, but you may turn out my whole lace drawer if you think anything there will be a pleasure to the old ladies." "Ah, you do not guess the pleasure, madam. Needlework and embroidery is their excitement and delight. They will ask me closely about all I have seen and done for months past, and the history of the day at Fairmead will be a fate in itself." "Well, my dear, it is very right of you, and I do feel very thankful to you for treating the matter thus. Pray tell your grandmamma and aunt to pardon the sad revolution we have made in their comfort, and that I hope it will soon be over." Genevieve took no leave. Albinia sent her a goodly parcel of books and work patterns, and she returned an affectionate note, but did not attempt to see Lucy and Sophy. The next Indian mail brought the expected letter, giving an exact account of the acquirements and habits that would be required of Gilbert, with a promise of a home where he would be treated as a son, and of admission to the firm after due probation. The letter was so sensible and affectionate that Mr. Kendall congratulated his son upon such an advantageous outset in life. Gilbert made slight reply, but the next morning Sophy sought Albinia out, and with some hesitation began to tell her that Gilbert was very anxious that she would intercede with papa not to send him to Calcutta. "You now, Sophy," cried Albinia, "you who used to think nothing equal to India." "I wish it were I," said Sophy, "but you know—" "Well," said Albinia coldly. Sophy was too shy to begin on that tack, and dashed off on another. "Oh, mamma, he is so wretched. He can't bear to thwart papa, but he says it would break his heart to go so far away, and that he knows it would kill him to be confined to a desk in that climate. You know papa thinks that nothing would confirm his health so much as a few years without an English winter. One's own instinct," began Sophy. Then breaking off, she added, "Mamma, you never were for the bank." "I used not to see the expediency, and I did not like the parting, but now I understand your father's wishes, and the sort of allegiance he feels towards India, so that Gilbert's reluctance will be a great mortification to him." "So it will," said Sophy mournfully. "I am sure it is to me. I always looked forward to Gilbert's going to Toulon, and seeing the dear old bearer, and taking all my presents there. But you see, of course, mamma, he cannot bear to go." "Sophy, dear," said Albinia, "you have been thinking me a very hard-hearted woman this last month. I have been longing to have it out." "Not hard-hearted," said Sophy, looking down, "only I had always thought you different from other people, and you considered that I was worldly and not romantic enough. Is that it, Sophy? I thought you knew how to value her for herself, so good and so admirable, a lady in everything, with such perfect manners. I thought you would have been pleased and proud that Gilbert's choice was so much nobler than beauty, or rank, or fashion could make it," said Sophy, growing enthusiastic as she went on. "Well, my dear, perhaps I am. But, mamma, you have done all you could to separate them. You have shut Genevieve up in a convent, and you want to banish him." "It sounds very grand and worthy of a cruel stepdame," said Albinia. But, my dear, though I do think Genevieve in herself an admirable creature, worthy of any one's love, what am I to think of the way Gilbert has taken to show his admiration? And is it not very hard, cried Sophy, that even you, who own all her excellences, should turn against him, and give in to all this miserable conventionality that wants riches and station and trumpery worldly things, and crushes down true love in two young hearts? Sophy, dear, I am afraid the love is not proved to be true in the one heart, and I am sure there is none in the other. Mamma, 'tis her self-command. Nonsense, his attentions are nothing but distress to her. Sensible grown-up young women are not apt to be flattered by importunity from silly boys. Has he told you otherwise? He thinks, he hopes at least, and I am sure it is all stifled by her sense of duty and fear of offending you or appearing mercenary. All delusion, said Albinia. There's not a spark of consciousness about her. I see you don't like to believe it, but it is my great comfort. Think how she would suffer if she did love him. Nay, think, before you are angry with me for not promoting it, how it would bring them into trouble and disgrace with all the world, even if your father consented. Have you once thought how it would appear to him? You can persuade papa to anything. Sophy, you ought to know your father better than to say that, cried Albinia, as if it had been disrespect to him. Then you think he would never allow it? You really think that such a creature as Genevieve, as perfect a lady as ever existed, must always be a victim to these hateful rules about station? No, said Albinia, certainly not, but if she were in the very same rank, if all else were suitable, Gilbert's age would make the pursuit ridiculous. Only 3 years younger, sighed Sophy. But if they were the same age, do you mean that no one ever ought to marry if they love ever so much, where the station is different? No, but they must not do so lightly, but try the love first to see whether it be worth the sacrifice. If an attachment lasts through many years of adverse circumstances, I think the happiness of the people has been shown to depend on each other. But I don't think it safe to disregard disparities until there has been some test that the love is the right stuff, or else they may produce ill temper, regrets, and unhappiness all the rest of their lives. If Gilbert went on for years, mamma, I do not say that, Sophy. Suppose, continued the eager girl, he went out to Calcutta and worked these 5 years and was made a partner, then he would be 22. Nobody could call him too young, and he would come home and ask papa's consent, and you— I should call that constancy, said Albinia, and he would take her out to Calcutta, and have no Drurys and Osbornes to bother her. Oh, it would be beautiful. I would watch over her while he was gone. I'll go and tell him. Stop, Sophy, not from me. That would never do. I don't think papa would think 22 such a great age. But he would have loved her 5 years, said Sophy, and you said yourself that would be constancy. True, but Sophy, I have known a youth who sailed broken-hearted, and met a lady just in the style of the former one on board the steamer. Sophy made a gesture of impatient disdain, and repeated, Do you allow me to tell Gilbert that this is the way? Not from me. I hold out no hope. I don't believe Genevieve cares for him, and I don't know whether his father would consent. But seeing Sophy's look of disappointment, I see no harm in your suggesting it, for it is his only chance with either of them, and would be the proof that his affection was good for something. And you think her worth it? I think her worth anything in the world, the more for her behaviour in this matter. I only doubt if Gilbert have any conception how much she is worth." Away went Sophy in a glow that made her almost handsome, while Albinia, as usual, wondered at her own imprudence. At luncheon Sophy avoided her eye and looked crestfallen, and when afterwards she gave a mute, inquiring address, shook her head impatiently. It was plain that she had failed, and was too much pained and shamed by his poorness of spirit to be able as yet to speak of it. Next came Gilbert, who pursued Albinia to the morning room to entreat her interference in his behalf, appealing piteously to her kindness. But she was obdurate. If any remonstrance were offered to his father, it must be by himself. Gilbert fell into a state of misery, threw himself about upon the chairs, and muttered in the fretfulness of childish despair something about its being very hard, when he was the owner of half the town, to be sent into exile. It was like jealousy of his growing up and being master. "Take care, Gilbert," said Albinia, with a flash of her eye that he felt to his backbone. "I don't mean it," cried Gilbert, springing towards her in supplication. "I've heard it said, that's all, and was angry as you. But when a fellow is beside himself with misery at being driven away from all he loves, not a friend to help him, how can he keep from thinking all sorts of things?" "I wonder what people dare to say it," cried Albinia wrathfully. But he did not heed. He was picturing his own future misfortunes, toil, climate, fevers, cholera, thugs, coups de soleil, genuine dread and repugnance working him up to positive agony. "Gilbert," said Albinia, "this is trumpery self-torture. You know this is a mere farrago that you have conjured up. Your father would neither thrust you into danger nor compel you to do anything to which you had a reasonable aversion. Go and be a man about it in one way or the other. Either accept or refuse, but don't make these childish lamentations. They are cowardly. I should be ashamed of little Morris if he behaved so." "And you will not speak a word for me." "No, speak for yourself." And she left the room. Days passed on till she began to think that, after all, Gilbert preferred Calcutta, cholera, thugs, and all, to facing his father. But at last he must have taken heart from his extremity, for Mr. Kendall said, with less vexation than she had anticipated, "So our plans are overthrown. Gilbert tells me he has an invincible dislike to Calcutta. Had you any such idea?" "Not till your cousin's letter arrived." "What did you say to him?" "He was so much afraid of vexing me that I was obliged to encourage him to speak freely, and I found that he had always had a strong distaste to and dread of India. I told him I wished he had made me aware of it sooner, and desired to know what profession he really preferred. He spoke of Oxford and the bar, and so I suppose it must be. I do not wonder that he wishes to follow his Traversham friends, and as they are a good set, I hope there may not be much temptation. I see you are not satisfied, Albinia, yet your wishes were one of my motives." "Thank you. Once I should," said Albinia. "But, Edmund, I see how wrong it was to have concealed anything from you." And thereupon she informed him of Gilbert's passion for Genevieve Durrant, which astonished him greatly, though he took it far less seriously than she had expected, and was not displeased at having been kept in ignorance, and spared the trouble of taking notice of it, and thus giving it importance. "It will pass off," he said. "She has too much sense and principle to encourage him, and if you can get her out of Bayford for a few years, he will be glad to have it forgotten. Poor Genevieve, she must break up her grandmother's home after all." "It will be a great advantage to her. You used to say that it would be most desirable for her to see more of the world. Away from this place she might marry well." "Any one son but yours," said Albinia, smiling. "The connection would be worse here than anywhere else. But I was not thinking of any one in our rank of life. There are many superior men in trade with whom she might be very happy." "Poor child," sighed Albinia, "I cannot feel that it is fair that she should be banished for Gilbert's faults. And I am sorry for the school. You cannot think how much the tone was improving." "If it could be done without hurting her feelings, I should gladly give her a year at some superior finishing school, which might either qualify her for a governess or enable her to make this one more profitable." "Oh, thank you," cried Albinia. "Yet I doubt. However, her services would be quite equivalent in any school to the lessons she wants. I'll write to Mrs. Elwood." And she was absorbed in the register office in her brain when Mr. Kendall continued, "This is quite unexpected. I could not have supposed the boy so foolish. However, if you please, I will speak to him, tell him that I was unaware of his folly, and insist on his giving it up." "I should be very glad if you would." Gilbert was called, and the result was more satisfactory than Albinia thought that Genevieve deserved. His frenzy had tended to wear itself out, and he had been so dreadfully alarmed about India and his father, that in his relief, gratitude, and fear of being sent out, he was ready to promise anything. Before his father he could go into no rhapsodies, and could only be miserably confused. "Personally," said Mr. Kendall, "it is creditable that you should be attracted by such estimable qualities, but these are not the sole consideration. Equality of station is almost as great a requisite as these for producing comfort or respectability, and nothing but your youth and ignorance could excuse your besetting any young woman with importunities which she had shown to be disagreeable to her." There was no outcry of despair, only a melancholy muttering. Then Mr. Kendall pronounced his decree in terms more explicit than those in which Albinia had exacted the promise. He said nothing about persecution, nor was he unreasonable enough to command an instant immolation of the passion. He only insisted that Gilbert should pay no marked attention, and attempt no unsanctioned or underhand communication. Unless he thought he had sufficient self-command to abstain, his father must take further measures. As if fearing that this must mean Kendall and Kendall, he raised his head, and with a deep sigh undertook for his own self-command. Mr. Kendall laid his hand on his shoulder with kind pity, told him he was doing right, and that while he acted openly and obediently, he should always meet with sympathy and consideration. 2 difficult points remained: the disposing of the young people. Gilbert was still over young for the university, as well as very backward and ill prepared, and the obstinate remains of the cough made his father unwilling to send him from home, and his presence made Genevieve's absence necessary. The place had begun to loom in the distance. A former governess of Albinia's, who would have done almost anything to please her, had lately been left a widow, and established herself in a suburb of London, with a small party of pupils. She had just begun to feel the need of an additional teacher, and should gladly receive Genevieve, provided she fulfilled certain requisites, of which, luckily, French pronunciation stood the foremost. The terms were left to Albinia, who could scarcely believe her good fortune, and went in haste to discuss the matter with the Belmarches. It almost consoled her for what she had been exceedingly ashamed to announce, the change of purpose with regard to Gilbert, which was a sentence of banishment to the object of his folly. Nothing pained her more than the great courtesy and kindness of the 2 old ladies to whom it was such a cruel stroke. They evidently felt for her and appeared to catch at Mrs. Elwood's offer, and when Albinia proposed that her salary should be a share in the instructions of the masters, agreed that this was the very thing they had felt it was their duty to provide for her, and if they had been able to bring themselves to part with her. So, said good Madame Belmarch, smiling sadly, you see it has been for the dear child's real good that our weakness has been conquered. Genevieve was written to and consented to everything, and when Mr. Kendall took Gilbert away to visit an old friend, his wife called for Genevieve at the convent to bring her home. Albinia could not divest herself of some curiosity and excitement in driving up to the old-fashioned red brick house with two tall wings projecting towards the street, and the front door in the centre between them, with steps down to it. She had not been without hopes of a parlour with a grill, or at least that a lay sister would open the door, but she saw nothing but a very ordinary-looking old maid servant, and close behind her was Genevieve with her little box, quite ready, no excuse for seeing anything or anybody else. If Genevieve were sad at the proposal of leaving home and going among strangers, she took care to hide all that could pain Mrs. Kendall, and her cheerful French spirit really enjoyed the prospect of new scenes, and bounded with enterprise at the hope of a new life and fresh field of exertion. Perhaps, after all, she said, smiling, they may make something of me really useful and valuable, and it will be all owing to you, dear madam. Drawing and Italian, when I can teach them, I shall be able to make grandmamma easy for life. Genevieve skipped out of the carriage into her aunt's arms, as if alive only to the present delight of being at home again. It was a contrast to Sophy's dolorous visage. Poor Sophy, she was living in a perpetual strife with the outward tokens of sulkiness, forcing herself against the grain to make civil answers, and pretend to be interested when she felt wretched and morose. That Gilbert, after so many ravings, should have relinquished from mere cowardice that one hope of earning Genevieve by honourable exertion, had absolutely lowered her trust in the exalting power of love, and her sense of justice revolted against the decision that visited the follies of the guilty upon the innocent. She was yearning over her friend with all her heart, pained at the separation, and longing fervently to make some demonstration. But the greater her wish, the worse was her reserve. She spent all her money upon a beautiful book as a parting gift, and kept it beside her, missing occasion after occasion of presenting it, and falling at each into a perfect agony behind that impalpable yet impassable barrier of embarrassment. It was not till the very last evening, when Genevieve had actually wished her good-bye and left the house, that she grew desperate. She hastily put on bonnet and cloak, and pursued Genevieve up the street, overtaking her at last, and causing her to look round close to her own door. "My dear Miss Sophy," cried Genevieve, "what is the matter? You are quite overcome." "This book," said Sophy. It was all she could say. "Love, yes," said Genevieve. "Admiration, no." "You shall not say that," cried Sophy. "I have found what is really dignified and disinterested, and you must let me admire you, Jenny. It makes me comfortable." Genevieve smiled. "I would not commit an egoism," she said, "but if the sense of admiration do you good, I wish it had a worthier cause." "There is no one to admire but you," said Sophy. "I think it very unfair to send you away, and though it is nobody's fault, I hate good sense and the way of the world." "Oh, do not talk so. I am only overwhelmed with wonder at the goodness I have experienced. If it had happened with any other family, oh, how differently I should have been judged. Oh, when I think of Mrs. Kendall, I am ready to weep with gratitude. Yes, mamma is mamma, and not like any one else, but even she is obliged to be rational, and do the injustice whatever she feels, said Sophy. Oh, not injustice, kindness. I shall be able to earn more for grandmamma. It is injustice, said Sophy, not hers perhaps, but of the world. It makes me so angry to think that you should never do anything but wear yourself out in drudging over tiresome little children. Little children are my brothers and sisters, as I never had any, said Genevieve. Oh, I always love them. They make a home wherever they are. I am thankful that my vocation is among them. In dread of a token from Gilbert, Genevieve would not notice it, but pursued, You must come in and rest. You must have my aunt's salts. No, no, said Sophy, not there, as Genevieve would have taken her to the little parlor, but opening the door of the schoolroom, she sank breathless into a sitting position on the carpetless boards. Genevieve shut the door, and kneeling down, found Sophy's arms thrown round her, pressing her almost to strangulation. Oh, I wanted to do it. I never could want you have the book, Genevieve. It is my keepsake, only I could not give it because— It is your keepsake indeed, dear Miss Sophy, said Genevieve. Oh, if it is yours, how I shall value it! But it is too beautiful. Nothing is too beautiful for you, Genevieve, said Sophy fervently. And it is your gift. But I am frightened. It must have cost, began Genevieve, still a little on her guard. Dear, dear Miss Sophy, forgive me if I do seem ungrateful, but indeed I ought to ask if it is all your own gift. Mine? Yes, said Sophy, on the borders of offence. I know what you mean, Genevieve, but you may trust me. I would not take you in. Genevieve was blushing intensely, but taking courage, she bestowed a shower of ardent embraces and expressions of gratitude mingled with excuses for her precaution. Oh, it was so very kind in Miss Sophy, she said. It would be such a comfort to remember. She had feared she was too angry with her. Angry? Oh, no, cried Sophy, her heart quite unlocked. But the more I loved and admired, the more I could not speak. And if they drive you to be a governess, if you had a situation like what we read of— Perhaps I shall not, said Genevieve, laughing. Everyone has been so good to me hitherto. And then I am not reduced from anything grander. I shall always have the children, you know. How I should hate them, quoth Sophy. They are my pleasure. Besides, I have always thought it a blessing that my business in life, though so humble, should be what may do direct good, if only I do not set them a bad example or teach them any harm. Not much danger of that, said Sophy, smiling. Well, I can't believe it will be your lot all your life. You will find someone who will know how to love you. No, said Genevieve, I am not in a position for marriage. Grandmamma has often told me so. Things sometimes happen, pursued Sophy. Mamma said if Gilbert had been older, or even if he had been in earnest and steady enough to work for you in India, then it might. And surely, if Gilbert could care for you, people higher and deeper than he would like you better still. Hush, said Genevieve, they would only see the objections more strongly. No, do not put these things in my head. I know that unless a teacher hold her business as her mission, and put all other schemes out of her mind, she will work with an absent, distracted, half-hearted attention, and fail of the task that the good God has committed to her. Then you would never even wish— "It would be seeking pomps and vanities to wish," said Genevieve. "A schoolroom is a good safe cloister, probably less dull than the convent. If I wish at all, it will be that I may be well shut up there, for I know that in spite of myself my manners are different from your English ones. I cannot make them otherwise, and that amuses people, and I cannot help liking to please, and so I become excited. I enjoy society so much that it is not safe for me. So don't be sorry, dear Sophy. It is a fit penance for the vanity that elated me too much that evening at Fairmead." Mademoiselle Belmarch was here attracted by the voices. Sophy started up from the ground, made some unintelligible excuse, and while Mademoiselle was confounded with admiration at the sight of the book, inflicted another boa constrictor embrace, and hurried away. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of The Young Stepmother by Charlotte Yonge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Planets hostile to the tender passion must have been in the ascendant, for the result of Captain Ferrar's pursuit of his brother to Italy was the wholesome certainty that his own slender portion was all he had to reckon upon. Before returning to Canada, he came to Bayford to pour out his troubles to his cousin, and to induce her, if he could induce no one else, to advise his immediate marriage. It was the first time he had been really engaged, and his affection had not only stood 3 months' absence, but had so much elevated his shatterbrained, though frank and honest temperament, that Albinia conceived a high opinion of Emily, and did her best to persuade him to be patient, and wait for promotion. Sophy likewise approved of him this time, perhaps because he was so opposite a specimen of the genus lover from that presented by her brother. Gilbert had not been able to help enjoying himself while from home, but his spirits sank on his return. He lay about on the grass in doleful dejection, studying little but LEL, lost appetite, and reproachfully fondled his cough. But Albinia was now more compassionate than Sophy, whom she was obliged to rebuke for an unsisterly disregard toward his woes. "I can't help it," said Sophy. "I can't believe in him now." "Yes, you ought to believe that he is really unhappy, and be more gentle and considerate with him. If it had been Ernest, he would have sacrificed himself instead of Genevieve. Ah, Sophy, some day you will learn to make excuses for other people, and not be so intolerant." "I never make excuses." "Except for Morris," said Albinia. "If you viewed other people as you do him, your judgments would be gentler." Sophy's conscientiousness, like her romance, was hard, high, and strict. But while she had as little mercy on herself as on others, and while there were some soft spots in her adamantine judgment, there was hope that these would spread, and without lowering her tone, make her more merciful. She corresponded constantly with Genevieve, who seemed very happily placed. Mrs. Elwood was delighted with her, and she with Mrs. Elwood, and her lively letters showed no signs of pining for home. Sophy felt as if it were a duty to her friend to do what in her lay to prevent the two old ladies from being dull, and spent an hour with them every week, not herself contributing much to their amusement, but pleasing them by the attention, and hearing much that was very curious of their old-world recollections. Ever since that unlucky Penny Club day, when she had declared that she hated poor people, she had been let alone on that subject, and though principle had made her use her needle in their behalf, shyness and reserve had kept her back from all intercourse with them. But in her wish to compensate for Genevieve's absence, she volunteered to take charge of her vacant Sunday school class, and obtained leave to have the girls at home on the afternoons for an hour and a half. This was enough for one who worked, as she did, making a conscience of every word, and toiling to prepare her lessons, writing out her questions beforehand, and begging for advice upon them. "My dear," said Albinia, "you must alter this. You see this question does not grow out of the last answer." "Yes," said Sophy, "that must have been what puzzled them last Sunday. They want connection." "Nothing like logic to teach one to be simple," said Albinia. "I can't see the use of all this trouble," put in Lucy. "Why can't you ask them just what comes into your head, as I always do?" "Suppose mistakes come into my head?" "Oh, they would not find it out if they did. I declare, what's this, Persian? Are you going to teach them Persian?" "No, it is Greek. You see, it is a piece of a psalm, a quotation rather different in the New Testament. I wrote it down to ask papa what it is in Hebrew." "By the by, Sophy," continued Lucy, "how could you let Susan Price come to church with lace sleeves, absolute lace sleeves?" "Had she? There, you never see anything. Mamma, would it not be more sensible to keep their dress in order than to go poking into Hebrew, which can't be of use to any one?" There was more reason than might appear in what Lucy said. The girls of her class were more orderly and fonder of her than Sophy's of the grave young lady whose earnestness oppressed them, and whose shyness looked dislike and pride. As to finding fault with their dress, she privately told Albinia that she could not commit such a discourtesy, and was answered that no one but Mrs. Dusitoy need interfere. "I will go and ask Mrs. Dusitoy what she wishes," said Albinia. "I should be glad if she would modify Lucy's sumptuary laws. To fall foul of every trifle only makes the girls think of their dress." Albinia found Mrs. Dusitoy busied in writing notes on morning paper. "Here is a note I had written to you," she said. "I am sending over to Headmister to see if any of the curates can take the services to-morrow." Albinia looked at the note while Mrs. Dusitoy wrote on hurriedly. She read that there could be no daily services at present, the vicar having been summoned to Paris by the sudden death of Mrs. Cavendish Dusitoy. As the image of a well-endowed widow, always trying to force her way into higher society, arose before Albinia, she could hardly wait till the letter was dispatched to break out in amazement. "Was she a relation of yours? Even the name never made me think of it." "It is a pity she cannot have the gratification of hearing it, poor woman," said Mrs. Dusitoy. "But it is a fact that she did poor George Dusitoy the honour to marry him." "Mr. Dusitoy's brother?" "Ay, he was a young surgeon, just set up in practice, exactly like John. Nay, some people thought him still finer looking. She was a Miss Greenaway Cavendish, a stockbroker's heiress of a certain age." "Oh!" expressively cried Albinia. "You may say so," returned Mrs. Dusitoy. "She made him put away his profession, and set up for taste and elegant idleness." "And he submitted?" "There was a great deal of the meek giant in him, and he believed implicitly in the honour she had done him." It would have been very touching, if it had not been so provoking, to see how patiently and humbly that fine young man gave up all that would have made him happy, to bend to her caprices and pretensions. "Did you ever see them together?" "No, I never saw her at all, and him only once. I never knew John really savage but once, and that was at her not letting him come to our wedding. But she did give him leave of absence for 1 fortnight when we were at Lauriston. How happy the brothers were! It did one good to hear their great voices about the house, and they were like boys on a stolen frolic, where John took him to prescribe for some of our poor people. He used to talk of bringing us his little son, the one pleasure of his life, but he never was allowed. Oh, how I used to long to stir up a mutiny, cried Mrs. Dusitoy, quite unknowing that she ruled her own lion with a leash of silk. If she had appreciated him, it would have been bearable, but to her he was no more than the handsome young doctor whom she had made a gentleman, and not a very good piece of work at it either. Little she recked of the great loving heart that had thrown itself away on her, and the patience that bore with her, and she tried to hinder all the liberal, bountiful actions that were all he cared to do with his means. I wish the boy may remember him. How long has he been dead? These 10 years. He was drowned in a lake storm in Switzerland. People clung to him, and he could not swim. It was John's one great grief. He cannot mention him even now. And really, she added, smiling, I do believe he has brought himself to fancy it was a very happy marriage. She has always been very civil, but she has been chiefly abroad, and never would take his advice about sending her boy to school. What becomes of him now? He is our charge. She was on the way home from Italy when she was taken ill at Paris, and died at the end of the week. How old is he? About 19, I fancy. He must have had an odd sort of education, but if he is a nice lad, it will be a great pleasure to John to have something young about the house. I was thinking that Mr. Dusitoy hardly wanted more cares. So have I, said her friend, smiling, and I have been laying a plot against him. You see, he is as strong as a lion, and never yet was too tired to sleep, but it is rather a tempting of Providence to keep 3,589 people and 14 services in a week resting upon one man. Exactly what his church warden has preached to him. Moreover, he cannot be in 2 places at once, let alone half a dozen. Now my Lancashire people have written in quest of a title for holy orders for a young man who has just gone through Cambridge with great credit, and it strikes me that he might at once help John and cram Master Algernon. And Gilbert, cried Albinia. Oh, if you will import a tutor for Gilbert, we shall be ever beholden to you. I had thought of him. I have no doubt that he is much better taught than Algernon, but I am not afraid of this poor fellow bringing home bad habits, and they will be good companions. I reckon upon you and Mr. Kendall as great auxiliaries, and I don't think John will be able to withstand our united forces. On the way home, on emerging from the alley, Albinia encountered Gilbert, just parting with another youth, who walked off quickly on the Tremlin road, while she inquired who it was. That, said Gilbert. Oh, that was young Tritton. He has been away learning farming in Scotland. We speak when we meet, for old acquaintance sake, and that. The Bayford mind was diverted from the romance of Genevieve by the enormous fortune of the vicar's nephew, whose capital was in their mouths, and imaginations swelled into his yearly income. Swarms of cards of inquiry were left at the vicarage, and Mrs. Meadows and Lucy enjoyed the reflected dignity of being able to say that Mrs. Kendall was continually there. And so she was, for Mrs. Dusitoy was drooping, though more in body than visibly in spirit, and needed both companionship and assistance in supporting the charge left by her absent Atlas. He was not gone a moment longer than necessary, and took her by surprise at last, while Albinia and Sophy were sitting on the lawn with her, when she welcomed the nephew and the vicar, holding out a hand to each, and thanked them for taking care of Fanny. "Here, Algernon," he continued, "here are two of our best friends, Mrs. Kendall and Miss Sophy." There was a stiff bow from a stiff altitude. The youth was on the gigantic Dusatoy scale, looking taller even than his uncle, from his manner of holding himself with his chin somewhat elevated. He had a good, ruddy, sunburnt complexion, shining brown hair, and regular features, and Albinia could respond heartily to the good vicar's exclamation, as he followed her down to the gate, for the sake of saying, "Well-grown lad, isn't that? And a very good-hearted fellow, too. Poor boy, the very picture of his dear father. Well, and how has Fanny been?" He stayed to be reassured that his return was all his Fanny wanted, and then hurried back to her, while Albinia and Sophy pursued their way down the hill. "News for grandmamma. We must give her a particular description of the hero." "How ugly he thought me," said Sophy quaintly. "My dear, I believe that is the first thing you think of when you meet a stranger." "I saw it this time," returned Sophy. "His chin went up in the air at once. He set me down for Mrs. Kendall, and you for Miss Sophy." "Nonsense," said Albinia, for the inveterate youthfulness of her bright complexion and sunny hair was almost a sore subject with her. "Your always fancying that everyone is disgusted with you is as silly as if you imagined yourself transcendently beautiful. It is mere self-occupation, and helps to make you blunt and shy." "Mamma," said Sophy, "tell me one thing. Did you ever think yourself pretty?" "I have thought myself looking so under favorable circumstances, but that's all. You are as far from ugliness as I am, and have as little need to think of it. As far as features go, there's the making of a much handsomer woman in you than in me." Sophy laughed. A certain yearning for personal beauty was a curious part of her character, and she would have been ashamed to own the pleasure those few words had given her, or how much serenity and forbearance they were worth, and her good humour was put to the proof that evening, for grandmamma had a tea-party bent on extracting the full description of the great Algernon Greenaway Cavendish Dusatoy, Esquire. Lucy's first sight was less at her ease. Elizabeth Osborne, with whom she kept up a fitful intimacy, summoned her mysteriously into her garden to show her a peep-hole through a little dusty window in the tool-house, whence could be descried the vicarage garden, and Mr. Cavendish Dusatoy, as with a cigar in his mouth and his hands in his pockets, stately stepped he east, the wa and stately stepped he west. Lucy was so much amused that she could not help reporting it at home, where Gilbert forgot his sorrows in building up a mischievous romance in honour of the hole in the sweet and lovely wall. But the parents' view did not seem likely to hold out. £100,000 on one side of the wall, and 3 single daughters on the other, Mrs. Osborne was not the woman to trust to the wall's hole, and so Mr. Dusatoy's enemy laid down her colours, and he was too kind-hearted to trace her sudden politeness to the source. Mr. Dusatoy acceded to the scheme devised by his wife, and measures were at once taken for engaging the curate. When Albinia went to talk the matter over at the parsonage, Lucy accompanied her, but the object of her curiosity was not in the room, and when she had heard that he was fond of drawing, and that his horses were to be kept at the King's Head stables. The conversation drifted away, and she grew restless, and begged Mrs. Dusitoy to allow her to replenish the faded bouquets on the table. No sooner was she in the garden than Mrs. Dusitoy put on an arch look, and, lowering her voice, said, "Oh, it is such fun. He does despise us so immensely." "Despise you?" "He is a good boy, faithful to his training. Now his poor mother's axioms were that the English are vulgar, country English more vulgar, Fanny Dusitoy the most vulgar. I wish we always as heartily accepted what we are taught. He must be intolerable. No, he is very condescending and patronizing to the savages. He really is fond of his uncle, and John is so much hurt if I notice his peculiarities that I have been dying to have my laugh out." "Can Mr. Dusitoy bear with pretension?" "It is not pretension, only calm faith in the lessons of his youth. Look," she added, becoming less personal at Lucy's re-entrance, and pointing to a small, highly varnished oil painting of a red terra-cotta vase holding a rose, a rhododendron before it, and half a watermelon grinning behind, newly severed by a knife. "Is that what people bring home from Italy nowadays?" said Albinia. "That is an original production." "Did Mr. Cavendish Dusitoy do that?" cried Lucy. "Genre is his style," was the reply. "His mother was resolved he should be an amateur, and I give his master great credit." "Especially for that not being a Madonna," said Albinia. "I congratulate you on his having so safe an amusement." "Yes, it disposes of him and of the spare room. He cannot exist without an atelier." Just then the vicar entered. "Ah, Algernon's picture," began he, who had never been known to look at one, except the fat cattle in the Illustrated News. "What do you think of it? Has he not made a good hand of the picture?" Albinia gratified him by owning that the picture was round, and Lucy was in perfect rapture at the "dear little spots" in the rhododendron. "A poor way of spending a lad's time," said the uncle, "but it is better than nothing, and I call the knife very good. I declare you might take it up," and he squeezed up his eyes to enhance the illusion. A slow and wide opening of the door admitted the lofty presence of Algernon Cavendish Dusitoy, with another small picture in his hand. Becoming aware of the visitors, he saluted them with a dignified movement of his head, and, erecting his chin, gazed at them over it. "So you have brought us another picture, Algernon," said his uncle. "Mrs. Kendall has just been admiring your red jar." "Have you a taste for art?" demanded Mr. Cavendish Dusitoy, turning to her with magnificent suavity. "I used to be very fond of drawing." "Genre is my style," he pursued, almost overthrowing her gravity by the original of his aunt's imitation. "I took lessons of old Barboil, excellent master. Truth and nature, those were his maxims, and from the moment I heard them I said, 'This is my man.' We used positively to live in the Borghese. There," as he walked backwards, after adjusting his production in the best light. "A snipe," said Albinia. "A snipe that I killed in the Pontine marshes." "There is very good shooting about Anxer," said Albinia. "You have been at Rome?" He permitted himself a little animation at discovering any one within the pale of civilization. "For 1 fortnight in the course of a galloping tour with my 2 brothers," said Albinia. "All the continent in one long vacation." "That was much to be regretted. It is my maxim to go through every museum thoroughly." "I can't regret," said Albinia. "I should be very sorry to give up my bright indistinct haze of glorious memories, though I was too young to appreciate all I saw. For my part, I have grown up among works of art. My whole existence has been molded on them, and I feel an inexpressible void without them. I shall be most happy to introduce you into my atelier and show you my notes on the various musees. I preserve them merely as a trifling memorial, but many connoisseurs have told me that I ought to print them as a catalogue raisonné, for private circulation, of course. I should be sorry to interfere with Murray, but on the whole I decided otherwise. I should be so much bored with applications. Mrs. Dusitoy's wicked glance had so nearly demolished the restraint on her friend's dimples that she turned her back on her and commended the finish of a solitary downy feather that lay detached beside the bird. "My maxim is truth to nature at any cost of pains," said the youth, not exactly gratified, for homage was his native element, but graciously proceeding to point out the merits of the composition. Albinia's composure could endure no more, and she took her leave, Mr. Dusitoy coming down the hill with her to repeat, and this time somewhat wistfully, "A fine lad, is he not, poor fellow?" With perfect sincerity she could praise his good looks. "He has had a quantity of sad stuff thrust on him by the people who have been about his poor mother," said Mr. Dusitoy. "She could never bear to part with him, and no wonder, poor thing. And she must have let a very odd sort of people get about her abroad. They've flattered that poor lad to the top of his bent, you see. But he's a very good boy for all that, very warm-hearted." "He must be very amiable for his mother to have been able to manage him all this while." "Just what I say," cried the vicar, his honest face clearing. "Many youths would have run into all that is bad, brought up in that way. But only consider what disadvantages he has had. When we get him to see his real standing a little better, I say, could not you let us have your young people to come up this evening, have a little music, and make it lively? I suppose Fanny and I are growing old, though I never thought so before. Will you come, Lucy, there's a good girl, and bring your brother and sister? The lads must be capital friends." Lucy promised with sparkling eyes, and the vicar strode off, saying he should depend on the three. Gilbert supposed he was in for it, but did not see the use of it. He was sick of the name of that polysyllable, and should see enough of him when Mr. Hope came, worse luck. The result of the evening was that Lucy was enraptured at the discovery that this most accomplished hero sang Italian songs to the loveliest guitar in the world, and was very much offended with Sophy for wishing to know whether mamma really thought him so very clever. Immediately after the ordination arrived Mr. Hope, a very youthful, small, and delicate-looking man, whom Mr. Dusitoy could have lifted as easily as his own Fanny, with short sight, timid nature, scholarly habits, weak nerves, and an inaudible voice. Of great intellect, having read deeply, and reading still more deeply, he had the utmost dread of ladies, and not even his countrywoman, Mrs. Dusitoy, could draw him out. He threw his whole soul into the work, winning the hearts of the infant school and the old women, but discomfiting the congregation by the weakness of his voice and the length and depth of his sermons. There was one in especial which very few heard, and no one entered into except Sophy, who held an hour's argument over it with her father, till they arrived at such lengthy names of heresies that poor grandmamma asked if it were right to talk Persian on a Sunday evening. He conscientiously tutored his two pupils, but there was no common ground between him and them. Excepting his extra intellect, there was no boyhood in him. A town-bred scholar, a straight constitutional upon a clean road, was his wildest dream of exercise. He never had mounted a horse, did not know a chicken from a partridge except on the table, was too short-sighted for pictures, and esteemed no music except Gregorians. The two youths were far more alive to his deficiencies than to his endowments. Algernon contemned him for being a bookseller's son, with nothing to live on but his fellowship and curacy, and Gilbert looked down on his ignorance of every matter of common life and excessive bashfulness. Mr. Dusitoy would have had less satisfaction in the growing intimacy between the lads had he known that it had been cemented by inveigling poor Mr. Hope into a marsh in search of cotton grass, which, at Gilbert's instigation, Algernon avouched to be a new sort of Indian corn, grown in Italy for feeding silkworms. An intimacy there was, rather from constant intercourse than from positive liking. Gilbert saw through and disdained young Dusitoy's dullness and self-consequence, but good-natured, kindly, and unoccupied, he had no objection to associate with him, showing him English ways, trying to hinder him from needlessly exposing himself, and secretly amused with his pretension. Algernon, with his fine horses, expensive appointments, and lofty air, was neither a discreditable nor unpleasing companion. Mr. Kendall had given his son a horse, which, without costing the guineas that Algernon had refused for each of his steeds, was a very respectable-looking animal, and the two young gentlemen, starting on their daily ride, were a grand spectacle for more than little Morris. Gilbert had suffered some eclipse. Once he had been the grand party, the only indisputable gentleman, but now Mr. Cavendish Dusitoy had entirely surpassed him, both in self-assertion and in the grounds for it. His incipient dandyisms faded into insignificance beside the splendors of the heir of thousands, and he, who among all his faults had never numbered conceit or forwardness, had little chance besides such an implicit believer in his own greatness. Nor was Bayford likely to diminish that faith. The non-adorers might be easily enumerated. His uncle and aunt, his tutor, his groom, Mr. and Mrs. Kendall, Gilbert and Sophy. The rest all believed in him as thoroughly as he did in himself. His wealth was undoubted. His accomplishments were rated at his own advertisement, and his magnanimous condescension was esteemed at full value. Really handsome, good-natured, and sociable, he delighted to instruct his worshippers by his maxims, and to bend graciously to their homage. The young ladies had but one cynosure. Few eyes were there that did not pursue his every movement, few hearts that did not bound at his approach, few tongues that did not chronicle his daily comings and goings. "It would save much trouble," said Albinia, "if a court circular could be put into the Bayford paper." The Kendalls were the only persons whom Algernon regarded in any way on a footing with him. Finding that the lady was a Ferrars and had been in Italy, he regarded her as fit company, and whenever they met, favoured her with the chief and choicest of his maxims, little knowing how she and his aunt presumed to discuss him in private. Without being ill-disposed, he had been exceedingly ill-taught. His mother, the child of a grasping vulgar father, had little religious impression, and that little had not been fostered by the lax habits of a self-expatriated Englishwoman, and very soon after his arrival at Bayford, his disregard of ordinary English proprieties had made itself apparent. On the first Sunday he went to church in the morning, but spent the evening in pacing the garden with a cigar, and on the afternoon of that day week his aunt was startled by the sound of horses' hoofs on the road. Mr. Dusitoy was at school, and she started up, met the young gentleman, and asked him what strange mistake could have been made. He made her a slight bow, and loftily said he was always accustomed to ride at that hour. "But not on Sunday," she exclaimed. He was not aware of any objection. She told him his uncle would be much displeased. He replied politely that he would account to his uncle for his conduct, begged her pardon, but he could not keep his horse waiting. Mrs. Dusitoy went back, fairly cried at the thought of her husband's vexation and the scandal to the whole town. The vicar was, of course, intensely annoyed, though he still could make excuses for the poor boy, and laid all to the score of ignorance and foreign education. He made Algernon clearly understand that the Sunday ride must not be repeated. Algernon mumbled something about compromising his uncle and offending English prejudices, by which he reserved to himself the belief that he yielded out of magnanimity, not because he could not help it. But he could not forgive his aunt for her peremptory opposition. He became unpleasantly sullen and morose as regularly as the Sunday came round, and revenged himself by pacing the veranda with his cigar, or practising anything but sacred music on his key-bugle in his painting-room. The youth was really fond of his uncle, but he had imbibed all his mother's contempt for her sister-in-law. Used to be wheedled by an idolizing mother, and to reign over her court of parasites, he had no notion of obeying, and a direct command or opposition roused his sullen temper of passive resistance. When he found that little nobody of a Mrs. John Dusitoy, so far from being a flatterer or an adorer of his perfections, inclined to laugh at him, and bent on keeping him in order, all the enmity of which he was capable arose in his mind, and though in general good-natured and not aggressive, he had a decided pleasure in doing what she disapproved, and thus asserting the dignity of a Greenaway, Cavendish, Dusitoy. The atelier was a happy invention. Certain wearisome noises and an aroma of Havanas would now and then proceed therefrom, but he was employed there the chief part of the day, and fortunately his pictures were of small size, and took an infinite quantity of labor, so that they could not speedily outrun all the vicarage walls. He favored the University of Oxford by going up with Gilbert for matriculation, when, to the surprise of Mr. Hope, he was not plucked. They were to begin their residence at the Easter term. Mrs. Dusitoy did not confess even to Albinia how much she looked forward to Easter. In early spring a sudden and short illness took away Madame Belmarch's brave spirit to its rest, after 60 years of exile and poverty cheerfully borne. There had been no time to summon Genevieve, and her aunt would not send for her, but decided on breaking up the school, which could no longer be carried on, and going to live in the Headminster convent. And thus, as Mr. Kendall hoped, all danger of renewed intercourse between his son and Genevieve ended. Gilbert looked pale and wretched, and Sophy hoped it was with compunction at having banished Genevieve at such a moment. But not a word was said, and that page of early romance was turned. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of The Young Stepmother by Charlotte Yonge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. It was a beautiful July afternoon. the air musical with midsummer hum, the flowers basking in the sunshine, the turf cool and green in the shade, and the breeze redolent of indescribable freshness and sweetness, compounded of all fragrant odors, the present legacy of a past day's shower. Like the flowers themselves, Albinia was feeling the delicious repose of refreshed nature, as in her pretty pink muslin, her white drapery folded round her, and her bright hair unbonneted, she sat reclining in a low garden chair at the door of the conservatory, a little pale, a little weak, but with a sweet, happy languor, a soft, tender bloom. There was a step in the conservatory, and before she could turn round, her brother Morris bent over her and kissed her. "Morris, you have come after all." "Yes, the school inspection is put off. How are you?" as he sat down on the grass by her side. "Oh, quite well. What a delicious afternoon we shall have. Edmund will be at home directly. Mrs. Meadows has absolutely let Gilbert take her to drink tea at the Drurys. Only I am sorry Sophie should miss you, for she was so good about going, because Lucy wanted to do something to her fernery. Of course you are come for Sunday and the christening." "Yes, that is to throw myself on Deuced Toy's mercy." "We will send Mr. Hope to Fairmead," said Albinia, "and see whether Winifred can make him speak. We can't spare the vicar, for he is our godfather, and you must christen the little maiden. I thought the 3 elder ones were to be sponsors." "Gilbert is shy," said Albinia, "afraid of the responsibility, and perhaps he is almost too near, the very next to ourselves. His father would have preferred Mr. Deucetoy from the first, and only yielded to my wish. I wish you had come 2 minutes sooner. She was being paraded under that wall, but now she has gone in asleep. Her father writes grand things of her." "Does he?" said Albinia, colouring and smiling at what could not be heard too often. "He is tolerably satisfied with the young woman, and he thinks her like Edmund, and so she must be, for she is just like him. She will have such beautiful eyes. It is very good of her to take after him, since Morris won't. And she is to be another Albinia. I represented the confusion, and how I always meant my daughter to be Winifred, but there's no doing anything with him. It is only to be a second name, A.W.K. Think if she should marry a Mr. Ward." "No, she would not be awkward if she were so awarded." "It won't spell, Morris," cried Albinia, laughing as their nonsense, as usual, rose to the surface. "But how is Winifred?" "As well as could be hoped under the affliction of not being able to come and keep you in order." "She fancied me according to the former pattern," said Albinia, smiling. "I could have shown her a better specimen, not that it was any merit, for there were no worries, and Edmund was so happy that it was pleasure enough to watch him. I was coming every day to judge for myself, but I thought things could not be very bad while he wrote such flourishing accounts." "No, there were no more pawns," said Albinia, "and grandmamma happily was quite well, cured, I believe, by the excitement. Lucy took care of her, and Sophie read to me. How we have enjoyed those readings! Oh, and Aunt Gertrude has found a delightful situation for Genevieve, a barrister's family, with lots of little children, £80 a year, and quite ready to value her, so she is off my mind. Morris, boy, come here," she called, as she caught sight of a creature prancing astride on one stick and waving another. On perceiving a visitor, The urchin came careering up, bouncing full tilt upon her, and clasping her round with both his stalwart arms. "Gently, gently, boy," she said, bending down, and looking with proud delight at her brother, as she held between her hands a face much like her own, as fair and freshly tinted, but with a peculiar squareness of contour, large blue eyes with dark fringes, brimming over with mischief and fun, a bold, broad brow, and thick, light curls. There was a spring and vigour as of perpetual, irrepressible life about the whole being, and the moment he had accepted his uncle's kiss, he poised his lance and exclaimed, "You are Bonaparte, I'm the Duke." "Indeed," said Mr. Ferrars, at once seizing a wand and bestriding the nearest bench. 2 or 3 charges rendered the boy so uproarious that presently he was ordered off, and to use the old apple tree as Bonaparte. "What a stout fellow!" said Mr. Ferrars, as he went off at a plunging gallop. "I should have taken him for at least 5 years old." "So he might be," said Albinia, "for strength and spirit. He is utterly fearless, and never cries, much as he knocks himself about. He will do anything but learn. The rogue, he once knew all his letters, but no sooner did he find they were the work of life than he forgot every one, and was never so obstreperous as when called upon to say them. I gave up the point, but I foresee some fine scenes. His minding no one but you is an old story. I hope at least the exception continues. I have avoided testing it. I want all my forces for a decisive battle. I never heard of such a masterful imp," she continued, with much more exultation than anxiety. "His sisters have no chance with him. He rules them like a young Turk. There's the pony. Sophy will have let him have it as a right, and it is the work of my life to see that she is not defrauded of her rides. You don't mean that that child rides anything but a stick? One would think he had been born in boots and spurs. Legitimately, he only rides with someone leading the pony, but I have my suspicions that by some preternatural means he has been on the pony's back and round the yard alone, and that papa prudentially concealed it from me. I confess I should not like it," said her brother gravely. "Oh, I don't mind that kind of thing. A real boy can't be hurt, and I don't care how wild he runs, so long as he is obedient and truthful. And true I think he is, to the backbone, and I know he is reverend. We had such a disturbance because he would not say his prayers." "Proof positive." "Yes, it was," said Albinia. "It did not seem to him orthodox without me, and when he was let into my room again, it was the prettiest sight. When he had been told of his little sister, all he said was that he did not want little girls. Girls were stupid. Ah, that came of your premature introduction to my Albinia." "Not at all. It was partly as William's own nephew, and partly because pleasure was expected from him. But when he actually saw the little thing, that sturdy face grew so very soft and sweet, and when we told him he was her protector, he put both his hands tight together and said, 'It'll be so good.' When he is with her, another child seems to shine out under the bluff pickle he generally is. He walks so quietly, and thinks it such an honour to touch her." "She will be his best tutor," said Morris, smiling, but breaking off. A sudden shriek of deadly terror rang out over the garden from the river. A second or two sufficed to show them Lucy at the other end of the footbridge that led across the canal to the towing path. She did not look round till Albinia, clutching her, demanded, "Where is he?" Unable to speak, Lucy pointed down the towing path, along which a horse was seen rushing wildly, a figure pursuing it. It was hitched up here. He must have scrambled up by the gate. Oh, mamma, mamma, he has run after him. But oh! Mr. Ferrars gave Lucy's arm a squeeze, a hint not to augment the horror. Something he said of, "Let me, and you had better," but Albinia heard nothing, and was only bent on pressing forward. The canal and path took a wide sweep round the meadow, and the horse was still in sight, galloping at full speed, with a small heap on its back, as they trusted, but the rapid motion, and their eyes strained and misty with alarm, caused an agony of uncertainty. Albinia pointed across the meadows in anguish at not being able to make herself understood, and hoarsely said, "The gate." Mr. Ferrars caught her meaning, and the next moment had leaped over the gutter and splashed into the water meadow, but in utter hopelessness of being beforehand with the runaway steed. How could that gate be other than fatal? The horse was nearing it, the pursuer far behind, Mr. Ferrars not half-way over the fields. There was a loud cry from Lucy. "He is caught! Caught!" A loud shout came back, was caught up, and sent on by both the pursuers. "All right!" Albinia had stood in an almost annihilation of conscious feeling, even when her brother strode back to her, repeating, "All safe, thanks be to God." She neither spoke nor relaxed that intensity of watching. A few seconds more, and she sprang forward again as the horse was led up by a young man at his side, and on his back, laughing and chattering, sat Master Morris. Algernon Dusitoy strode a few steps behind, somewhat aggrieved, but that no one saw. The elder Morris lifted down the younger one, who, as he was clasped by his mother, exclaimed, "Oh, mamma, Bamfidel went so fast. I am to ride home again. He said so. He's my cousin." Albinia scarcely heard. Her brother, however, had turned to thank the stranger for her, and exclaimed, "I should say you were an O'More." "I'm Ulick, from the Loughside Lodge," was the answer. "Is cousin Winifred here?" "No, this is my sister, Mrs. Kendall, but—" Albinia held out her hand and grasped his. "I can't. Morris, speak," she said. The little Morris persisted in his demand to be remounted for the 12 yards to their own gate, but nobody heard him. His uncle was saying a few words of explanation to the stranger, and Algernon Dusitoy was enunciating something intended as a gracious reception of the apologies which no one was making. All Albinia thought of was that the little unruly hand was warm and struggling, prisoned in her own. All her brother cared for was to have her safely at home. He led her across the bridge and into the garden, where they met Mr. Kendall, who had taken alarm from her absence. Lucy ran up with her story, and almost at the same moment Albinia, springing to him, murmured, "Oh, Edmund, the great mercy, Morris—" But there she found herself making a hoarse shriek. With a mingled sense of fright and shame she smothered it, but there was an agony of suffocation. She felt her husband's arms round her, heard his voice, and her boy's scream of terror, felt them all unable to help her, and sank into unconsciousness. Mr. Ferrars helped Mr. Kendall to carry his wife's inanimate form to her room. They used all means of restoration, but it was a long, heavy swoon, and a slow, painful revival. Mr. Kendall would have been in utter despair at hearing that the doctor was out, but for his brother, with his ready resources and cheerful encouragement. And finally she lifted her eyelids, and as she felt the presence of her two dearest guardians, whispered, "Where is he?" Lucy reported that he was with Susan, and Albinia, after hearing her husband again assure her that he was quite safe, lay still from exhaustion, but so calm that her brother thought them best alone, and drew Lucy away. In about a quarter of an hour Mr. Kendall came down, saying that she was quietly asleep, and he had left the nurse with her. He had yet to hear the story, and when he understood that the child had been madly careering along the towing path on the back of young Dusitoy's most spirited hunter, and had been only stopped when the horse was just about to leap the tall gate, he was completely overcome. When he spoke again, it was with the abrupt exclamation, "That child! Lucy, bring him down." In marched the boy, full of life and mischief, though with a large red spot beneath each eye. Marris. Gilbert had often heard that tone, but Marris never, and he tossed back his head with an innocent look of fearless wonder. "Marris, I find you have been a very naughty, disobedient boy. When you rode the pony round the yard, did not I order you never to do so again?" "I did not do it again," boldly rejoined Morris. "Speak the truth, sir. What do you mean by denying what you have done?" exclaimed his father angrily. "I didn't ride the pony," indignantly cried the child. "I rode a horse, saddled and bridled." "Don't answer me in that way," thundered Mr. Kendall, and much incensed by the nice distinction, and not appreciating the sincerity of it, he gave the child a shake, rough enough to bring the red into his face, but not a tear. "You knew it was very wrong, and you were as near as possible breaking your neck. You have frightened your mamma so as to make her very ill, and I am sorry to find you most mischievous and unruly, not to be trusted out of sight. Now listen to me. I shall punish you very severely if you act in this disobedient way again." Papa angry was a novel spectacle, at which Morris looked as innocently and steadily as ever, so completely without fear or contrition that he provoked a stern "Do you hear me, sir?" and another shake. Morris flushed, and his chest heaved, though he did not sob, and his father, uncomfortable at such sharp dealing with so young a child, set him aside with the words, "There now, recollect what I have told you," and walked to the window, where he stood silent for some seconds, while the boy stood with rounded shoulders, perplexed eye, and finger on his pouting lip, and Mr. Ferrars, newspaper in hand, watched him under his eyelids, and speculated what would be the best sort of mediation, or whether the young gentleman yet deserved it. He knew that his own Willie would have been a mere quaking, sobbing mass of terror under such a shake, and he would like to have been sure whether that sturdy silence were obstinacy or fortitude. The sound of the door-bell made Mr. Kendall turn round, and laying his hand on the little fellow's fair head, he said, "There, Morris, we'll say no more about it, if you will be a good boy. Run away now, but don't go into your mamma's room." Morris looked up, tossed his curls out of his eyes, shook himself, felt the place on his arm where the grip of the hand had been, and galloped off like the young colt that he was. Albinia awoke, refreshed, though still shaken and feeble, and surprised to find that dinner was going on downstairs. Her own meal presently put such new force into her that she felt able to speak Morris's name without bursting into tears, and longing to see both her little ones beside her, she told the nurse to fetch the boy, but received for answer, "No, Master Morris said he would not come," and the manner conveyed that it had been defiantly said. Master Morris was no favourite in the nursery, and he was still less so when his mamma, disregarding all mandates, set out to seek him. Already she heard from the stairs the wrangling with Susan that accompanied all his toilets, and she found him the picture of firm, solid fairness in his little robe de nuit, growling through the combing of his tangled locks. Though ordinarily scornful of caresses, he sprang to her and hugged her as she sat down on a low chair, and he knelt in her lap, whispering with his head on her shoulder and his arms round her neck, "Mamma, were you dead?" "No, Morris," she answered with something of a sob, "or I should not have my dear, dear little boy throttling me now." "But why would you not come down to me?" "Papa said I must not." "Oh, that was quite right, my boy." And though she unclasped the tight arms, she drew him nestling into her bosom. "Oh, Morris, it has been a terrible day. Does my little boy know how good the great God has been to him, and how near he was never seeing mamma nor his little sister again?" Her great object was to make him thankful for his preservation, but with a child, knowing nothing of death and heedless of fear, this was very difficult. The rapid motion had been delightful excitement, or if there had been any alarm, it was forgotten in the triumph. She had to change her note, and represent how the poor horse might have run into the river, or against a post. Morris looked serious, and then she came to the high moral tone, mounting strangers' horses without leave. Would papa, would Gilbert, think of such a thing? The full lip was put out, as though under conviction, and he hung his head. "You won't do it again," said she. "No." She told him to say his prayers, guiding the confession and thanksgiving that she feared he did not fully follow. As he rose up and saw the tears on her cheeks, he whispered, "Mamma, did it make you so?" Cause and effect were a great puzzle to him, but that swoon was the only thing that brought home to him that he had been guilty of something enormous, and when she owned that his danger had been the occasion, he stood and looked. Then, standing bolt upright, with clasped hands and rosy feet pressed close together, he said, with a long breath, "I'll never get on Bamfield again till I'm a big boy." As he spoke, Mr. Kendall pushed open the half-closed door, and Albinia, looking up, said, "Here's a boy who knows he has done wrong, papa." Never was more welcome excuse for lifting the gallant child to his breast, and lavishing caresses that would have been tender but for the strong spirit of riot which turned them into a game at romps, cut short by Mr. Kendall as soon as the noise grew very outrageous. "That's enough to-night. Good night." And when they each had kissed the monkey face tossing about among the clothes, Morris might have heard more pride than pain in the "I never saw such a boy" with which they shut the door. "This is not prudent," said Mr. Kendall. "Do you think I could have rested till I had seen him? And he said you had told him not to come down." "I would have brought him to you. You are looking very ill. You had better go to bed at once." "No, I should not sleep. Pray let me grow quiet first. Now you know you trust Morris, old Morris, and I'll lie on the sofa like any mouse, if you'll bring him up and let him talk. You know it will be an interesting novelty for you to talk, and me to listen, and he has not seen the baby." Albinia gained her point, but Mr. Kendall and Lucy first tucked her up upon the sofa till she cried out, "You have swathed me hand and foot. How am I to show off that little auk?" "I'll take care of that," said Mr. Kendall, and so he did, fully doing the honors of the little daughter, who had already fastened on his heart. "But," cried Albinia, breaking into the midst, "who or what are we, ungrateful monsters, never to have thought of the man who caught that dreadful horse." "You shall see him as soon as you are strong enough," said Mr. Kendall. "Your brother and I have been with him." "Oh, I am glad. I could not rest if he had not been thanked. And can anything be done for him? What is he? I thought he was a gentleman." Morris smiled, and Mr. Kendall answered, "Yes, he is Mr. Goldsmith's nephew, and I am pleased to find that he is a connection of your brother." "One of the O'Moores," cried Albinia. "Oh, Morris, is it really one of Winifred's O'Moores?" "Even so," replied Mr. Ferrars, "the very last person I should have expected to meet on the banks of the By. It was that clever son of the captain's for whose education Mr. Goldsmith paid, and it seems had sent for to consider of his future destination. He only arrived yesterday." "A very fine young man," said Mr. Kendall. "I was particularly pleased with his manner, and it was an act of great presence of mind and dexterity." "It is all a maze and mystery to me," said Albinia. "Do tell me all about it. I can't make out how the horse came there." "I understood that young Deucetoy was calling here," said Mr. Kendall. "I wondered at even his coolness in coming in by that way, and at your letting him in." "I saw nothing of him," said Albinia. "Perhaps he was looking for Gilbert." "No," said Lucy, looking up from her work with a slight blush and demure smile of secret importance. "He had only stepped in for a minute to bring me a new fern." "Indeed," said her father, "I was not aware that he took interest in your fernery." "He knows everything about ferns," said Lucy. "Mrs. Cavendish Deucetoy once had a conservatory filled with the rarest specimens, and he has given me a great many directions how to manage them." "Oh, if he could get you to listen to his maxims, I don't wonder at anything," exclaimed Albinia. "He had only just come in with the adiantium, and was telling me how hydraulic power directed a stream of water near the roots among his mother's futsi," said Lucy, rather hurt. "He had fastened up his horse quite securely, and nobody could have guessed that Morris could have opened that gate to cross the bridge, far less have climbed up the rail to the horse's back. I shall never forget my fright when we heard the creature's feet, and Mr. Cavendish Deucetoy began to run after it directly." "As foolish a thing as he could have done," said Mr. Kendall, not impressed with Mr. Cavendish Deucetoy's condescension in giving chase. "It was well poor little Morris was not abandoned to your discretion and his resources." "It seems," continued Mr. Ferrars, "that young O'More was taking a walk on the towing path, and was just so far off as to see, without being able to prevent it, this little monkey scramble from the gate upon the horse's neck. How it was that he did not go down between, I can't guess. The beast gave a violent start, as well it might, jerked the reins loose, and set off full gallop. Seeing the child clinging on like a young panther, he dashed across the meadow to cut him off at the turn of the river, and it was a great feat of swiftness, I assure you, to run so lightly through those marshy meadows, so as to get the start of the runaway. Then he crept up under cover of the hedge, so as not to startle the horse, and got hold of the bridle just as he paused before leaping the gate. He said he could hardly believe his eyes when he saw the urchin safe, and looking more excited than terrified. Yes, he was exceedingly struck with Morris's spirit, said Mr. Kendall, who, when the fright and anger were over, could begin to be proud of the exploit. They fraternized at once, said Mr. Ferrars. Morris imparted that his name was Morris Ferrars Kendall, and Ulick, in all good faith and Irish simplicity, discovered that they were cousins. "Oh, Edmund, he must come to the christening dinner." "Mind," said Morris, "no, he is not even my wife's cousin, only nephew to her second cousin's husband." "For shame, Morris. Cousin is what cousinly does." "Very well, only don't tell the aunts that Winifred saddled all the O'Moores upon you." "Not an O'More, but should be welcome for his sake." "Nor an Irishman," said Mr. Ferrars. Albinia suffered so much from the shock that she could not make her appearance till noon on the following day. Then, after sitting a little while in the old study to hear that grandmamma had not been able to sleep all night for thinking of Morris's danger, and being told some terrible stories of accidents with horses, she felt one duty done, and moved on to the drawing-room in search of her brother. She found herself breaking upon a tête-à-tête. A sweet, full voice, with strong cadences, was saying something about duty and advice, and she would have retreated, but her brother and the stranger both sprang up, and made her understand that she was by no means to go away. No introduction was wanted. She grasped the hand that was extended to her, and would have said something if she could, but she found herself not strong enough to keep from tears, and only said, "I wish little Morris were not gone out with his brother, but you will dine with us, and see him to-morrow." "With the greatest pleasure, if my uncle and aunt will spare me." "They must," said Albinia. "You must come to meet your old friend and cousin," she added, mischievously glancing at Morris. But he did not look inclined to disavow the relationship, and the youth was not a person whom any one would wish to keep at a distance. He seemed about 19 or 20 years of age, not tall, but well made, and with an air of great ease and agility, rather lounging and careless, yet alert in a moment. The cast of his features at once betrayed his country by the rounded temples, with the free wavy hair, the circular form of the eyebrow, the fully opened dark blue eye, looking almost black when shaded, the short nose, and the well-cut chin and lips, with their outlines of sweetness and of fun, all thoroughly Irish, but of the best style, and with a good deal of thought and mind on the brow, and determination in the mouth. Albinia had scarcely a minute, however, for observation, for he seemed agitated and in haste to take leave, nor did her brother press him to remain, since she was still looking very white and red, and too fragile for anything but rest. With another squeeze of the hand she let him go, while he, with murmured thanks, and head bent in enthusiastic honour to the warm kindness of one so sweet and graceful, took leave. Mr. Ferrars followed him into the hall, leaving the door open, so that she heard the words, "Good-bye, Ulick. I'll do my best for you. All I can say is, that I respect you." "Don't respect me too soon," he answered. "Maybe you'll have to change your mind. The situation may like me no better than I the situation. No, what you will, you can do. I trust to your perseverance, as my poor mother does. Well, with patience the snail got to Rome, and if it is to lighten her load, I must bear it. Many thanks, Mr. Ferrars. Good morning." "Good morning. Only, Ulick, excuse me, but let me give you a hint. If the situation is to like you, you must mind your Irish." "Then you must not warm my heart with your kindness," was the answer. "No, no, never fear. When I am not with any one who has seen Ballymacilty, I can speak English so that I could not be known for a Galway man. Not that I'm ashamed of my country," he added, and the next moment the door shut behind him. "How could you scold him for his Irish?" exclaimed Albinia, as her brother re-entered. "It sounded so pretty and characteristic." "I fear Mr. Goldsmith may think it too characteristic." I am sure Edmund might well call him prepossessing. I hope Mr. Goldsmith is going to do something handsome for him. Poor lad, Mr. Goldsmith considers that he has purchased him for a permanent fixture on a high stool. It is a sad disappointment, for he had been doing his utmost to prepare himself for college, and he has so far distinguished himself at school that I see that a very little help would soon enable him to maintain himself at the university. I could have found it in my heart to give it to him myself. It would please Winifred. Oh, let us help. I am sure Edmund would be glad. No, no, this is better for all. Remember, this is the Goldsmiths' only measure of conciliation towards their sister since her marriage, and it ought not to be interfered with. Poor Oleg says he knows this is the readiest chance of being of any use to his family, and that his mother has often said she would be happy if she could but see one of the 6 launched in a way to be independent. There are those 3 eldest, little better than squireens, never doing a thing but loafing about with their guns. I used to long for a horsewhip to lay about them, till they spoke to me, and then not one of the rogues but won my heart with his fun and good nature. Then I suppose it is a great thing to have one in the way of money-making. The Celtic blood is all in commotion. This boy's business was to ask my candid opinion whether there were anything ungentlemanlike in a clerkship in a bank. It was not you. Now, Morris, don't you know how glad I should be if Gilbert would have been as wise? Yes, you have some common sense, after all, which is more than Oleg attributes to his kith and kin. When I had proved the respectability of banking to his conviction, I'll not say satisfaction, he made me promise to write to his father. He is making up his mind to what is not only a great vexation to himself and very irksome employment, but he knows he shall be looked down upon as having lost caste with all his family. It really is heroism, cried Albinia. It is, said Mr. Ferrars. He does not trust himself to face the clan, and means to get into harness at once, so as to clench his resolution and relieve his parents from his maintenance immediately. Is he to live with that formal Miss Goldsmith? No, in solitary lodgings, after that noisy family and easy home. I can't think how he will stand it. I should not wonder if the Galwegian was too strong after all. We must do all we can for him, cried Albinia. Edmund likes him already. Can't he dine with us every Sunday? I know you will be kind, said Mr. Ferrars. Only see how things turn out before you commit yourself. Ah, I have said the unlucky word which always makes you fly off. There was little fear that Ulick O'More would not win his way with Mr. and Mrs. Kendall, recommended as he was, and with considerable attractions in the frankness and brightness of his manner. He was a very pleasant addition to the party who dined at Willow Lawn after the christening. No one had time to listen to Mr. Cavendish Dusatoy's maxims, and he retired rather sullenly to lean against the mantelpiece and marvel why the Kendalls should invite an Irish banker's clerk to meet him. Gilbert likewise commented on the guest, with a muttered observation on his sister's taste. Last year it was all the polysyllable, now it would be all the Irishman. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19, Part 1 of The Young Stepmother by Charlotte Yonge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. There was a war of supremacy in the Kendall household. Albinia and her son were Greek to Greek, and if physical force were on her side, her own tenderness was against her. As to allies, Maris had by far the majority of the household. The much tormented Susan was her mistress's sole supporter. Mr. Kendall and Sophie might own it inexpedient to foster his outrecuidance, but they so loved to do his bidding, so hated to thwart him, and so grieved at his being punished, that they were little better than Gilbert, Lucy, grandmamma, or any of the maids or men. The moral sense was not yet stirred, and the boy seemed to be trying the force of his will like the strength of his limbs, even as he delighted to lift a weight the moment he saw that it was heavy, so a command was to him a challenge to see how much he would undergo rather than obey. But his resistance was so open, gay, and free that it could hardly be called obstinacy, and he gloried in disappointing punishment. The dark closet lost all terror for him. He stood there blowing the horn through his hand, content to follow an imaginary chase, and when untimely sent to bed, he stole Susan's scissors and cut a range of stables in the sheets. The short, sharp infliction of pain answered best, but his father, though he could give a shake when angry, could not strike when cool, and Albinia was forced to turn executioner, though with such tears and trembling that her culprit looked up reassuringly, saying, "Never mind, mamma, I shan't." He did, however, mind her tears. They bore in upon him the sense of guilt, and after each transgression he could not be at peace till he had marched up to her, holding out his hand for the blow, and making up his face not to wince, and then would cling round her neck to feel himself pardoned. Justice came to him in a most fair and motherly shape. The brightest, the merriest of all his playmates was mamma. He loved her passionately, and could endure no cloud between himself and her, so that he was slowly learning that submission to her was peace and pleasure, and rebellion mere pain to both. She established 10 minutes of daily lessons, but even she could not reach beyond the capture of his restless person. His mind was out of reach, and keen as he was in everything else towards A plus B equals AB, he was an unmitigated dunce, nor did he obey anyone who did not use authority and force of will, and though perfectly simple and sincere, he was too young to restrain himself without the assistance of the controlling power, so that in his mother's absence he was tyrannical and violent, and she never liked to have him out of her sight, and never was so sure that he was deep in mischief as when she had not heard his voice for a quarter of an hour. "Albinia," said Mr. Kendall, one relenting autumn day, when November strove to look like April, "I thought of walking to pay Farmer Graves for the corn. Will you come with me?" "Delightful. I want to see what Morris will say to the turkey cock." "It is not too far for him." "He would run quite as many miles in the garden," said Albinia, who would have walked in dread of a court of justice on her return, had not the scarlet hose been safely prancing on the road before her. "This way, then," said Mr. Kendall. "I must get this draft changed at the bank. Come, Morris, you will see a friend there." "Do you know, Edmund," said Albinia, as they set forth, "my conscience smites me as to that youth. I think we have neglected him." "I cannot see what more we could have done. If his uncle does not bring him forward in society, we cannot interfere." "It must be a forlorn condition," said Albinia. He is above the other clerks, and he seems to be voted below the Bayford elite, since the polysyllable has made it so very refined. One never meets him anywhere now it is too dark to walk after the banking hours. Cannot we ask him to come in some evening?" "We cannot have our evenings broken up," said Mr. Kendall. "I should be glad to show him any kindness, but his uncle seems to have ruled it that he is to be considered more as his clerk than as one of his family, and I doubt it would be doing him any service to interfere." They were now at the respectable old freestone building, with Goldsmith inscribed on the iron window blinds, and a venerable date carved over the door. Inside, those blinds came high, and let in but little light over the tall desks at which were placed the black horsehair perches of the clerks, old Mr. Goldsmith himself occupying a lower throne more accessible to the clients. One of the high stools stood empty, and Albinia making inquiry, Mr. Goldsmith answered, with a dry, dissatisfied cough, that Moore, as he called him, had struck work, and gone home with a headache. "Indeed," said Albinia, "I am sorry to hear it. Mr. Hope said he thought him not looking well." "He has complained of headache a good deal lately," said Mr. Goldsmith. "Young men don't find it easy to settle to business." Albinia's heart smote her for not having thought more of her son's rescuer, and she revolved what could or what might have been done. It really was not easy to show him attention, considering Gilbert's prejudice against his accent, and Mr. Kendall's dislike to an interrupted evening, and all she could devise was a future call on Miss Goldsmith. But for Morris it would have been a silent walk, and though her mind was a little diverted by his gallant attempt to bestride the largest pig in the farmyard, she was sure Mr. Kendall was musing on the same topic, and was not surprised when, as they returned, he exclaimed, "I have a great mind to go and see after that poor lad." "This way, then," said Albinia, turning down a narrow muddy street parallel with the river. "Impossible," said Mr. Kendall. "He can never live at the wharves?" "Yes," said Albinia. "He told me that he lodged with an old servant of the Goldsmiths, Pratt's wife, at the lower wharf." She pointed to the name of Pratt over a shop window in a house that had once seen better days, but which looked so forlorn that Mr. Kendall would not look the slatternly maid in the face, while so absurd a question was asked as whether Mr. O'More lived there. The girl, without further ceremony, took them up a dark stair and opened the door of a twilight room, where Albinia's first glimpse showed her the young man with his head bent down on his arms on the table, as close as possible to the forlorn black fire of a grim, dull, sulky coal of the county, which had filled the room with smoke and blacks. The window, open to clear it, only admitted the sickly scent of decaying weed from the river to compete with the perfume of the cobbler's stock in trade. Ulick started up pale and astonished, and Mr. Kendall, struck with consternation, chiefly thought of taking away his wife and child from the infected atmosphere, and made signs to Albinia not to sit down, but she was eagerly compassionate. "It was nothing," said Ulick, "only his head was rather worse than usual, and he thought it time to give in when the threes put lapwings' feathers in their caps, just like the fives." "Are you subject to these headaches?" "It is only homesickness," he said. "I'll have got over it soon." "I must come and see you, my good friend," said Mr. Kendall, with suppressed impatience and anxiety. "I shall return in a moment or two, but I am sure you are not well enough for so many visitors taking you by surprise. Come." He was so peremptory that Albinia found herself on the staircase before she knew what she was about. The fever panic had seized Mr. Kendall in full force. He believed typhus was in the air, and insisted on her taking Morris home at once, while he went himself to fetch Mr. Bowles. She did not in the least credit fever to be in the chill touch of that lizard hand, and believed that she could have been the best doctor. But there was no arguing while he was under this alarm, and she knew that she might be thankful not to be ordered to observe a quarantine. When Mr. Kendall returned home, he looked much discomposed, though his first words were, "Thank heaven, it is no fever. Albinia, we must look after that poor lad. He is positively poisoned by that pestiferous river and bad living. Bowles said he was sure he was not eating meat enough. I dare say that greasy woman gives him nothing fit to eat. Albinia, you must talk to him, find out whether old Goldsmith gives him a decent salary. He ought not to be in those lodgings another day. I suppose Miss Goldsmith had no notion what they were. I fancy she never saw the lower wharf in her life." "I never did till to-day," said Mr. Kendall. "It was all of a piece. The whole street, the room, the furniture. Why, the paper was coming off the walls. What could they be dreaming of? And there he was, trying to read a little edition of Prudentius, printed at Salamanca, which he picked up at a bookstall at Galway. It must have belonged to some priest educated in Spain. He says any Latin book was invaluable to him. He is infinitely too good for his situation, and the Goldsmiths are neglecting him infamously. Look out some rooms fit for him, Albinia." "I will try. Let me see, if I could only recollect any, but Mr. Hope has the only really nice ones in the place. Somewhere he must be, if it is in this house. There is poor old Madame Belmarch's still empty, with Bridget keeping it. I wish he could have rooms there." "Well, why not? Pettylove told me it must be let as 2 tenements. If the old woman would take half, a lodger would pay her rent," said Mr. Kendall promptly. "You had better propose it." "And the Goldsmiths?" asked Albinia. "I will show him the lower wharf." The next afternoon Mr. Kendall desired his wife to go to the bank and borrow young O'More for her walking companion. "Really, I don't know whether I have the impudence." "I will come and do it for you. You will do best alone with the lad. I want you to get into his confidence and find out whether old Goldsmith treats him properly. I declare, but that I know John Kendall so well, this would be enough to make me rejoice that Gilbert is not thrown on the world." Albinia knew herself to be so tactless that she saw little hope other doing anything but setting him against his relations, but her husband was in no frame to hear objections, so she made none, and only trusted she should not be very foolish. At least the walk would be a positive physical benefit to the slave of the desk. Ulick O'More was at his post, and said his head was well, but his hair stuck up as if his fingers had been many times run through it. He was much thinner, and the wearied countenance, whitened complexion, and spiritless sunken eyes were a sad contrast to the glowing freshness and life that had distinguished him in the summer. Mr. Kendall told the banker that it had been decided that his nephew needed exercise, and that Mrs. Kendall would be glad of his company in a long walk. Mr. Goldsmith seemed rather surprised, but consented, whereupon the young clerk lightened up into animation and bounded out of his prison house with a springy step learnt upon mountain heather. Mr. Kendall only waited to hear whither they were bound. "Oh, as far as we can go on the woodside road," said Albinia. "I think the prescription I used to inflict on poor Sophy will not be thrown away here. I always fancy there is a whiff of sea air upon the hill there." Ulick smiled at such a fond delusion, bred up as he had been upon the wildest sea coast, exposed to the full sweep of the Atlantic storm. She set him off upon his own scenery, to the destruction of his laborious English, as he dwelt on the glories of his beloved rocks rent by fierce sea winds and waves into fantastic, grotesque, or lovely shapes, with fjords of exquisite blue sea between, the variety of which had been to him as the gentle foliage of tamer countries. Not a tree stood near the town of Ballymacilty, but the wild crags, the sparkling waters, the broad open hills, and the bogs, with their intensely purple horizon, held fast upon his heart, and he told of white sands, reported to be haunted by mermaids, and crevices of rock, where the tide roared, and gave rise to legends of sea monsters, and giants turned to stone. He was becoming confidential and intimate when, in a lowered voice, he mentioned the Banshee's Crag, where the shrouded messenger of doom never failed to bewail each dying child of the O'More, and where his own old nurse had actually beheld her keening for the uncle who was killed among the Caffres. Albinia began to know how she ought to respect the O'Mores. They were skirting the side of the hill, with a dip of green meadowland below them, rising on the other side into coppices. The twang of the horn and the babbling cry of the hounds reminded Albinia that the hunting season had begun, and looking over a gate, she watched the party-coloured forms of the dogs glancing among the brushwood opposite, and an occasional red coat gleaming out through the hedge above. Just then the cry ceased, the dogs became silent, and scattered hither and thither bewildered. Ulick looked eagerly, then suddenly vaulted over the gate, went forward a few steps, looked again, pointed towards some dark object which she could barely discern, put his finger in his ear, and uttered an unearthly screech, incomprehensible to her, but well understood by the huntsman, and through him by the dogs, which at once simultaneously dashed in one direction, and came pouring into the meadow over towards him. Down went their heads, up went their curved tails, the clatter and rushing of hoofs, and the apparition of red coats, showed the hunters all going round the copse, while at this same moment away with winged steps bounded her companion, flying headlong like the wind, so as to meet the hunt. Ask me not what the lady feels, left in that dreadful hour alone, laughed Albinia to herself. Well done, Speed. Edmund might be satisfied there's not much amiss. Through the hedge, over the meadow, a flying leap over the stream, it is more like a bird than a man. Up again. Does he mean to follow the hunt all the rest of the way? Rather Irish, I must say, and I do believe they will all come down this lane. I must walk on. It won't do to be overtaken here between these high hedges. Ah, I thought he was too much of a gentleman to leave me. Here he comes. How much in his way I must be. I never saw such a runner. Not a bit does he slacken for the hill. And what bright eyes and cheeks. What good it must have done him. I beg 10,000 pardons, cried he, as he came up, scarcely out of breath. I declare I forgot you. I could not help it when I saw them at a check. You feel for the hunter as I do for the fox, said Albinia. Is yours one of the great hunting neighbourhoods? "That it is," he cried. "My grandfather had the grand stud. He and his 7 sons were out 3 times in the week, and there was a mount for whoever wanted it." "And this generation is not behind the last?" "Ah, and why would it be?" exclaimed the boy, the last remnant of English pronunciation forsaking him. "My uncle Connell has the best mare on this side the bridge of Athlone. I mean that side." "And how is it with you?" asked Albinia. "We've got no horses, that is, except my father's mare and the colt, and Ferdarag, the swish-tailed pony, and the blind donkey that brings in the turf, so we younger ones mostly go hunting on foot. And after all, I believe that's the best sport. Brian always comes in before any of the horses, and we all think it a shame if we don't." "I see where you learnt the swiftness of foot that was so useful last July," said Albinia. "That? Oh, but Brian would have been up long before me," said Ulick. "He'd have made for the loch, not the gate. You should see what sport we have when the fox takes to the Corrig Dearg up among the rocks, and little Rosie upon Ferdarag, with her hair upon the wind, and her colour like the morning cloud, glancing in and out among the rocks, like the fairy of the glen. There are those that think her the best part of the hunt. They say the English officers at Auchlochtamore would never think it worth coming out but for her. I don't believe that, you know," he added laughing, "though I like to fetch a rise out of Ulick at the great house by telling him of it." "How old is she?" 15 last April, and she is like an April wind when it comes warm and frolicking over the sea, so wild and free, and yet so gentle and soft. Ellen and Mary are grave and steady, and work hard. Every stitch of my stockings was poor Mary's knitting, except what poor old Peggy would send up for a compliment. But Rosie, I don't think she does a thing but sing and ride and row the boat and keep the house alive. My mother shakes her head, but I don't know what she'll say when she gets my aunt's letter. My Aunt Goldsmith purses up her lips and says, 'I'll write to advise my sister to send her daughters to some good school. Ellen, maybe, might bear one, but the thought of little Rosie in a good school!' Like her brother Ulick in a good bank, eh? Why," he cried, "they always called me the steady Englishman." Albinia laughed, but at that moment the sounds of the hunt again occupied them, and all were interpreted by Ulick with the keenest interest. But he would not run away again, though she exhorted him not to regard her. Presently it swept on out of hearing, and by they reached the summit of the hill, and looked forth on the dark pine plantations on the opposite undulation, standing out in black relief against a sky golden with a pale, pure, pearly November sunset, a daffodil sky flecked with tiny fleeces of soft, bright yellow light, reminding Albinia of Fouquet's beautiful dream of Aslauga's golden hair showing the gates of heaven to her devoted knight. She looked for her companion's sympathy in her admiration, but the woods seemed to oppress him, and his panting sigh showed how real a thing was He-Man. "Oh, my poor son," he broke out, "I pity you for having to go down before your time into these black stifling woods that rise up to smother you like giants, and not into your own broad, cool Atlantic, laughing up your own sparkles of light. We inland people can hardly appreciate your longing for space." "It's a very prison," said Ulick. "The horizon is choked all round, and one can't breathe in these staid, stiff hedges and enclosures." And he threw out his arms and flapped them over his breast with a gesture of constraint. "You seem no friend to cultivation." "Why, your meadows would be pretty things if they were a little greener," said Ulick, "but one gets tired of them, and of those straight lines of ploughed field. There's no sense of liberty. It is like the man whose prison walls closed in upon him." And he gave another weary sigh, his step lost elasticity, and he moved on heavily. "You are tired. I have brought you too far." "Tired by a bit of a step like this?" cried the boy, disdainfully, as he straightened himself and resumed his brisk tread. But it did not last. "I had forgotten that you had not been well," she said. "Pshaw!" muttered Ulick, then resumed. Mr. Kendall brought in the doctor upon me, very kind of him, but I do assure you 'tis nothing but homesickness. I was nearly as bad when I went to St. Columba, but I got over it then, and I will again." "It may be so in part," said Albinia, kindly, "but let me be impertinent, Ulick, for my sister Winifred told me to look after you. Surely you give it every provocation. Such a change of habits is enough to make any one ill. Should you not ask your uncle for a holiday and go home for a little while?" "Don't name it, I beg of you," cried the poor lad in an agitated voice. "It would only bring it all over again. I've promised my mother to do my part, and with his help I will. Let the columns run out to all eternity, and the figures crook themselves as spitefully as they will. I vowed to myself not to stir till I got the better of the villains." "Ah," said Albinia, "they have blackened your eyes like the bruises of material antagonists. Yes, it is a gallant battle, but indeed you must give yourself all the help you can, for it would be doing your mother no good to fall ill." "I've no fears," said Ulick. "I know very well what is the matter with me, and that if I don't give way it will go off in time. You've given it a good shove with your kindness, Mrs. Kendall," he added, with deep emotion in his sensitive voice, "only you must not talk of my going home, or you'll undo all you have done." "Then I won't. We must try to make you a home here. And in the first place, those lodgings of yours, you can never be comfortable in them. Ah, you saw my fire smoking. I never shall learn to make a coal fire burn." "Not only that," said Albinia, "but you might easily find rooms much better furnished and fitter for you." "I do assure you," exclaimed Ulick, "you scarcely saw it. Why, I don't think there's a room at the big house in better order, or so good." "At least," said Albinia, repressing her deduction, "as to the big house of Ballymachilty, you have no particular love for the locality, the river smell, the stock of good leather, etc." "It's all Bayford and town smell together," said Ulick. "I never thought one part worse than another, begging your pardon, Mrs. Kendall. And I am sure," she continued, "that woman can never make your meals comfortable. Yes, I see I am right, and I assure you hard head work needs good living, and you will never be a match for the rogues in black and white without good beefsteaks. Now confess whether she gives you dinners of old shoe leather." "A man can't sit down to dinner by himself," cried Ulick impatiently. "Tea with a book are all that is bearable." "And you never go out, never see any one?" "I dine at my uncle's every Sunday," said Ulick. "Is that all the variety you have?" "Why, my uncle told me he would not have me getting into what he calls idle company. I've dined once at the vicarage, and drunk tea twice with Mr. Hope, but it is no use thinking of it. I couldn't afford it, and that's the truth." "Have you any books? What can you find to do all the evening?" "I have a few that bear reading pretty often, and Mr. Hope has lent me some. I've been trying to keep up my Greek, and then I do believe there's some way of simplifying those accounts by logarithms, if I could but work it out. But my mother told me to walk, and I assure you I do take a constitutional as soon as I come out at 4:30 every day. Well, I have designs, and mind you don't traverse them, or I shall have to report you at home. I have a lodging in my eye for you, away from the river, and a nice, clean, tidy Irishwoman to keep you in order, make your fires, and cram you, if you won't eat, and see if she does not make a man of you. Stop, stop, Mrs. Kendall, cried Ulick, distressed. You are very kind, but it can't be. Excuse me, it is economy of the wrong sort to live in a gutter and catch agues and fevers. Only think, if it was my boy Gilbert, should I not be obliged to any one that would tyrannize over him for his good? Besides, what I propose is not at all beyond such means as Mr. Kendall tells me are the least Mr. Goldsmith ought to give you. Do you dislike going into particulars with me? You know I am used to think for Gilbert, and I am a sort of cousin. You are kindness itself, said Ulick, and there, I suppose I must go to the bottom of it, and it is no news that pence are not plenty among the O'Moores, though it is no fault of my uncle. See there what my poor dear mother says. He drew a letter from his pocket and gave a page to her. I miss you sorely, my boy, it said. I know the more what a support and friend you have been to me now that you are so far away, but all is made up to me in knowing you to be among my own people, and the instrument of reconciliation with my brother, as you well know how great has been the pain of the estrangement caused by my own pride and wilfulness. I cannot tell you how glad I am that he approves of you, and that you are beginning to get used to the work that was my own poor father's for so long. Bred up as you have been, my mountain lad, I scarcely dared to hope that you would be able to sit down quietly to it, with all our hopes of making you a scholar so suddenly frustrated. But I might have put faith in your loving heart and sense of duty to carry you through anything. I feel as if a load were off my mind, since you and Brian are so happily launched. The boy has not once applied for money since he joined, and if you write to him, pray beg him to be careful, for it would well nigh drive your father mad to be pressed any more. The poor mare has been sold at a dead loss, and the Carrick Humbug Quarry Company pays no dividends. So how are we to meet the Christmas bills, I cannot guess. But as you remember, we have won over worse times, and now Providence has been so good to you and Brian. What have I to do but be thankful and hope the best? Ulick watched her face and gave her another note, saying mournfully, You see they all, but my mother, think that if I am dragging our family honour through the mire, I've got something by it. Poor Brian, he knows no better. He's younger than me by 2 years. The young ensign made a piteous confession of the first debt he had been able to contract for £20, with a promise that if his brother would help him out of this one scrape, he would never run into another. I am very sorry for you, Ulick, said Albinia, and I hate to advise you to be selfish, but it really is quite impossible for you to be paymaster for all your brother's debts. If it were Connell, I know it would be of no use, said Ulick, but Brian, you see he has got a start. They gave him a commission, and he is the finest fellow of us all, and knows what his word is, and keeps it. Maybe, if I get on, I may be able to save, and help him to his next step, and then if Redmond could get to college, my mother would be a happy woman, and all thanks to my uncle. Then it is this 20 pounds that is pinching you now, is that it? You see, my uncle said he would give me enough to keep me as a gentleman and his nephew, but not enough to keep all the family, as he said. After my Christmas quarter I shall be up in the world again, and then there will be time to think of the woman you spoke of. A Connaught woman, did you say? When Albinia reported this dialogue to her husband, he was much moved by this simple self-abnegation. There is nothing for it, he said, but to bring him here till Christmas, and by that time we will take care that the new lodgings are cheap enough for him. He must not be left to the mercy of old Goldsmith and his sister. Even Albinia was astonished, but Mr. Kendall carried out his intentions, and went in quest of his new friend, while no one thought of objecting except grandmamma. I suppose, my dear, she said, that you know what Mr. Goldsmith means to do for this young man. I am sure I don't, said Albinia. Really? Ah, well, I'm an old woman, and I may be wrong, but my poor dear Mr. Meadows would never encourage a banker's clerk about the house unless he knew what were his expectations. Irish, too. If there was a thing Mr. Meadows disliked more than another, it was an Irishman. He said they were all adventurers. However, Ulick's first evening at Willow Lawn was on what he called a headache day. He could not have taken a better measure for overcoming grandmamma's objections. Poor dear Mr. Meadows' worldly wisdom was not sufficiently native to her to withstand the sight of anything so pale and suffering, especially as he did not rebel against answering her close examination, which concluded in her pronouncing these intermitting attacks to be aguish, and prescribing quinine. To take medicines is an effectual way of gaining an old lady's love. Ulick was soon established in her mind as a very pretty, behaved young gentleman. In the evenings, when Mr. Kendall read aloud, Ulick listened, and enjoyed it from the corner where he sheltered his eyes from the light. He was told that he ought to go to bed quickly, but after the ladies were in their rooms, a long buzzing murmur was heard in the passage, and judicious peeping revealed the two gentlemen, each candle in hand, the one with his back against the wall at the top of the stairs, the other leaning upon the balusters 3 steps below, and there they stayed till the clock struck 1, and Ulick's candle burnt out. "What could you be talking about?" asked the aggrieved Albinia. "Prometheus Vinctus," composedly returned Mr. Kendall. Ulick's eagerness in collecting every crumb of scholarship was a great bond of union, but there was still more in the bright, open, demonstrative nature of the youth, which had a great attraction for the reserved, serious Mr. Kendall, and scarcely a day had passed before they were on terms of intimacy, almost like an elder and younger brother. Admitted into the family as a connection, Ulick at once viewed the girls as cousins, and treated them with the same easy grace of good-natured familiarity as if they had been any of the 19 Miss O'Mores around Ballymacilty. "How is your head now?" asked Mr. Kendall. "You are late this evening." "Yes," said Ulick, entering the drawing-room, which was ruddy with firelight, and fragrant with the breath of the conservatory, and leaning over an armchair as he tried to rub the aching out of his brow, "there were some accounts to finish up, and my additions came out different every time." "A sure sign that you ought to have left off." "I was just going to have told my uncle I was good for nothing to-day, when I heard old John's mumbling something to him about Mr. Moore being unwell, and looking up, I saw that cold grey eye twinkling at me, as much as to say he was proud to see how soon an Irishman could be beaten. So what could I do but give him look for look, and go on with 8 and 7 and 5 and 2, as unconcerned as he was. "Well," said Mr. Kendall, "you know I think that your uncle's apparent indifference may be his fashion of being your best friend." "I'll take it like sunshine in May from a stranger, and be proud to disappoint him," said Ulick. "But to call himself my uncle, and use my mother's own eyes to look at me that way, that's the stroke. And to think that I'm only striving to harden myself by force of habit to be exactly like him. I'd rather enlist to-morrow, if that would not be his greatest triumph," he cried, pressing his hands hard on his temple. "It is very childish, but I could forgive him anything but using my mother's eyes that way." "You will yet rejoice in the likeness," said Mr. Kendall. "You must believe in more than you can trace, and when your perseverance has conquered his esteem, the rest will follow." "Follow? The rest, as you call it, would go before at home," sighed Ulick wearily. "Esteem is like fame. What I want begins without it, and lives as well with or without it." "Perhaps," said his friend, "Mr. Goldsmith would think it weakness to show preference to a relation before it was earned." "Ah, then," cried Ulick, in a quaint Irish tone, "Heaven have mercy on the little children!" "Yes, the doctrine can only be consistently held by a solitary man." "Where would we be but for inconsistency?" exclaimed Ulick. "I do not like to hear you talk in that manner," said Sophy. "Inconsistency is mere weakness." "Ah, then you are the dangerous character," said Ulick, with a droll gesture of sheltering himself behind the chair. "I did not call myself consistent. I wish I were," she said gravely. "How she must love the French," returned Ulick, confidentially turning to her father. "Not at all. I detest them." "Then you are inconsistent, for they're the very models of uncompromising consistency." "Yes, to bad principles," said Sophy. "Robespierre was a prime specimen of consistency to good principle." Sophy turned to her father, and with an odd dubious look asked him, "Is he teasing me?" "He'd be proud to have the honour," Ulick made answer, so that Mr. Kendall's smile grew broad. It was the funniest thing to see Ulick sporting with Sophy's gravity, constraining her to playfulness, with something of the compulsion exercised by a large frolicsome puppy upon a sober old dog of less size and strength. "I do not like to see powers wasted on paradox," she said, even as the grave senior might roll up his lip and snarl. "I'm in earnest, Sophy," pursued Ulick, changing his note to eagerness. "La grande nation herself finds that logic was her bane. Consistency was never made for man. Why, where would this world be if it did not go two ways at once?" Sophy did laugh at this Irish version of the centripetal and centrifugal forces, but she held out. "The world describes a circle. I like straight lines." "Much we shall have of the right direction, unless we are content to turn right about face," said Ulick. "The best path of life is but a herring-bone pattern." "What does he know of herring-boning?" asked Mrs. Kendall, coming in at the moment, with a white cashmere cloak folded picturesquely over her delicate blue silk. Ulick in a moment assumed a less careless attitude, as he answered, "I found my poetical illustration on the motion of the earth too much for her, so I descended to the herring-bone as more suited to her capacity." "There he is, mamma," said Sophy, "pleading that consistency is the most ruinous thing in the world." "I thought as much," said Albinia, Prometheus and his kin do most abound when Ulick's head is worst, and Papa is in great danger of being late." Mr. Kendall turned round, looked at the timepiece, and marched off. "But, mamma," continued Sophy, driving straight at her point, "what do you think of consistency?" "Oh, mamma," cried Lucy, coming into the room in a flutter of white, "there you are in your beautiful blue. Have you really put it on for the Druries?" Sophy bit her lip, neither pleased at the interruption nor at the taste. "Have you a graduated scale of dresses for all your friends, Lucy?" asked Ulick. "Everybody has, I suppose," said Lucy. "Ah, then I shall know how to judge how I stand in your favour. I never knew so well what the garb of friendship meant." "You must know which way her scale goes," said Albinia, laughing at Sophy's evident affront at the frivolous turn the conversation had taken. "That needs no asking," quoth Ulick. "Unadorned, adorned, the most for the nearest the hearth." "That's all conceit," said Lucy. "Maybe familiarity breeds contempt." "No, no, when young ladies despise, they use a precision that says, ''Tis myself I care for, and not you.'" "What an observer!" cried Lucy. "Now then, interpret my dress to-night." "How can you, Lucy?" muttered the scandalized Sophy. "Well, Sophy, as you will have him to torment with philosophy this whole evening, I think you might give him a little respite," said Lucy, good-humouredly. "I want to know what my dress reveals to him," and drawing up her head where two coral pins contrasted with her dark braids, and spreading out her full white skirts and cerise trimmings, she threw her figure into an attitude, and darted a merry challenge from her lively black eyes, while Ulick availed himself of the permission to look critically, and Sophy sank back disgusted. Miss Kendall can, when she is inclined, produce as much effect with her beams of the second order as with all her splendours displayed. "Stuff," said Lucy. "Stuff indeed," more sincerely murmured Sophy. "Say something in earnest," said Lucy. "You profess to tell what I thought of the people. I hope you'll never put on such new white gloves where I'm the party chiefly concerned." "What do you mean?" "They are a great deal too unexceptionable." If there were something coquettish in the manner of these two, it did not give Albinia much concern. It was in him only Irish, and Fred Ferrars had made her believe that it was rather a sign of the absence of love than of its presence. She saw much more respect and interest in his mischievous attacks on Sophy's gravity, and though Lucy both pitied him and liked chattering with him, it was all the while under the secret protest that he was only a banker's clerk. Sophy was glad of the presence of a third person to obviate the perils of her evenings with grandmamma, and she beheld the trio set off to their dinner party without the usual dread of being betrayed into wrangling. Mr. O'More devoted himself to the old lady's entertainment. He amused her with droll stories, and played backgammon with her. Then she composed herself to her knitting, and desired them not to mind her. She liked to hear young people talk cheerfully. Whereupon Sophy, by way of light and cheerful conversation, renewed the battle of consistency with a whole broadside of heavy metal. End of chapter 19, part 1. Chapter 19, Part 2 of The Young Stepmother by Charlotte Yonge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. When the diners out came home, they found the war raging as hotly as ever, a great many historical facts and wise sayings having been fired off on both sides, and neither having found out that each meant the same thing. However, the hours had gone imperceptibly past them, which could not be said for the others. The half-yearly dinners at Mr. Drury's were Albinia's dread nearly as much as Mr. Kendall's aversion. He was certain, whatever he might intend, to fall into a fit of absence, and she was almost equally sure to hear something unpleasant, and to regret her own reply. On the whole, however, Mr. Kendall came away on this evening the least dissatisfied, for Mr. Goldsmith had asked him with some solicitude whether he thought that lad, young Moore, positively unwell, and had gone the length of expressing that he seemed to be fairly sharp and stuck to his work. Mr. Kendall seized the moment for telling his opinion of Ulick, and though Mr. Goldsmith coughed and looked dry and almost contemptuous, he was perceptibly gratified, and replied with a maxim evidently intended both as an excuse for himself and as a warning to the Kendalls, that young men were always spoiled by being made too much of in his younger days, etc. Lucy, meantime, was undergoing the broad banter of her unrefined cousins on the subject of the Irish clerk. A very little grace in the perpetration would have made it grateful to her vanity, but this was far too broad raillery, and made her hold up her head with protestations of her perfect indifference, to which her cousins manifested incredulity, visiting on her with some petty spite their small jealousies of her higher pretensions, and of the attention which had been paid to her by Mr. Cavendish Dusitoy. Not that he will ever look at you again, Lucy. You need not flatter yourself, said the amiable Sarah Ann. Harry Wolfe writes that he was flirting with a beautiful young lady who came to see Oxford, and that he is spending quantities of money. It is nothing to me, I am sure, retorted Lucy. Besides, Gilbert says no such thing. Gilbert? Oh no, exclaimed Miss Drury. Why, he is just as bad himself. Papa said, from what Mrs. Wolfe told him, he would not take £500 to pay Mr. Gilbert's bills. Albinia had been hearing much the same story from Mrs. Drury, though not so much exaggerated, and administered with more condolence. She did not absolutely believe, and yet she could not utterly disbelieve, so the result was a letter to Gilbert, with an anxious exhortation to be careful, and not to be deluded into foolish expenditure in imitation of the polysyllable, and as no special answer was returned, she dismissed the whole from her mind as a Drury allegation. The horse chanced to be lame, so that Gilbert could not be met at Headminster on his return from Oxford, but much earlier than the omnibus usually lumbered into Bayford. He astonished Sophy, who was lying on the sofa in the morning-room, by marching in with a free and easy step and a loose coat of the most novel device. "No one else at home?" he asked. "Only grandmamma. We did not think the omnibus would come in so soon, but I suppose you took a fly, as there were 3 of you. As if we were going to stand 6 miles of 'bus with the wolf cub. No, Dusitoy brought his horse down with him, and I took a fly," said Gilbert. "Well, and what's the matter with Captain? Has the Irishman been riding him?" Sophy bit her lip to prevent an angry answer, and was glad that Morris rushed in, full of uproarious joy. "Hullo, boy, how you grow! What have you got there?" "It's my new pop-gun that Ulick made me. I'll shoot you," cried Morris, retiring to a suitable distance. "I declare the child has caught the brogue. Is the fellow here still?" "What fellow?" coldly asked Sophy. "Why, this pet of my father's." "Bang!" cried Morris, and a pellet passed perilously close to Gilbert's eyes. "Don't, child. Pray, is this banker's clerk one of our fixtures, Sophy?" I don't know why you despise him, unless it is because it is what you ought to be yourself," Sophy was provoked into retorting. "Apparently my father has a monomania for the article." Gilbert intended to speak with provoking coolness, but another fraternal pellet hit him full in the nose, and the accompanying shout of glee was too much for an already irritated temper. With passion most unusual in him, he caught hold of the child, and exclaiming, "You little imp, what do you mean by it?" he wrenched the weapon out of his hand and dashed it into the fire, in the midst of an energetic "For shame!" from his sister. Morris, with a furious "Naughty Gilbert!" struck at him with both his little fists clenched, and then precipitated himself over the fender to snatch his treasure from the grate, but was instantly captured and pulled back, struggling, kicking, and fighting with all his might, till, to the equal relief of both brothers, Sophy held up the pop-gun in the tongs, one end still tinged with a red glow, smoky, blackened, and perfumed. Morris made one bound. She lowered it into his grasp as the last red spark died out, and he clasped it as Siegfried did the magic sword. "There, Morris, I didn't mean it," said Gilbert, heartily ashamed and sorry. "Kiss and make it up, and then put on your hat, and we'll come up to old Smith's and get such a jolly one." The forgiving child had already given the kiss, glad to atone for his aggressions, but then was absorbed in rubbing the charred wood, amazed that, while so much black came off on his fingers, the effect on the weapon was not proportionate, and then tried another shot in a safer direction. "Come," said Gilbert, "put that black affair into the fire, and come along." "No," said Morris, "it is my dear gun that Ulick made me, and it shan't be burnt." "What, not if I give you a famous one, like the real one, with a stock and barrel?" said Gilbert, anxious to be freed from the tokens of his ebullition. "No, no," still stoutly said the constant Morris, "I don't want new guns. I've got my dear old one, and I'll keep it to the end of his days and mine," and he crossed his arms over it. "That's right, Morris," said Sophy. "Stick to old friends that have borne wounds in your service." "Well, it's his concern if he likes such a trumpery old thing," said Gilbert. "Come here, boy, you don't bear malice. Come and have a ride on my back." The practical lesson, "Don't shoot at your brother's nose," would never have been impressed had not mamma, on coming in, found Morris and his pop-gun nearly equally black, and by gradual unfolding of cause and effect learnt his forgotten offence. She reminded him of ancient promises never to aim at human creatures, assured him that Gilbert was very kind not to have burnt it outright, and to the great displeasure and temporary relief of all the family, sequestered the weapon for the rest of the evening. Sophy told her in confidence that Gilbert had been the most to blame, which she took as merely an instance of Sophy's blindness to Morris's errors, for the explosion had so completely worked off the Oxford dash that he was perfectly meek and amiable. Considering the antecedents, such a contrast to himself as young O'More could hardly fail to be an eyesore walking tame about the home, and especially recommended to his friendship. But so good-natured was he, and so attractive was the Irishman, that it took much influence from Algernon Dusitoy to keep up a thriving aversion. Albinia marvelled at the power exerted over Gilbert by one whose intellect and pretensions he openly contemned, but perceived that obstinacy and undoubting self-satisfaction overmastered his superior intelligence and principle, and that while perceiving all the follies of the polysyllable, Gilbert had a strange propensity for his company, and therein always resumed the fast man, disdainful of the clerk. He did not like Ulick better for being the immediate cause of the removal of the last traces of the Belmarch family from their old abode, which had been renovated by pretty shamrock chintz furniture, the pride of the two Irish hearts. Indeed, it was to be feared that Bridget would assist in the perpetuation of those rolling R's which caused Mr. Goldsmith's brow to contract whenever his nephew careered along upon one. His departure from Willow Lawn was to take place at Christmas. The Ferrars party were coming to keep the 2 consecutive birthdays of Sophie and Maurice at Bayford, would take him back for Christmas Day to Fairmead, and on his return he would take possession of his new rooms. Maurice's fate was to serve as the occasion of paying off civilities to a miscellaneous young party, but as grandmamma's feelings would have been hurt had not Sophie's been equally distinguished, it was arranged that Mrs. Nugent should then bring her eldest girl to meet the Ferrarses at an early tea. Just as Albinia had descended to await her guests, Gilbert came down, and presently said, with would-be indifference, "Oh, by the by, Dusitoy said he would look in." "The polysyllable!" cried Albinia, thunderstruck. "What possessed you to ask him, when you knew I sacrificed Mr. Dusitoy rather than have him to spoil it all?" "I didn't ask him exactly," replied Gilbert. "It was old Bowles who met us, and tried to nail us to eat our mutton with him, as he called it. I had my answer, and Dusitoy got off by saying he was engaged to us, and desired me to tell you he would make his excuses in person. He can make no excuse for downright falsehood." "Hem," quoth Gilbert, "you wouldn't have him done into drinking old Bowles' surgery champagne." "One comfort is that he won't get any dinner," said Albinia vindictively. "I hope he'll be ravenously hungry." "He may not come after all," said Gilbert; and Albinia, laying hold of that hope, had nearly forgotten the threatened disaster, as her party appeared by instalments, and Winifred owned to her that Sophie had grown better looking than could have been expected. Her eyes had brightened, the cloudy brown of her cheeks was enlivened, she held herself better, and the less childish dress was much to her advantage. But above all, the moody look of suffering was gone, and her face had something of the grave sweetness and regular beauty of that of her father. 17, said Mrs. Ferrars. "By the time she is 70, she may be a remarkably handsome woman." The tea-drinking was in lively operation, when, after a thundering knock, Mr. Cavendish Dusitoy was ushered in, with the air of a prince honouring the banquet of his vassals, saying, "I told Kendall I should presume on your hospitality. I beg you will make no difference on my account." Of which gracious permission Albinia was resolved to avail herself. She left all the insincerity to her husband, and would by no means allow grandmamma to abdicate the warm corner. She suspected that he wanted an introduction to Mrs. Nugent, and was resolved to defeat this object, unless he should condescend to make the request. So she was well satisfied to see him wedged in between papa and Sophie, while a prodigious quantity of Irish talk was going on between Mrs. Nugent and Mr. O'More, with contributions of satire from Mr. Ferrars, which kept every one laughing, except little Nora Nugent and Mary Ferrars, who were deep in the preliminaries of an eternal friendship, and held the ends of each other's crackers like a pair of doves. Lucy, however, was ill at ease at the obscurity which shrouded the illustrious guest, and in her anxiety gave so little attention to her two neighbors that Willie Ferrars, affronted at some neglect, exclaimed, "Why, Lucy, what makes you screw your eyes about so? You can't attend to any one." "It's because Polly Silly is there," shouted Master Morris from his throne beside his mamma. To the infinite relief of the half-choked Albinia, little Mary Ferrars, with whom her cousin had been carrying on a direful warfare all day, fitted on the cap, shook her head gravely at him, and after an appealing look of indignation, first at his mamma, then at her own, was overheard confiding to Nora Nugent that Morris was a very naughty boy. She was sorry to say a regular spoiled child. "But how should you hinder Miss Kendall from attending?" "I'll tell you, darling. Poor Lucy, she is very fond of me, and I dare say she wanted me to sit next to her. But, you know, she will have me for 3 days, and I have you only this one evening. I'll go and speak to her after tea, when we go into the drawing-room, and then she won't mind." Lucy, after an agony of blushes, had somewhat recovered on finding that no one seemed to apply her brother's speech, and when the benevolent Mary made her way to her and thrust a hand into hers, only a feeble pressure replied to these romantic blandishments, so anxious was she to carry to Mrs. Kendall the information that Mr. Cavendish Dusitoy had been so obliging as to desire his servant to bring his guitar and key-bugle. "We are much obliged," said Albinia, "but look at that face," and she turned Lucy towards Willie's open-mouthed, dismayed countenance. "You must tell him the company are not sufficiently advanced in musical science." "But, mamma, it would gratify him." "Very likely." And without listening further, Albinia turned to Willie, who had all day been insisting that papa should introduce her to the new game of the showman. Infinitely delighted to be relieved from the fear of the guitar, Willie hunted all who would play into another room, whence they were to be summoned, one by one, back to the drawing-room by the showman, Mr. Ferrars, who shrugged his shoulders at the task, but undertook it, and first called for Mrs. Kendall. She found him stationed before the red curtains, which were closely drawn, and her husband and the 3 elder ladies sitting by as audience. "Pray, madam, may I ask what animal you would desire to have exhibited to you out of the vast resources that my menagerie contains? Choose freely. I undertake that whatever you may select, you shall not be disappointed." "What? Not if I were to ask for a black spider monkey?" said Albinia, to whom it was very charming to be playing with Morris again. Mr. Kendall looked up in entertained curiosity. Mrs. Nugent smiled as if she thought the showman's task impossible, and Winifred stretched out to gain a full view. "A black spider monkey," he said slowly. "Allow me to ask, madam, if you are acquainted with the character of the beast?" "It doesn't scratch, does it?" said she quickly. "That is for you to answer." "I never knew it do so. It does chatter a great deal, but it never scratched that I knew of." "Nor I," said the showman, "since it was young. Do you think age renders it graver and steadier?" "Not a bit. It is always frisky and troublesome, and I never knew it get a bit better as it grew older." Winifred laughed outright. Mr. Kendall's lips were parted by his smile. "I wonder what sort of a mother it would make," said the showman. "All animals are good mothers, of course." "I meant, is it a good disciplinarian?" "If you mean cuffing its young one for playing exactly the same tricks as itself." "Exactly. What would be the effect of letting it and its young one loose in a great scholar's study? There wouldn't be much study left. And would it be for his good? Really, Mr. Showman, you ask very odd questions. Shall we try? Said Albinia, with a skip backward, so as to lay her hand on the shoulder of her own great scholar, while the showman drew back the curtain, observing, I wish, ma'am, I could show it and its young one together, but the young specimen is unfortunately asleep. Behold the original black spider monkey. There stood the monkey, with sunny brown locks round the laughing, glowing face, and one white paw still lying on the scholar's shoulder, while his face made no assurance needful that it was very good for him. The mirror concealed behind the curtains was the menagerie. Albinia clapped her hands with delight, and pronounced it the most perfect of games. And now let us have Willie, said Mrs. Ferrars. It will conduce to the harmony of the next room. Willie, already initiated, hoped to puzzle Papa as a platypus ornithorhynchus, but was driven to allow that it was a nondescript animal, neither fish, flesh, nor good red herring, useless, and very fond of grubbing in the mud, and if it were not at Botany Bay, it ought to be. The laughter that hailed his defence of its nose, as well nothing particular, precipitated the drawing up of the curtain and his apparition in the glass, and then Nora Nugent being called, the inseparable Mary accompanied her, arm in arm, simpering an announcement that they liked nothing so well as a pair of dear little lovebirds. Oh, unpitying Papa! To draw from the unsuspicious Nora the admission that they were very dull little birds, of no shape at all, who always sat hunched up in a corner without any fun, and people said their love was all stupidity and pretence. In fact, if she had one she should call it Silly Polly, or Polly Silly. To silence Willie's exultation in his sister's discomfiture, he was sent to fetch Lucy, whose impersonation of an Argus pheasant would not have answered well but for a suggestion of Albinia, that she was eyes all over for any delinquency in school. Ulick O'More, owning with a sigh that he should like to see no beast better than a snipe, gave rise to much ingenuity by being led to describe it as of a class migratory, hard to catch, food for powder, given to long bills. There he guessed something, and stood on the defensive, but could not deny that its element was bogs, but that it had been seen skimming over water meadows, and finding sustenance in banks, whereupon the curtain rose. Ulick rushed upon the battles of his nation, and was only reduced to quiescence by the entrance of Sophy, who expressed a desire to see a coral worm, apparently perplexing the showman, who, to gain time, hemmed, and said, a very unusual species, ma'am, which set all the younger ones in a double giggle, such as confused Sophy, to find herself standing up, with every one looking at her and listening for her words. I thought you undertook for any impossibility in earth, air, or water. Well, ma'am, do you take me for a mere mountebank? But when ladies and gentlemen take such unusual fancies, and for an animal that you would not aver that it is often found from home? Never, I should say. Nor that it is accessible? Certainly not. And why is it so, ma'am? Why, said Sophy, bewildered into forgetting her natural history, it lives at the bottom of the sea, that's one thing. Where truth lives, said a voice behind. I beg to differ, observed Albinia. Truth is a fresh water fish at the bottom of a well. Besides, I thought coral worms were always close to the surface. But below it, not in everybody's view, said Sophy. an answer which seemed much to the satisfaction of the audience, but the showman insisted on knowing why, and whether it did not conceal itself. "It makes stony caves for itself out of sight," said Sophy, almost doubting whether she spoke correctly. "Well, surely it does so." "Most surely," said an acclamation so in general that she did not like it. If she had been younger she would have turned sulky upon the spot, and Mr. Ferrars almost doubted whether to bring out his final query. "Pray, ma'am, do you think this creature out of reach in its self-made cave at the bottom, no, below the surface of the sea, would be popular enough to repay the cost of procuring it?" "Ah, that's too bad!" burst out the Hibernian tones. "Why is not the best of everything hidden away from the common eye? Out of sight, stony cave, it is the secret worker that lays the true solid foundation, raises the new realms, and forms the precious jewels. The torrent of ours was irresistible." "Police! Order!" cried the showman. "An Irish mob has got in, and there's an end of everything." So up went the curtain, and the polyp appeared, becoming rapidly red coral as she perceived what the exhibition was, and why the politeness of the Green Isle revolted from her proclaiming her own unpopularity. But all she did was to turn gruffly aside and say, "It is lucky there are no more ladies to come, Mr. Showman, or the mob would turn everything to a compliment." Gilbert's curiosity was directed to the laughing jackass, and with too much truth he admitted that it took its tone from whatever it associated with, and caught every note, from the song of the lark to the bray of the donkey, then laughed good-humouredly when the character was fitted upon himself. "That is all, is it not?" asked the showman. "I may retire into private life." "Oh no," cried Willie, "you have forgotten Mr. Deucetoy." "I was afraid you had," said Lucy, "or you could not have left him to the last." "I am tempted to abdicate," said Mr. Ferrars. "No," Albinia said, "he must have his share, and no one but you can do it. Where can he be? The pause becomes awful." "Willie is making suggestions," said Gilbert. "His imagination would never stretch farther than a lion. It's what he thinks himself, and no mistake." "He is big enough to be the elephant," said little Mary. "The half reasoning," said Ulick softly. "And I can answer for his trunk. I saw it come off the omnibus." "Ladies and gentlemen, if you persist in such disorderly conduct, the exhibition will close," cried the showman, waving his wand as Willie trumpeted Mr. Cavendish Deucetoy in, and on the demand what animal he wanted to see, twitched him as Flibbertigibbet did the giant warder, and caused him to respond, "The giraffe." "Had it not another name, sir? A short or a long one, more or less syllables?" "Camelopard, a polysyllabic word, certainly," said Algernon, looking with a puzzled expression at the laughers behind, and almost imagining it possible that he could have made an error, he repeated, "Camel-leopard. Yes, it is a polysyllable," as indeed he had added an unnecessary syllable. "Most assuredly," said the showman, looking daggers at his suffocating sister. "May I ask you to describe the creature?" 17 feet from the crown to the hoof, but falls off behind," said the accurate Mr. Deucetoy. "Beautiful tawny colour." "Nearly as good as a lion," added Gilbert; but Algernon, fancying the game was by way of giving useful information to the children, went on in full swing. "Handsomely mottled with darker brown, a ruminating animal, so gentle that in spite of its size none of my little friends need be alarmed at its vicinity. Inhabits the African deserts, but may be bred in more temperate latitudes. I myself saw an individual in the Jardin des Plantes, which was popularly said never to bend its neck to the ground, but I consider this a vulgar delusion, for on offering it food, it mildly inclined its head. "Let us hope the present specimen is equally condescending," said Mr. Ferrars. "Eh, what? I see myself," said Mr. Cavendish Dusitoy, with a tone so inappreciably grand in mystification that the showman had no choice but to share the universal convulsion of laughter, while Willie, rolling on the ground with ecstasy, shouted, "Yes, it is you that are the thing with such a long name that it can't bend its head to the ground." "But too good-natured to be annoyed at folly," said Mr. Ferrars, perceiving that it was no sport to him. "This is the way my mischievous uncle has served us all in turn," said Lucy, advancing. "We have all been shown up, and there was mamma a monkey, and I an Argus pheasant." "Ah, I see," said the gentleman. "These are your rural pastimes of the season. Yes, I can take my share in good part, just as I have pelted the masks at the carnival." "Even a giraffe can bend his head and do at Rome as Rome does," murmured Ulick. But instead of heeding the audacious Irishman, Algernon patronized the showman by thanks for his exhibition, and then sitting down by Lucy, asked if he had ever told her of the tricks that he and Il Principe Odoriso Moretti used to play at Ems on the old Baron Sprolowski, while Mr. Ferrars, leaning over his sister's chair, said, aside, "I beg your pardon, Albinia, I should not have yielded to Willie. This rural pastime is only in season and famille. Never mind, it served him right." "It may have served him right, but had we the right to serve him?" "I forgive your prudence for the sake of your folly. Could not Oxford have lessened his pomposity?" "It comes too late," said Morris. Before Ulick went to bed, his pen and ink had depicted the entire caravan. The lovebirds were pressed up together, with the individual features of the two young ladies, and completely little parrots. The snipe had run along the bars of the cage, looking exactly like all the O'Moores. The monkey showed nothing but the hands, but one held Morris, and the other was clenched as if to cuff him. And grandest of all was, as in duty bound, Camelopardalis giraffa, thrown somewhat backwards, with such a majestic form, such a stalking attitude, loftily ruminating face, and legs so like the Cavendish Dusitoy's last new pair of trousers, that Albinia could not help reserving it for the private delectation of his Aunt Fanny. "It and its young one," said Mr. Kendall, as he looked at her portrait; and the name delighted him so much that he for some time applied it with a smile whenever his wife gave him cause to remember how much there was of the monkey in her composition. It was the merriest Christmas ever known at Willow Lawn, and the first time there had been anything of the atmosphere of family frolic and fun. The lighting up of Sophy was one great ingredient. Hitherto mirth had been merely endured by her, whereas now improved health and spirits had made her take her share, amuse others and be amused, and cease to be hurt by the jarring of chance words. Lucy was lively as usual, but rather more excited than Albinia altogether liked. She was doubly particular about her dress, more disdainful of the common herd, and had a general air of exultation that made Albinia rejoice when the polysyllable, the horses, the key bugle, and genre painting disappeared from the Bayford horizon. End of chapter 19. Part 2.